Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Samir Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining on chilly, this chilly Friday afternoon here in Atlanta, Georgia. Guys, please hit that like button and please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Lori Bengali. These titles get me every time. Hey, I'm just the stories I'm told about the pretendians and the we ain't Africa and the so-called proof and the my grandmama said that we's Indians and the proof. I got the evidence, and we the Moors and the peace treaty with the kingdom of America and the kingdom of Morocco and the Moors, and this statue, this Olmec statue, it looks like me. He got a big nose, so it looks just like me. So we the Olmecs. I'm just trying to piece this together. So, we left Africa as Igbo, Yoruba, Fon, Hassa, Wolof, Congo, Minde, Timne, Bambara. But all of a sudden, y'all are the Aztecs. We ain't African. We the Aztecs. We the Cherokee, Grand Chief Cherokee. We the Choctaw. Where the slave boats at? Where they at? How do white people get here? Well, that's different. So we just trying to piece this together. So, that's the Fulani, so that's why the title is Left Africa Yoruba. Now claiming to be Cherokee in America. How? Just break it down. Well, the roles, the Indian roles, the dial roles, and the Trail of Tears, and it's like, come on, y'all, come on. But hey, break it. Listen, later in about 15, 20 minutes, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room and you could call in and break it down how you are the Cherokee or the Choctaw or I don't know, whatever, the Polynesians, the Hawaiians, whatever you guys are claiming these days, whatever indigenous tribe you guys are claiming these days, like you will have the opportunity to call in and break it down, man. I'm the Hebrews. Was talking to a guy just about an hour ago. Dynasty, we the Hebrews. Okay, man. All right. And it was in the irony of it, he was saying, yeah, man, these black people claiming to be Native Americans, they crazy. And I was like, but you claim to be a Hebrew. Well, that's different, So yeah, so that's what's going on. So hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I am going to put the link in the chat room here shortly, but got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one, we are rolling to Sierra Leone. Citizenship is still on. Well, back on. Citizenship in Sierra Leone is back on. All right. So, with that being said, there's a couple of rule changes. You have to come twice now. Again, you have to come twice, and you have to wait a year in between each visit. So every April and December, a citizenship swearing in conferment will be held. Again, every April, starting in no. There will be a swearing in ceremony this December, but it's for the group that came this past November, who will be getting their passports in December. So if you come in April, you'll get your passport in the following April. If you come in December, you'll get your passport the following December. And the group that came with me in November, and guys, to be honest, we were rolling the dice. We were told that, it wasn't official, but we were told, the group this past November, like, hey, The worst that can happen, if you don't get your passport in November, this trip will count as one of the 2 trips. And so what they're going to do in December, that group is going to get their passport. So you got to come twice now. And also, they now accept more DNA tests. So at first, it was solely African ancestry. Now it's African ancestry, ancestry.com, 23andMe, and CRI. Now, 23andMe has gone, they've gone bankrupt. So hopefully in the future, they will replace 23andMe with another provider like Living DNA. But as of right now, it's only those 4. They only accept results from those 4 companies: African Ancestry, 23andMe, Ancestry.com, and CRI Genetics. So we're rolling to Sierra Leone. We're rolling to so Sierra Leone in December. I have a small contingent going in a couple weeks. Then we're all rolling in December. Also, we're going to King Joseph. You still playing football? You still playing semi-pro football? King Joseph, you still playing football? And then also, we're going to Senegal in May for the Jazz Festival. Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. If you're interested, please visit donfo.africa. Then we're rolling to, where else are we going? Zanzibar in September, Namibia and South Africa in November. And then we're rolling back to this Sierra Leone in December. If you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. If you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. I'm not sure if I'm going to take a group to Benin Republic for the Voodoo Festival. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, if you're interested in joining one of the tours, please visit donfo.africa. I will greatly greatly appreciate it. Go to the site, guys, sign up for the email list so you get notifications. And would love to have you guys. King Joseph, you playing community college football? King Joseph, how old are you? You was playing community college football in 2024. How old are you? But yeah, so that's where we're at. Once again, thanks for joining. Also, disclaimer: if you say the N word, if you call in on a panel, and if you say the N word, okay, you guys know what I mean by the N word. It's a $10 fine. And your options are you either pay the $10 fine or you drop off. Again, if you say the N word when you call in, it's a $10 fine, period. You either pay the $10 or you drop off, period. No exceptions. That's the rule. You pay the $10 fine or you get off and leave the panel. Also, guys, we welcome difference in opinions. We welcome diversity in thought. So if you agree, if you don't agree, you're more than welcome to call in. All right, so let's jump into it. The title is self-explanatory. Again, the title is self-explanatory. Left Africa is the Yoruba, Fon, Fulani, Timne Minde, Hassa, Wolof, Mandinka. You get to America via the transatlantic slave trade, which was brutal. We're on plantations. Some of us got freed. Some of us didn't get freed to the Emancipation Proclamation. Some of us, like the in the case of the Black Seminoles, you escape to freedom and you go hide in the swamps of Florida with the actual Seminoles, the real Seminoles. Some of you are, you know, you're by Indians, the so-called 5 civilized tribes that had slaves. But is being African not sexy enough? Yeah, from Yoruba to the Igbo to we the Aztecs. Like, how did that happen? We the Olmecs. We the Polynesians. Like I said, the 5 civilized tribes who also had slaves. But what happened? Is being West African just not sexy enough? That's going to be a separate show. I need to is being West African just not sexy enough? Hold on. Is being African, Central African not sexy enough? Like what makes being a Choctaw or a Cherokee more sexy than a Yoruba? Again, what makes more like what is it more sexier to be Aztec than it is to be Mende? Is it more sexier? Am I missing something? Is it sexier to be Chicken Saw and not over Timney? Is it more sexier to be Omek than Fula? Like what is it? Like somebody help me out. We're gonna bring the sexy back to Africa. We are going to bring the sexy back. Nah, Marie, you ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere, Marie. You ain't going nowhere. You got to moderate, Marie. You ain't going nowhere. We gonna bring the sexy back to Africa. That's what we gonna do. Is Pocahontas more sexier than Kempa Vita? Is Geronimo more sexier than Mansa Musa? Like, I don't get it. Is the 5 civilized tribes empire more sexier than the Malian empire? You know, the Uyo empire, like the Home. Is it just is that what I'm missing? Is it just more sexier? Like, I don't get it. And I'm sticking with my theory, guys. I am sticking with my theory. The majority of this originates from the prison system. I'm convinced. The majority of all of this originates from the prison system. I don't know what books y'all be reading in the prison system, but it comes from the prison system. Oh, I just got something for my frat brothers, man. Shout out to all the noobs. Shout out to all the noobs. They're doing a big party. Where's this at? It's way Eaton in Georgia, June 6th to 8. I won't be here. I'll be in Senegal. Hey, if you want to join us in Senegal, I can make room for one person. Again, if you want to join us in Senegal, May 27th through June 4th, I can make room for one person. One of my frat brothers, like from that pledged at UGA, they're celebrating a 37th anniversary cookout and retreat in Eaton, Georgia, June 6th to the 8th. But I'll be in Senegal. I'll be in Senegal though. Yeah, I'm convinced because a lot of these leaders of these fringe movements, they all come from the prison system. Nothing against the likes of Malcolm X. Definitely will not put Malcolm X in the same category of a lot of these other fringe leaders of these organizations. Will definitely not implicate and put Malcolm X in the same category. But a lot of these cats, and listen, I know people change their life and mistakes happen, and you go to prison, you get locked up, you get rehabilitated. I get it, but I'm convinced a lot of this comes from the prison system because a lot of the leaders of these movements have all done time in prison, and when they come out with this. I don't know what books they're reading. Malcolm X being the exception. You're not gonna beat the system. Like, what do you gain? So let me ask you a question. This is what I want to know. This is what I want to know. Let me raise this mic up. This is what I want to know. Hold on. What is there to gain by saying you're a Native American here in America? 99.99%. No, we'll say about 98% of the black folks who are claimed to be Native Americans. None of you guys are on any rosters. Exactly. Dan Calloway. What does Dan Calloway gain by saying the slave trade never happened? He's a Native American. Guys, give me the win-win. There we go. I want to know the win-win. Give me the win-win. If you have not hit that like button, I need you to hit that like button. Marie Shy, my sister, how many likes do we have? How many likes do we have, Marie? I can't see the likes because in StreamYard, I can't see it. Like, what's the win-win? Only got 10 likes. Come on, guys. Yeah, I don't ask for much, but we got to get, we got to get the algorithm going. Florida Geach, y'all. I asked, you know what? It's guys, hit the like button. Come on now. Hit the like button. That 34 is not enough. Come on, hit the like button. So Florida Geechee is interesting. You brought that up. So I was talking to 23 likes. Come on, y'all. Hit the like button. I don't be on here begging for super chats. The least you could do is hit the like button. That's the least you guys could do. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I was this is back when I was doing sales. I was off of Old National, Old Nasty, as we call it here in Atlanta, making sales calls. And I go into a doctor's office. Now, this is back when I was working for Centos. In fact, we were selling these, microfiber wipes. We were selling these, going door to door. And I walk into I walk into a doctor's office. I asked to speak to the office manager. Office manager, she came and met with me. Well, actually, they told me to sit down and wait for the office manager. And while I was waiting, there were people who were waiting to be seen by the doctor, and I guess they were running behind. And so one old lady stands up. I remember this like yesterday. One old lady stands up. Was like, I've been waiting to be seen for an hour now. That's why black folks can't have nothing. I mean, she gets up in the middle of the doctor's office. I've been waiting here for an hour now. That's why black folks can't have nothing. That's why black folks can't have nothing. So when y'all don't hit that like button, I'm gonna be like, that's why black folks can't have nothing. Because y'all can't even hit the like button. That's why black folks can't have nothing. Because y'all can't hit the like button. I mean, she stood up in that doctor's office. I swear before God. She stood up in that doctor's office and she was like, that's why black folks can't have nothing. That's why black folks can't have nothing. I swear, Andrew, I'm dead serious. We all we weren't like laughing out loud, but we was cracking up. Everybody in that doctor's office. I'm talking about. She stood up. I've been here for an hour. That's why black folks can't have nothing. So listen, when we ain't got them likes where they need to be, I'ma start yelling. That's why black folks can't have nothing. Y'all messing up the brunch spots. I can't go eat a high-end brunch at a high-end brunch spot here in Atlanta because y'all want to be bougie. That's why black folks can't have none. Okay, let me get back on topic. I'm sorry. I just had to rant. Shout out to our sister from Africa for the 400 naira. That naira spin. Listen, I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. That 400 naira was spent in Nigeria. I can get one shish kebab of Suya, of the ram Suya at University of Suya in Lagos. 400 naira. Thank you, sister. Thank you for the 400 holla. The $400 naira holla. Thank you so much. Listen, we are appreciative and thankful of every super chat. Don't matter how much it is. It don't matter. I could go get me some ram and lamb suya at University of Suya in Lagos when I go to Lagos. Thank you, African goddess. Thank you, my sister. I appreciate you. That 400 now we're gonna spend. I can't get grass cutter with that. Nah. No grass cutter. Shout out to African goddess for the 10,000 naira. There we go. Shout out to my sister. Again, we getting our suya on when we go to Nigeria. I give me some swallow, origin beer. I'ma be straight. Thank you, African goddess. Thank you for the $10,000 naira, 10,000 naira holla. Thank you. 10,000 naira. I'ma eat good. A goosey and swallow and a origin beer. I'm straight. I already lost my train of thought, y'all. We was talking about the old lady in the doctor's office. I didn't lost my thought, man. Okay, where we at, Dinus? Where we at? Circle back, Dinus. Come on, Dinus. Circle back. Circle back. Where was we at? Circle back, Dinus. Come on, Dinus. Circle back. Circle back. Okay, the gullah. Again, where does this come from? Is Africa not sexy enough? Is African not sex? And this is my theory. This is my theory. All right, I'm gonna give you my theory. And actually, this is not my theory. And I live near the University of Suya. African goddess, send me an email when I'm in Nigeria in August. Um, University of Suya in that's not Maryland. That's come on. University. It's not in Maryland. It's in come on, y'all. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. What's the name of the neighborhood? Come on. It's off of Obafemi Awolowo. Uh no, what's the name? Come on, Dinus. What's the name of the damn come on, Dinus? On the mainland. Not Maryland, but what's the name of the shout out to Knockmeezy. Knockmeezy. I can't buy Knockmeezy, you cheap bat. Oh, excuse my language. I was gonna call you a cheap bastard, but I'm gonna respect you, not Measy. Thank you for the $6 euros or pound euros, but not Measy. You know damn well in America I can't get no nothing at a restaurant in Atlanta with €6, the equivalent to US dollars. I can't buy no chicken and waffles, not Measy. You're gonna have to add another at least another €15 to that. Come on, not Measy. You know better. Now with the 10,000 naira, I can eat good in Lagos. I can't eat nothing in America out with 10 USD. See, y'all see, that's why black folks can't have nothing right there. Not easy. ADOS FBA. That's why black folks see, and that FBA woman, that old FBA woman rose up in that doctor's office because of the likes of Knockmeezy. Go give me €6. Talk about go get you some chicken and waffles. I can't buy you. You know I can't get no chicken and waffles in America with €6. Add 15 more euros. Not me. Stop playing. All right, let me get back to on topic. Yeah, you know better, not me. Hold on, y'all. We gonna settle this right now. Freaking not easy. And not me. I'm sorry for calling you the B word. I apologize. A bastard. I apologize, not Beezy. I'm sorry. But we gonna look at these menus real quick, not Meezy. Chicken and waffles in Atlanta. Chicken and waffles in Atlanta. Hold on. In fact, I know where we could go. We'll start off with Atlanta Breakfast Club. Here we go, guys. Chicken and waffles. Look how Knock Meezy trying to do me. Look how Knock Meezy trying to do me. Get you some chicken and waffles. From where? $21.95, Knock Meezy. And do I got to lock the doors, Andrew? My bad, not Meezy. I called you. Not Meezy. I'm thankful, brother. Thank you for the. Thank you for the. Thank you for the. Hey, thank you for the €6.99 holla for the chicken and waffles. But I'm just letting you know, not Meezy. Chicken and waffles in Atlanta is starting off at $21.95. I'm just letting you know. Now, my sister, the African goddess, 10,000 naira. I can eat. Me and her can eat good at Goosey, Swallow, and an Origin beer. We can eat good, both of us, for 10,000 naira. I can't eat no chicken and waffles, man. I can't do it. Not easy, but it's all, but not easy. I'm sorry, that was rude. That was rude. Thank you so much for the for the super chat. Hey, not me. Thank you so much for the FBA super chat. I appreciate you, not Meezy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We gonna unlock the doors. Thank you for the $9.99 holla, Marie Shy. Thank you for the $9.99 holla, Marie Shy. Thank you. Go get you some chicken and waffles. See, Marie Shy got a cover for you, not Measy. See? And again, not Measy, I apologize for calling you a bastard. I apologize. You know, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doc Beasy. I'm just saying, man. Talk about some. Go get you some. Get yourself some chicken and waffles from the Premium Blacks Almighty FBA. Not Measy. These Premium Blacks Almighty FBAs here in Atlanta at these bougie brunch spots. All right, again, you ain't getting no chicken and waffles for no €6. It's all good. Shout out to my brother Ra Moasi for the $2 holla. Try some Suya Sokoto is fire. Now, see, the $2, I could get me about 4 skewers of some Ram Suya. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Boy, I tell you about these premium blacks, these premium FBA ADOS blacks, boy. I tell you about them. But anyways, let's get back on topic. Guys, hit the like button. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the like button. But yeah, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You guys are more than welcome to call in, add to the conversation. Again, and then my sister African goddess. Oh, come on, it's not Maryland. Come on. Oh, hold on, y'all got me wanting to look this up now. I'm tripping. Um, um, I can't believe like Ikeja. My sister's in Ikeja. Shout out, listen, shout out to the Hey yo, shout out to Not Beezy for the chicken and waffle fund. 22 euros. Here you go, brother. These dusty 23 and me Yorubas can't match premium black FBA money. Hey, shout out to Knock Easy, y'all. But my sister, African goddess, we gonna link up in Ikeja. You know, we can meet up at University of Suya or the little if you know where the Calacuta is, the little market where they open air market, or the little market where they sell all the food, the hot food at night behind the behind the Calacuta, or we can meet up at ShopRite Ikeja and we can grab some agusi and all that good stuff. Let me bring Dart Migo on. Go ahead, Dart Migo.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So 62 cents to really get you balling in Africa? That's crazy.
No, I'm saying like with the 400 naira, I could get at least a skewer of ram or beef suya. Yeah.
For 10,000?
No, one for 400 naira. So she first contributed 400 naira, and
Mm-hmm.
that could give me a skewer. Skewer. You can't buy a skewer for nothing here in America for the equivalent of 400 naira. So yeah, I mean,
But that's crazy because like I was I looked it up to see what was equivalent to USD, and it came out to like 62 cents. So
yeah.
it's like, say if you were to take that 6 pounds over there, how much would you have?
No, I could eat good with 6 pounds. It was just like almost close to $10 in the local food. Absolutely, I could
So
eat
you would
good.
say if I come out there with like $200, I'm good.
You eat great.
All right, yeah, I gotta start going to Africa. I didn't know that.
You never been?
Nah, bro, nah. I was
Come
even
come
because
come
once I
hey, come
seen,
come come to Nigeria with us in August.
I don't know, brother, because you gotta get a shot to go, right?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I thought you did like a malaria shot, right?
Man, Mark Dartmigo, do you want to come?
No, but I would say Kyla would say you got to get a shot to go.
Well, if you want to get shots, but you don't have to get a shot.
All right, so what if I get sick? You got me?
Get sick with what,
With
Darmigo?
like malaria or something. You go to call the police for me?
Yeah, yeah, man. We'll take you to the
I just
doctor,
gotta know. Like,
Darmigo.
you feel me? I don't want to go
Yeah,
and then like,
Darmigo. We'll take you to the doctor.
all right, word. I just gotta know if my group got my back. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, we got you, Darmigo. We got you.
I
Guys, hit the
appreciate
like
you, man.
button. Hey, guys, make sure you hit that like button. If you don't hit the like button, we locking the doors. All right, we locking the doors. All right, go ahead, Darmigo.
Nah, that's all I had to say, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, links in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the if you guys want to call in and add to the to the conversation, again, link is in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the conversation, you can. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Dice?
Yeah, what's good?
Good man. Man, you beating this topic to death, Dice, ain't you?
I ain't beating nothing to death, man.
So what is it about today? Who's claiming to be
Yeah, yeah. Are you a Cherokee, Elvis?
nigga, I'm a crybaby for
Oh, Elvis,
Liberia.
you said the N word, Elvis. That you said the N word,
No, my bad. I forgot
Elvis.
about it.
Drop no. You said Elvis. Drop. You got $10, Elvis. That's the rule.
Yeah, second that
Dice,
$10.
Elvis, you said the N word, Elvis.
hey,
$10.
nobody even here, man.
I heard
I
you. I
heard. I
definitely
heard
heard
it,
you.
Elvis.
Bro,
Elvis,
send that.
drop the
Send
ten
that.
dollars, man. You got to drop off. You got to drop off.
You don't got
Dice,
$10?
Elvis,
I'm on a budget, bro. Since you guys brought Trump,
Elvis.
I'm
You
on a
said
budget, brother.
Elvis. You
You
said
got to
the N
forgive
word,
me
man.
for that, man.
Elvis. You got to drop the $10, or you got to drop off. I said you
Okay,
said the N word. You got
I
to drop.
agree with you. But let's remember, I did buy 3 copies of your documentary.
And I
Remember,
appreciate you, brother.
What,
remember
the
that that
2020?
that counts for something, bro.
Bro, I bought
That
that
counts for
doc
something.
mad times too.
Elvis, I appreciate you, but you got to. It's a $10 fine.
Oh, Dennis, come on, brother.
Elvis,
That,
listen, Elvis. I'm gonna put my cash app up here. You don't say
that
the
is,
word.
Send that.
these are trifling economic times, brother.
You got to pay the ten
You,
dollar fine, man.
yeah, you brought Trump on us, man. That's like double
Bro, a
dipping
bet
on
is
me,
a
man. I'm
bet.
already
Come
stressed
on.
out with Trump, and now
How
you
about
charging
double
me
dipping?
$10, bro.
It's
Bro,
called
be a
self.
man of
It's
your
called
word,
self
Elvis. Come
control. Don't say
on.
the N word. And shout out to Kofa $3,000.99 N word tax for Elvis. So yeah. You got
Come on.
tax.
Now you
So
gotta send $8. Come on.
you
He
gotta
paid
you gotta
half.
you gotta you gotta pay the fine, Elvis.
When have you had this rule? I didn't even know about it, man. You got to ignorance of the.
Started it yesterday. I just
Oh,
gave a disclaimer.
yesterday? Okay, I didn't know about it.
I just gave the disclaimer today. Again, you said the N word. It's a $10
No, I
fine.
wasn't. I wasn't on, brother. I just came on, man. Come on.
Listen, Elvis.
Come on. You don't got $8.
Oh,
No, no, yeah. I don't
Sandman
got
said
$8, man.
Mr. Sandman claims he's gonna pay your $10 fine, man. So
All right, Mr. Salmon, my brother, I appreciate it.
if it don't come across here in the next 5 minutes, you got to
Hey,
drop off. Go
hey,
ahead.
Daddy, what's going on today, bro?
Hi, man, going on. Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead, man.
Nah, man, I just came on. I just woke up. I came on. I didn't know what was going on. I saw Dark Miko talking about getting sick, which is a smart thing, and you of all people should know that, Donnie. You got to tell the kid to get a shot, man. Malaria,
So
typhoid.
if you don't know, they're not mandatory.
Is that mandatory?
No.
But still, Doc Miko, if you're going, that's the best thing to do. Your doctor will tell you that. So get a
Listen,
shot.
I mean, if you want to get shots, go ahead. I that's on you. I don't. I'm not getting no
Not
shots.
yet. Only because Kyle said you almost died out there, you know? So I was like, I
Yeah.
might as well get one.
Mhm.
Well, your
Hey,
first time going out there, did you get a shot, Dinas?
the only shot I've ever gotten was yellow fever, and that was back in 2012. I'll never get another shot again. I don't even carry my proof of yellow fever card with
Yellow
me.
fever is serious. Didn't that kill the Native Americans, right?
Oh
No,
my
that was
goodness.
smallpox, right?
I think
Hey, I,
that
I
hit
need
too.
listen. I need to bring in our brother, not Measy, the right way, guys. I need to bring him in, our brother, not Measy, um, the right way, guys. So we're gonna bring in not Measy the right way, everyone. You
At Altered State, spring is in the air.
I'm gonna do you right now.
We are radiant, inspiring.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Is a good song, though. Go
Hey,
ahead, not
but
Measy.
listen, if Africans could come up with
Yo,
something like
man,
that, bro, I'll go
I
to Africa. I
appreciate you
swear.
bringing me in like that, bro. Like I'm shedding gangster tears over here, man. I appreciate that. Ooh, Ain't it a good day to be a foundational Black American?
Yes.
Thank, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Namizi. I know you guys. Go ahead and cook, Namizi. Go ahead.
No, no, no. I just cook Pan Africans when they try to debate, but most of them are scared of me now. But anyway, yo, did you get that? Did you get that bushmeat tour popping?
Of course, we keeping the bushmeat tours popping. You want to come?
Mm,
Now,
I
Namizi.
might mess with you, bro. I might mess with you for real.
I know, but not me. Now, let's not act like FBAs don't have their own bushmeat. I'm watching cats in Florida grill squirrel, frogs, rabbit, raccoon. So
He got a
FBA
point.
got
He
Brother,
got a
bushmeat
point.
too.
that's premium bushmeat though. Not African bushmeat. That's premium American grade A bushmeat right there.
So what is bushmeat? Is it like a random animal or something?
It
It's
depends.
just non-conventional animals. You know what I'm saying?
So wouldn't it
But
technically
yeah,
be
I
the
went to
same
Ghana
thing?
already. I gotta hit Nigeria, bro. I gotta hit Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you can come with
Collect
us in
collect my
August. Bring
reparations. Collect my reparations from them damn slave sellers. You know?
not me. How does the reparations look like from Nigeria? Go ahead. How does that look like?
Shares of the best crude in the world. Nigeria has the best crude. Hit us off with some shares. You know what I'm saying? We have the know-how, we have the technology, we have the. I could help them refine it. You know what I'm saying? Give me some oil. I'm cool with that.
So they give you oil, you're good to go. Oh, Elvis, Mr. Sandman pays your $10 fine, man.
All right, shout out, Mr. Sam, man.
Yeah, because you're on a budget. It's all good. He said he got
On
you.
a budget, Diners. Is that
It's
Trump
all good.
effect?
Okay, well, stop. Don't say the N word, or you got to pay the N word tariff. We charge a
All
tariffs
right,
over here,
I
guys.
know.
Links in the chat room. Links on the chat room. Hey, not Measy. Do you? What are your thoughts on Black Americans claiming to be the Indians?
Mm. All right. I don't jack that. I think that's even more goofy than Black Americans and this 23andMe Yorubas and Igbos. I look, obviously we're amalgamation of Western Central African tribes. That's a whole fact. And anybody that says that they're a goddamn Indian or a Olmec, I say your mirror says otherwise. You know what I'm saying? But culturally, we're different. You know, we're the remix that's better than the original. That's what Black Americans are. You know what I'm saying?
So you saying the Black America is the like what the Come and Talk to Me remix over the original Come and Talk to Me?
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what we are to the continental Africans. They got them hard ass features. Um, our features were smoothed out by the white man's admixture,
Oh
and I'm loving
Lord.
it.
Nah. All right, come on, bro. I don't even believe that stuff, man. Like, come on, bro. What? There's people in Africa with features
Uh,
like that. You know what I mean?
and don't forget, I got Indian in my family.
Yeah,
Man.
he's trolling big time.
So he's
We
saying that the
understand.
white man features are better than African features?
What he's saying is an amalgamation. So when you take, the African with the white man and you mix it together, like that, that 75% African, and it's like the right recipe, and you have like that 15 to 20% European admixture, then you add in like the 1 or 2% native. If you even have any of that, you got the premium Black Americans. Is that what you're saying, Knock Measy?
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy? I hit really low on the African side for Black American. I hit at 70% on two different tests, 10 to 12 of Native American and only 19 of European. So we're different. We're different. That's why we look different. Some of us have more of an African phenotype, but look, all y'all dudes be running after them exoticals, and the only black women y'all want from Africa are from the Horn. So don't act like y'all don't like admixture. Facts.
Wait, I have a question. If he's saying we got our what do you say, our way we look from the white people, right? So how come today, right? Say you get a freaking bushman from Africa, you get a white lady, and they have a kid, it's gonna look mixed. It's not gonna look like me. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
what is
Darmigo, you mixed it. It's a certain, see, that's 50-50. Not Measy
okay.
saying like 80-15 or 80-20 or 75-25. That's what he's saying.
So
Black of the
basically,
bear, black of the berry.
so it would be, say for example, like I don't know, mixed mom, black and white, black mom, white dad, it's a mixed child, and then she has a child with like a white guy, then it would be white or something. Is that what he's trying to say?
No, Darmigo. Not Measy. Go ahead. I guess I went over his head. Go ahead, not Measy. Tell him what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
oh,
Now,
yeah.
what I'm saying is that we have uh, admixture that doesn't exist on a continent, which leads to our different phenotype. Some of us have a straight African phenotype, some of us don't. I'm not a one dropper, so I don't believe that mulattoes and biracials are black. But for me to be black, you have to have a majority of your DNA coming from Africa. But even with that, we have a unique admixture. Some of us who have Native American and European, and you don't find that on the continent. That's very different from a biracial.
DMV Pat, go ahead. Unmute yourself, DMV Pat. DMV Pat, go ahead. Unmute yourself. All right, guys. You can't be calling in on the. Go ahead, DMV Pat.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying what y'all talking about, man. I see y'all going in on the identity crisis brothers and sisters are having over here.
Who that?
It's DMV Pat.
No, I'm saying who has the identity crisis?
Who had anybody that's calling themselves Indian or saying that the Atlantic slave trade didn't happen? Hey, Dennis, you know they saying that in Jamaica now, right?
Oh, for real?
Somebody Jamaican said that when he was over there, they started saying they the original Jamaicans or whatever, the original inhabitants, and slavery didn't happen. So this shit is spreading like wildfire.
So, so,
I got a
the, so the,
question. Hey, Dottis, what if the FBA niggas is right? Ah, I said it right, huh?
Darmigo,
Y'all
Darmigo,
right? Ah, you got me.
Darmigo,
You
you
got
got,
me.
drop it, or you got to
All right, but
drop
just
off.
answer my question though. I'm gonna say
No,
this.
no, you got to drop it, or you got to
Nah,
drop off.
come on. I answered the whole question and just said the N word. Come on.
Get out of here. All right, guys, go ahead, DMV Pat.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what is the end result that they're looking for, because they want reparations, but
Well,
then they
that's
say they weren't slaves. That's confusing me right now.
well, I don't know. I don't know what the end game is.
So they just kind of like spitball. They just throwing whatever sticks. They're throwing whatever at the wall, hope it sticks. Because I don't know what's going on.
I've heard in the past that they're going to make a claim to the United Nations to get America back or something like that.
What?
I don't.
What? Dice.
I'm
Where you
dead
hear that
serious.
from?
I'm dead
That is.
serious. I'm dead serious.
So who they getting it
Oh
back
my
from? The
god.
white man?
Yeah.
Oh man, come on.
And then so the
Hold
United Nations gonna make.
on. One second. Marie, can you please remove Dart Migo?
Damn, Diners. I mean, give a little brother a break, man. Let somebody pay his fine,
No.
please.
He's claiming he can't pay the $10 fine. Now he's bragging about how much money he got in the chat. Marie, please get him out of here.
Dark Migo, just be broke like me, brother.
Please
Somebody pay his fine, though,
get out of
please.
here. Yeah, in fact, get him out of here, please, Marie. Please get him out of here. All right, let me read the super chat. Philly Yardy Vibes, $10. Are you a CIA creation, part of the divide and conquer scheme? I don't know, but you're more than welcome to call. Let me read the rest of these. This dude's a freaking clown, man. He's a freaking clown. Let's see here. Information Man Show, thank you for the $4 holla. JC Inc., thank you for the $1.99 holla. Philly Yardy Vibes, thank you for the $10 holla. Information Man Show, peace and respect, brother. JC, is he also saying what's a BFA? I guess it means FBA. Our pro skin cancer. Uh,
That's a
uh,
good one.
Shout out Philly Yardy Vibes. Are you a CIA creation, part of the divide and conquer scheme? No, but I don't understand where that's questions coming from and who you're referring to, Philly Yardy Vibes. But thank you for the super chat. But if you want to call in, uh, you're more than welcome to. Links in the chat room if you guys want to call in. You're more than welcome to answer the call in. Also, hit that like button as well. DMV Pat, anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Hey, where's
So
Brandon?
now go
Oh,
ahead.
that was directed towards you. Not Measy. If you want to reply to the CIA um
Am
comment,
I a CIA creation, part of the divide and conquer scheme? Actually, brother, if you know anything about Africa, you know that Africa wasn't divided and conquered. What happened is that they conquered an already existing tribal divide. Okay? Black people on the continent have never seen themselves as each other. There's been war over resources, war over religion, war over a whole bunch of stuff. So the white man took advantage of stuff that was already going on. So do your Googles and thanks for the super chat. But if you want to really get cooked, click the link. As I enjoy this delicious Dutch cheese here in Europe.
I mean that's not an FBA meal, not Measy.
Nah, it doesn't have to be. See, that's the thing. The premium blacks, we're international, bro.
The
Are
premium
you
black.
lactose tolerant like Nisi?
No, I'm good. I can eat milkshakes, cheese, and all of that, bro.
You
Hey,
put raisin in your potato salad.
No, I'm not a white man, brother. I'm a proud black American. Black first. The black comes
I
before
mean, yeah.
America.
I mean, that's kind of that had to have rubbed off on y'all.
Well, I'm my own man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dumb. I know what my mirror tells me. I don't claim to be an Indian. I don't claim that the slave trade didn't exist. I think I'm the voice of reason for FBA, and I should be actually voted leader of FBA. You know what I'm saying? Would you guys vote for me?
But
For real?
can you defeat Nasheed and
Yeah, Tariq ain't giving up his spot, man.
you know he gonna make what's he gonna make a puppet out of you? You try to claim that spot from him.
I think the people
You
love
you ever
Nasheed.
debated Tariq before, Nagmeezy?
Nah, I don't deal with people who claim to have worked in certain trades as the P word. I don't
Okay,
follow
okay.
people like that. I do love my lineage and respect my lineage. I have love for black people worldwide, but I love my people the most. You heard?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. But so if you don't work with people like that, why did you take his label and for your lineage instead of the many others that were created?
Um, I'll tell you why. Because I didn't like the ADOS the way it sounded. Descendants of slaves or of slavery. Like, mm, I like the way foundational Black American sounds. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
It's just that. Just that.
all right,
so you don't rock with.
let me pass it to Marie. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, to answer the question, we left Africa, Yoruba, and now we're claiming Cherokee. Is that it? So, the reason why I think people want to claim, well, African Americans want to claim Cherokee, because you notice they always say, oh, my grandmother, she had long, nice, silky hair and all this stuff. And then when they talk about Africans, they're always calling the women bald headed and, talk about their color. So I really think it's because they don't want to be West and Central African. They don't like the way they look and stuff like that. That's why when African Americans they talk about Africa, they talk about the horn. They talk about the horn because if you look at the women, they have long curly hair and stuff like that. And that's what I think. That's what I think. And I just think it's self-hate, really. But it's really sad. I just think it's really sad. Um, and also they talk about the Fulani women too. The Fulani women have long hair too. But that's what I think. I just think it's a lot of self-hate because it's not only that they're claiming Native American, they're claiming to be Hebrew Israelites, Moors, um, all this other stuff. And I just think it's like I just think it's like people have an identity crisis and self-hate. And I just think it's really sad. I just really think it's really sad. So and I'm not saying that we don't have some Native American, like it's only a few of us that do have a small percentage of Native American, because I have Asian DNA. I have 3%, but it's not really Native American. It's East Indian. I have East Indian DNA, but I'm not really going around claiming that. I'm claiming West and Central Africa. But hey, I mean, I just think it's identity crisis and just self hate. So
I want to say something real quick before the other brother come in. Do you think it's true that?
Well, hold on, Marie. Were you done?
oh yeah, yes, I'm done. That's fine. He can go
Oh,
ahead.
all right, go ahead,
Yeah,
Ellie.
sorry, Marie. Yeah, do you think it's true that a lot of black men prefer lighter skinned women? Because not only in the United States where we see black men chasing like Media said, exotic, mixed looking women, but I mean on the island in Jamaica and other places, because these women bleach their skin for a reason. I think they know that they're preferable to a lot of men when they're lighter skin, so
Well,
they go through that painful situation to bleach their skin so that they can become the preferred choice for most men. Even in Africa, it happens in Africa too. A lot of women do bleach their skin, and I'm sure they know that it's a benefit behind it. Maybe they get a lot more men chasing after them. You guys think
well,
that's the case?
oh, I'm sorry, Elvis. It's not just the men, it's the women. Because let me tell you something. I had a friend who I went to high school with, and this is the reason why I'm not friends with her anymore. She said the reason, and she's actually married to a white man now. So what she said, what she was going to do, what she did, what she said she was going to do, she actually did. So she married this white man because she told me that she didn't want any dark babies. She wanted light skinned babies with good hair and stuff like that, and she actually married a white man. So I had to start. I'm sorry, I had to stop being friends with her because I can't. First of all, I'm dark skinned, and what I had to go through in middle school with people talking about my color and always calling me darky and blacky, I didn't like what she said. So I had to stop being friends with her. And anybody that's a colorist, I think every color is beautiful, but anybody that's a colorist and stuff like that, I can't be friends with you. I'm sorry. I can't be friends with you. I can't do that. So it's not just the men, it's the women too.
All right, let me pass it to Only. Go ahead, Only.
Hi, peace to the panel. I'm not going to stay too long because I have to get to work, but I just wanted to say that I think it's from low self-esteem because I think I kind of went through that, but luckily for me, I didn't know that there was a whole group out there saying they were Hebrew Israelites or whatever. When I got older, first of all, I went through like a lot of abuse, and I think also abuse has something to do with it because there's no way to put a band-aid on abuse, especially verbal sexual abuse. There's you just have to throw the whole self away and take a new self because there's no way to put a band-aid on that kind of abuse. And I think people like that, they tend to want to just be another person. And I remember when I was really young, I was like searching for God. And then I actually converted to Judaism because I thought that maybe I can find relief there. And sure enough, you know, they really say, "Oh, you're different now. You're part of the chosen one. You're different." Like that, like it really at the time I needed that, and it really helped. And I do think that if some of the Hebrew Israelites just stick to their Bible or whatever, I think that they would get better. However, I do think that there are some who they just see it more like a, what do you call those things? Pyramid. Like they know barely a little bit and they're already preaching out, trying to get more converts. And then those people have to go out and preach more. Like no one is taking the time to study deeply and to make it affect them and change them. But anyway, I think the whole thing is really just low self-esteem.
All right, go ahead, Michael Hampton.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm under the impression that you all are saying that the Americas had no Negroid-looking people here until what? Slavery happened, 1619.
Looking people versus actually being Negroid is two different things.
Absolutely. So which one is it? There was no Negroes here, or until slavery?
I'm not denying that there could be a chance that a small number, very, very small number of Negroes were here, but to everybody claiming to be Negroes that were already here, or everybody claiming that Negroes were already here is laughable for it to even, I guess, count.
Okay. Well, my ethnicity on my father's side is Yoruba, which is under the Cherokee Nation, and Ogeechee. He's from Tennessee. That is my grandfather on my father's side from Memphis, Tennessee. Ogeechee is part of the Yuchi Nation. Those were not Siberians. I'm using the term Negro because that's the term that the white guys or government used on us by changing Indian from or to Negro. On my mother's side, she's from Little Forest City, Arkansas, home of Osage. Now, I don't really like the term Indian myself, but I am an American. I'm not mixed with anything as far as I know of my genealogy. If there's any white people back there somewhere, they don't care enough to find us, and we don't care enough to find them. So, I mean, my looks are my looks, and my family are like this. We have darker ones, we have lighter ones. When the dictionary, quote unquote, aboriginals are copper color, well, I am copper color. Look in your pockets and bring all the pennies you have out. And that's, well, I don't think today is really copper, but that's how pennies were when I was coming up. They were brown, tan, different shades of copper. Now, if there's any African in my bloodline, fine. But they didn't seem to they don't try to find us. I mean, how can you make mockery of people you sold from Africa once you get over here? Calling people cotton pickers. That's kind of stupid to me. So they had no shame, or they have no shame, many of them. Not all of them, but those that come and be online, they have no shame. Hey, I guess they'll sell one another today. And then they go to the country they sold them to and try to make fun of them. There's something baffling, silly about that type of person. But I heard you all saying the percentage of what white may be in somebody's lineage. I wouldn't deny it, but I'm not looking
Okay,
for it either.
all right. I agree with you. Right? I don't think we should be
Would you
disrespectful
deny?
when
Okay,
we
go on,
get
go on.
here. But I'm looking at you, sir, and I think you will agree that you look African, so to speak, right? You have the same phenotype as most African men. Don't you think so?
No, sir. And if I
Okay.
do, thank you. That's not an insult, but would you all realize that how many Negroes, Americans went into Africa before 1419? I mean, 1492? I mean, the transatlantic triangle slave trade started here as Columbus kidnapped and taken Negroes over there from off the island and down into West Africa. We have the receipts. I'm not just talking. I know what I'm talking about. I have the receipts. So, and then what in the 1800s, free Negroes, or blacks, if you like to say that word, went into West Africa. They started Americo, Liberia. They went into Sierra Leone. So my phenotype looks like them over there. Well, hell, from over here is over there, still living there. They all get to
No,
Having
you
sex
you
with
look
Nigerians,
Nigerian, you look Ghanaian, where there wasn't a
I
heavy
don't look
presence of
that. They
African
look like
American.
me.
Okay.
They look like me.
So you do agree then that you look African, or they African look like you?
Well, I guess that's the typical Negroid type. Look, Negroid means similar. It doesn't mean the same. You just similar. I have similar features. We got found an interview with an Australian Aboriginal said no, their oral story is that they are Aboriginals. They didn't come out of no Africa. You know, I understand the Pan African thing, man. I'm 60 years old. I've heard it all before you guys got on this earth. I've heard the garbage as a child. Well, I heard it as a child, you know, and I'm going to believe my parents over any paid school teacher. I got school teachers in the family. They teach what they're told to teach, and they go against it, they won't be teaching. They don't create the criteria or the curriculum. They don't create it. They just, you got, what's his name? John Locke, born Alabama, Creek Nation. Just because he taught Pan Africanism, don't mean he was from Africa. When that Kwame Nkrumah said, "What you doing in my country, Harlem boy? You sure must love Africa." We got that. We got the statement. How can I love Africa? I'm African. Apparently, Kwame. Well, you know, he knew him personally while he was here going to school. Probably met his mom and dad or whatever. You know, I'm sure around the globe there's someone that looks like a typical African. There's nothing unnatural. It just happens that way.
So
But
they,
that
they,
don't
they
make
look
them
typically
African.
African, but they're not from Africa. They're from Europe or Asia or Australia. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. We got a
Okay.
guy, I got a guy on tape in Europe. He's telling the people, someone, he was on TikTok, hey man, the original European, and he got the name in Irish and all his background are still there. They're not the white folks over there. You know, I understand the out of Africa theory, but what gets me with a lot of you all, you never post that common ancestor monkey up there with yourselves. That part you don't want to deal with. But if you
Say that,
do,
say that, say that, say that one more time.
I said, a lot of people want to claim that everybody's from Africa, but no one seems to post a picture of their common ancestor that ate or hominid, umbilicus, whatever. You never. Why don't you all ever talk about
That's not our
the
common
common
ancestor. Our
ancestor?
common ancestor are Homo sapiens. We're Homo
Yo,
sapiens
I'm waiting.
sapiens.
Well, it's
I'm
not the
waiting
way the
to
white
Go,
say.
go,
man
go,
is
go,
saying.
go ahead, knock me easy. Go ahead, knock me easy.
All right. Yeah. So the brother mentioned receipts. I'd like to hear some of these receipts, but let me just rip one up right now. He mentioned the 1800s with, uh, I guess, Negroes going back to
I said
Africa,
free
right?
blacks, either word you like to use.
All right. Those were actual black people that were repatriating at the behest of the American
That's not true.
colonization society. No, wait. That's exactly what it was. They repatriated. And the purpose of them repatriating was to spread, what was actually to civilize and Christianize the people of the country that they went to, and it was Liberia, I believe Sierra Leone as well. And matter of fact, even parts of the Caribbean, there were repatriation back to Africa. So if
Yes,
they were repatriated, that means they came from Africa to start with. So that's the 1800 thing.
not all
I
of them
wanted
were
to hear your other.
African.
Okay,
I'm
well
agreeing with
then,
you, but not all of them
okay,
were. I got the receipts as well, more than one.
okay. So can you show me any Negroid person that returned to the west coast of Africa at the behest of the American colonization society that was not an African, or at least of African descent? Who? Where
Sure.
do we
How,
see?
how, how do I do that? I'm looking at Mike,
Well,
Cam, chat. How do I prove
I
that to you?
I could give you a couple like me,
wait,
but
no,
I'll
no,
be
no,
being
hold on,
technical.
not, let him do it. Because he said he got receipts. So I just killed his joint because he said 1800. He's talking about the American
You didn't
colonization
get it. I
society,
agreed
which
with you,
was
but I'm telling you, not
repatriation.
all of them were from Africa that went over there. You got people
Okay,
not
so
from
where
Africa
were they
going over
from?
there today setting up shop if
So
they
where were
can.
they from then? Where were they from?
We were from here.
Who?
You know, when Garvey was trying to get the movement of us blacks moving to
Hmm.
Africa, We got the receipts. They didn't say it, but I'm gonna quote it. This they said, hell no, we're not from
Okay,
Africa. And the
so
government who fell up out of
Garvey
it
took
because
people to
he failed
Africa.
Guys, can I
mission.
jump
Are
in
you
for a
saying
second?
Garvey? Wait, hold on. Are you saying Garvey took people to Africa?
No, he was trying to get us. After
Okay.
they exiled him out of Jamaica, he ran over here. He
He
never
came
went to
over
Africa.
here. Yes,
He took
we're in
himself to
agreement with
Europe.
that.
If you're so
But the
African, why go to
ANC,
Europe? Go home.
so
When
you'll
they
agree
jailed
that
him
the
in Europe.
ANC was repatriation, right? The ANC was repatriation. I mean, not ANC, the colonization society.
Mhm.
So to repatriate, you got to come from there to start with, right?
No.
What?
Not there.
You
You
absolutely
go there
have to.
anytime. Now they want visas and all this money to go there and be a citizen.
No, brother. You're starting to do an African tribal dance around this debate, and you're showing your
No.
Africanness with that. Not only is your camera showing you African, you dancing an African jig around the question, bro.
No, I'm
Stop it.
not. You just don't get it and you
Oh
don't
yes,
want to
you
accept
are.
what I'm
Why are
saying.
you
That's
talking
what
like
I'm
No,
being an
no,
African is a bad thing?
Who?
exactly.
You,
Who?
why you like you're starting to do your African dances around the debate? Why do we always dehumanize ourselves? And why are we so
No.
separated?
Why
What
did
you
you ask
guys are
my brother
debating
No,
about
right
we didn't.
now
homos
is
and putting
does
their
not
pictures
and they
with the
cannot
homonyms?
bring
Isn't that too
anything of
common?
benefit to us.
Is that
Wait,
you're not
That's
not a
number
hold on.
one
benefit
This
thing.
to
is
I
you?
never see
Being
white
African is
people
no
so
benefit.
divided like
That's
we
why
are.
you're
Right
running
here in the
over
last
here.
5 minutes,
The benefits
you
are
guys were
over
just
here.
sitting here arguing with each other about nothing. Why can
wait,
we
but
see
hold
ourselves
on,
as one and work together and accomplish something?
Because you
because
all
We're
don't want
very good
to.
at
we're
being,
not one.
divided.
I'm living
Very
here
good
in
at
Chicago.
arguing,
We're not
Africans
one.
don't come where I live at. They run where the white people are.
Wait,
In
we're
Chicago. I
not
don't know about
one.
the
Number
other
one.
states. You all don't want to work together. You want to work together on the internet. When you get to America, y'all disassociate yourself and stay distant from us.
who's
Well, all right.
us?
Well, look.
He's right.
That's
Just
He's
what I'm
like
right,
saying.
brother.
Daniel
We
It's
said
gotta
a
admit
little
not
that.
while
me.
ago,
The
what do
American
people win by
aborigine, the
saying,
Aborigine.
or,
I'm not talking
I'm
about
a Native
FBA.
American, I'm
FBA don't
this,
even
I'm
know
that?
their
Who's
ethnicity.
us? At the
I
end of the
just
day,
gave
we
you
all
my
getting our
ethnicity.
ass whooped.
I'm Ogeechee, Yawana Osage. You all ain't know nothing but black. So I'm not talking about no FBA. I'm not speaking for
But
those who
you
don't know
don't
who the
look
heck you are.
a goosey, brother.
Who?
You said whatever tribe you
I
say
said
you are. I mean,
Ogeechee. Ogeechee.
a
O
Ogeechee.
G H E E G E E. Not
I mean,
Where's that tribe
Godwin.
from?
does most
Ogeechee
of
is the
those
language. I said
tribe
OG. I
members, do they
said
look
you.
like you?
Well,
Why
people look
does it
like
even
around
matter
the
what somebody
world,
look
man.
like?
People look like one
Let me
another
ask one
around the
question. Why does
world.
it even matter what somebody look like?
I'm coming in on the
No,
conversation I heard
because
earlier.
similarities in genetics can show, a common ancestry, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
If
why
but
does that
it's
if
matter?
not through
I
no
now
don't
you
see the
have
importance
white
ancestry.
of that.
It's
people,
not through no
you have
That's
ancestry.
like
European
you trying to
who are
argue
saying
that
they're
point is really
indigenous to
trying to
Africa,
separate.
and
Like,
we
okay,
know
you
that's
over
not
there,
true.
we over here, some people over here. Why does it matter? We all get treated and
No, we all don't. No, we all don't.
No, we
Look,
don't.
man,
No,
60
we
years
don't.
old. I don't know who's the oldest on
All right,
that.
Dynasty, you had the
I've
floor
been
too
through.
long,
I've
Dynasty.
been
Come on
through.
now.
No,
All
we
right, all
don't.
right. Let
No,
me
we're
pass.
not.
All right,
No, we're not.
hold on. Not Measy. Let me pass it back to Not Measy. Let him finish. I'm gonna pass it back to you, Delroy. Go ahead, Not Measy.
Yeah. So, like when I debate, I like to have succinct points. So when someone says they have receipts, I wait for them. I asked the brother for the receipts. He failed on that.
I
You
didn't feel
can't
on nothing.
say,
I asked you, how do I share
brother,
it?
brother, I got the mic. I got the mic. You
All
can't
right.
claim you got receipts, and then when I ask to see them, then you say, how am I going to show it?
Yes.
Anything that I say can be researched. Anybody can go open up another browser and see that it was a repatriation movement to colonize and Christianize Africa, right?
And I
And a
agree
lot
with
of them
you.
caught shit.
But you're trying to
Okay, so
say
then
they all was from Africa, and I know that's a lie. I didn't
okay,
say
well
I
now
disagree with you.
so
I did
now
not
so now
disagree with you.
this is our point of contention. I say all and you say some. Would you contend or would you at least say that most of them were African that went back?
Well, the receipts I have doesn't say African, it just says black and free blacks. And
Okay,
like
so
you said, some from
where
Canada.
do black people come from? Black people in that context of
Black people
repatriation,
come from where?
of repatriation. That's the big word here is African. I'll tell you, I'm not African. I'm of African descent because culturally I am not an African, but genetically most of my DNA goes back there, and it's majority rules. I mean, I don't understand why you trying so hard to get away with your mirrors telling you where you come from way back in the days. It's crazy.
You know what's crazy
I,
is
I,
you don't read the dictionary. The dictionary of the American is the copper colored people that the Europeans
well,
found in
you're
Africa.
not copper. You're not
I am
copper
color. I'm
though.
black. My jacket is black. Where I'm
No,
black at?
no way.
Where
But
am I
copper
black?
is not black.
Black
Copper
is
is
just
not
a
black.
misnomer, man. Black people come from Africa, huh?
Here you
I
go. Yo,
think the
Dynas,
third people,
how
but
much
no
do I
one
got
is
to
the color of black,
how much
man.
do I got to super chat to get this wabble out of here, man?
Oh,
How
let
much
me
do I got?
let me I don't upset you, huh? Boy, it's
Hey,
really
hey,
hard to
hey,
talk
hey,
to boys. You know that? Come
another
out of here.
chicken and waffle for you,
Buy
Easy. Another
Africans.
chicken and
Nah,
waffle.
let's not censure people, man. I mean, you got a different
Hey,
He
view.
just did.
let me pass the mic to Delroy. Go ahead, Delroy.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Um, every time FBA, the type of FBA that come on here and talk nonsense, they always talk about receipt, right? But what type of receipt are you talking about? Are you talking about receipt by
I just gave
faith
you the
or
Webster
receipt by
Dictionary. Can't you
science?
open
Let me ask you.
it?
Hold, shut up, man. Let me ask. I'm not talking about no damn dictionary.
That's not a
Science. I'm
receipt?
talking about science only. Science
Not
only.
a,
Right?
okay.
Science only. Do you believe in science? That's what I'm saying. That's the only receipt that count. A
Yeah, I
scientific.
believe in science, but not political science.
No, I didn't say political
Man,
science. 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 If you go get a brain surgery, you the brain surgeon is going to use what he learned through science, right,
Yeah,
and do a brain surgery on you, right? So if you want to find out where you really came from, you use science, not what your mama and papa say. You use science, right, to
so
really
damn what your
determine.
mama and papa
If
said too, right?
hold on a
biology
second,
Right?
hold on a
terms.
second,
Damn what your
hold on a
mama and
second.
papa said too,
Hold
right?
on a second. If you
Oh,
commit
you're
a
not gonna answer
crime,
that.
if
You
you
give
commit
your
a
people
crime.
respect and you listen to them, huh?
Listen to me, bro. If you commit a crime and I see you commit the crime, I see you, right?
Mm,
But I can't prove that in court, right? But some hair, some blood that you left, they're gonna
right,
check it, and that's
right.
what they're gonna use to convict you. Do you
That's
understand that?
called forensic. That's
You understand what
forensic
I'm saying?
science.
Right.
That's
That's what they're gonna
forensic
use. They're not gonna
DNA.
use fake.
That's got
So they're
nothing to
not
do
gonna
with the
believe
kind of
me. They're not
geographical
gonna
You
believe
gotta
location.
me.
let Delroy
Man,
speak,
shut
though,
up. Let
brother,
me
You can't
finish,
please.
no
bro.
spit and
Shut up.
find out where you come from. Henry Louis Gates
If you're
even
not,
said that.
Donis, if you're
He
not gonna
said
shut
it.
up, cut him off.
Oh man.
Hey,
All right,
Michael, you
you
can't,
crackers, man.
Michael, huh? Excuse me, Michael.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
You have to stop so I could talk.
All right, Michael, don't interrupt, please. Go ahead, Delroy.
Okay. Like I said, if you commit a crime, right, and I saw you commit the damn crime, right, and I'm telling, listen, Judge, he committed the crime. I saw him. What evidence do you have? I saw him. Judge said I can't go to that shit. What else you have? Well, he got this little blood that is left and a piece of hair, to show you that he was there and he committed the crime. Okay, let me check that. Okay, he sent it to the lab, right? Boom, it matches yours. Oh, now I could convict your ass because this should prove that you were there. That's science. You see what I'm saying? So don't tell me about your mommy and poppy bullshit, right? Use science. If you really want to know, use science. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, let me pass it to Ola. Go ahead, Ola. Unmute yourself, Ola.
Oh, thank you, Dennis. You see, I'm from Africa. I'm an African man. I'm from a third world. I went to school, elementary school in Africa. I learned ABCD. I did live in the West. I went to high school in Africa. I learned mathematics, they call it arithmetic. I also learned English. I learned other things. But you see, when we live in Africa, we see people in the United States. We thought, oh, that is Harvard. That is this, that is that. Man, they have great schools over there.
I know where this is going.
I'm like, oh God, man.
You peep
You
game
know,
early.
sometimes America said, well, you come with that degree, you need to study, you need to do 2 years before we can accept you. We say, okay. We're gonna do that, please, we're gonna do that. Oh, the Africans, they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing at all. The Africans, they don't know nothing. But when I start listening to you for some time, when you speak, I'm like, God damn, what is going on? I like Trick Daddy. He says he's not African, just like you too, bro. He's not bad. Whoever you want to claim to be. America, you can be Superman. Anything. You want to kill Superman, you be Superman. But bro, you look African. You can be mixed, that doesn't mean anything. You can be mixed with white inside you for a long time. It's okay. Accept it. But you distancing yourself from where you're from, it's like you're running from your shadow. Do you know how to run from a shadow? It's very, very difficult. And until you get confused, you get even mad. No, I don't want to run anymore. I want to stay here. Your shadow's okay, I'm here now. You want to run, we'll follow you. Take care, bro. Before you open your mouth, for a person like me that from third world country, I'll be laughing at you. It seems like true. I'll be laughing at if I sit somewhere, maybe in the bush, you say I eat bushmeat. You eat bushmeat. Bushmeat. Then you come and talk to me, or you want to come and marry my daughter. You know what I will do to you? I will chase you with a very big stick. So get fuck
Keep doing that.
this nigga out of this place. Because you don't make no sense with me. Because if I sit with you, you don't make no sense with me. That's just the truth. Why are you running for your shadow? Why are you running for yourself? You have African inside you. It's not your fault, but it's because you've been born as DNA as African. You might have other things around you because you live in a place for so long. Nothing wrong about that. Claim it, celebrate it and everything. But don't run for 80% or 80% that's your DNA. You can't do that. Otherwise, you'll be disturbing yourself. Accept it, my brother. If you
Well,
think I'm lying, just go and meet the white man. Let them check you out. Just close your eyes. Let them do the blood test, right? Between you and the white man, right? You're not there. The white man doesn't know you. We just pick the blood from the cupboard or something like that. They will just do the test. It will tell you where you're from. Thank you, brother.
So are you saying you should do a DNA test and share it with us?
well, let me guys, real quick,
It's
hit the
okay.
like button, guys. If you have not hit that like button, hit the like button. Okay, please hit that like button. Let me pass to Chrissy. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yes, hi everyone. This is another entertaining and interesting conversation. Um, what I realized, I notice a pattern with these conversations where folks talk about the receipts, all these receipts that they have, um, which are not scholarly receipts, is, grandma said, auntie said, which is not a receipt. Um, I, it's really important for us to become more scholarly versus like all of this information is like folk tales. You know what I mean? And it just makes us look very unintelligent as a group. It makes us look like a bunch of clowns. It makes us seem like a laughing stock. I think we really should focus on scholarship. So if you have information that differs from what is commonly known, provide scholarship. Like your grandma saying A, B, and C, that's not scholarship. You know what I'm saying? Grandma could have been wrong. Very well, grandma maybe didn't even know how to read. Grandma just, took what she could and kind of came up with her own ideas. And because we are not a people generally who like to really study, um, many of us look at ourselves the way white people look at us. You know what I mean? And because of that, there is a shame that there's some black people have about being black because they see their blackness through the exact same lens white people see their blackness. These are folks who have never picked up a book about Africa. Never Googled anything about the continent. They know what is presented to them on the television screen. That's all they know. And based on that, they see that this is negative and I don't want to associate with it. So if I have to be an alien, I'll be an alien. I'll be a Cherokee. I'll be a Olmec. I'll be a whatever I gotta be. I'll be a deer. I'll be a mongoose. I'm not gonna be an African. So that kind of mental illness that has come through slavery, I think if we just took the time to like really like actually do like real research, like you can Google scholarly documents, you can pick up a book and read the entire document, maybe stay away from the YouTube folks who are telling you certain things and actually do research and actually learn about Africa. yourself, you might have a different perspective that brings us. I don't know if this dude's saying so. I don't know what he's saying. He's on mute. Brings a sense of pride instead of having this sense of shame. Because when you look like a whole Yoruba man to me, you know what I'm saying? And you're saying that you are it looks like you look crazy. It looks crazy, you know? So I think that would be really good. And Dinus, I reiterate, if you could find a full-blooded Native
Excuse me.
American,
Peace.
please, and bring them on
Peace.
your podcast with all of these folks with their receipts, that would be an amazing conversation.
Bro, she
That's all
asked
I
she
want to say.
asked for some scholarship. Can
Hey,
we
hey
give her some scholarship?
but Priest
Can
King,
we
it's
ask for
not
some
your turn. It's
scholarship?
not. No, it's not your turn yet. I got one more
I
person,
feel
then
you.
I'm
I
gonna pass
gotta
you.
go. I got
All right, go ahead. 237. Go ahead. 237. Unmute yourself. 237. Unmute yourself. 237. Okay, he ain't. He checked out too.
people that life started in
Well,
Africa.
pre
But you need
skin,
to
you got to start.
update your information.
You
We just
got to
talked about
start.
history. Let's talk about
You
scholarship.
got to start all over.
Science.
You got to start all over. Go ahead.
Okay, let's start all over. Y'all, she says to bring out some information. Let's bring out some science. Well, science, y'all want to use evolution and says that life started in Africa. Well, let's re-update evolution now because life. See, y'all want to life did not start in Africa. Y'all dig mammals. We all mammals, and y'all think mammals come from Africa. Well, science says that mammals come from America. Okay, the first mammal was found in Montana. All right. So there is no African origin anymore. God, you need to update your information. You have to understand that the same people that have been lying to you have been lying to us. Now, again, somebody mentioned earlier, we can get into like all of the animals that you find in Africa, the lions, the tigers, the zebras, and they're all from America, baby. The zebras is from America.
Zebras is
The
from America.
giraffes,
All
they're
right,
from
brother.
America.
Okay,
Okay,
this is what I'm
so
talking about.
thank you. All right, sister. Now I gave you some science, all right? Because you thought that all of us African
No, you didn't
Americans
give me
were
science.
enslaved,
No, you
Provide a
just said
were
source.
some
slaves.
things.
I
Show
just
the
gave
proof
you.
and the
You said
studies, brother.
Okay,
something. Provide a source.
I
I can
got.
name 10 anthropologists who can,
You
and
can look up
archaeologists who
purgatory is.
disagree.
You can look up purgatory is.
Hold on.
See,
Whoa, Mike.
no, you want to be condescending. I didn't say that you were a cave woman and that your Yoruba man is a caveman. I didn't say
I
that.
never said
I didn't
that.
say that you guys worship cave gods, but I can tell you your history. That you guys that you guys live in mud huts. I'm not here to debate you, lady. I'm here to focus on people in America that have been lied to and under the oppression of this myth of white supremacy. That's what I'm here to to work for you about. I'm not here to discredit you. You've been oppressed, and that's what they do. That's what these white folks do. They use people to as slaves, as mental slaves, but they're not going to
Right.
keep doing that to the Americans anymore.
I'm
So
sure the Americans would
if y'all
like
don't
some
want to
sources.
fight
Can you
with
provide them,
us,
please?
then y'all can get beat up by us. Baby, I just said purgatorious. Okay, purgatorious.
Purgatorious.
That's the first
Okay.
purgatorious. Okay, it's a scientific
Is
word. You
that
were
is that
talking
one of
about
the levels in
science.
hell,
I'm
like
going to look up
purgatory?
purgatorious.
Okay, see, here we go. Now y'all getting spooky. Just look it up and look up where was it found at. The first mammals found in Montana. You can do that as a keyword search. Okay, and find out where do giraffes come from? Where do lions come from? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like we've been lied to. All
So all of
right,
those
so I'm not.
animals went
I don't want to come
extinct
to.
in the United States, but they're alive in Africa. Okay.
Brother, if we got lions in America, we got tigers and jaguars in America. What are you talking
You
about?
think you think
Like
you think
none
the
of that.
lines
Like
that
what?
you see with
The
the
most they
mangs
had
are
was a
naturally
primate.
occurring in the
The
United
lion.
States without them being brought into zoos and stuff like that?
It's called a Nittany lion in America. What are you talking about? We got panthers. So somebody
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
from
I said the
that's
lions with the
out
mangs,
here.
the ones you see in Africa. We don't see them here
That's
naturally.
called
You can see
that's
them
an
in a zoo,
adaptation.
but you don't
That's
see
an
them in the wild like
adaptation.
that.
Who cares? We don't need that. That's the adaptation, brother. You don't need that. That doesn't make you a lion. Okay? That does not make you a panthera. That is just an adaptation for the safari. All right?
So you saying that we have giraffes in the United States that's naturally occur in the wild?
No, it's not a giraffe. It's a
No, I'm telling you,
two-toed.
that's what I
It's a
said.
two-toed.
You said
But
giraffe and zebras
but This is
started in the Americas, but I'm
right.
telling you
This
that
is
they're not here
evolution.
anymore. Even if that's true,
That's
they've been extinct for a
evolution.
long time, and they're in Africa living well.
No, we got llamas. The llama, you ever see a llama?
So a llama
A
is a
llama
giraffe.
is a
They're part of the
is a
same family,
giraffe.
right?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
two-toe species. Like again, like if you what makes the llama different? What makes a giraffe and a llama different than a horse? The toes. The horses, like see y'all. She wanted to dig in science. I don't want to get too deep with y'all because I know y'all in Africa and y'all really can't read. Y'all really got mud huts. See, that could be
I
ignorant
mean,
going
brother,
on.
you said
Really
a
can't
llama and a
read.
giraffe is the same. They might be part of the same family, but they're not the same, brother.
They
All
all
right,
part of the
let me.
same. It don't matter. It's the same family.
I gotta pass
It's
the
the
mic.
evolution.
Okay,
I'm gonna
we
let
got. I
y'all
got.
go because y'all stunned and y'all hurt. In America, the great, peace to the God.
Okay, my
Okay,
dear, you take
thank
care.
you, bro. Let me pass it to Marie. Go ahead, Marie. Then I'm gonna pass the free game after that. Go ahead, Marie.
Oh no, I just wanted to show this book. Maybe this will help with some of the confusion. I'll just go ahead and show it. Just give me 1 second.
Hold on. There we go. Slavery and
Uh,
African
yes,
activities in America. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So it's called Slavery and African Entities in Americas. Yeah. So I think if people buy this book, it would cause. I hope that it would help with some of the confusion. But it's a good book anyway. But I just wanted to show that, and I'll drop off.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, free game.
Dinus, I don't know why you keep saying that everybody in the world comes from Africa and Black Americans have no history in Africa when we keep telling you that.
I never said Black Americans didn't have a history in Africa. I never said that.
Well, you keep denying the fact that a lot of African foods have been in Africa for thousands of years and it's from America. It's not from Africa.
Like what? Free game.
Peppers are not from Africa, Dinus. All peppers start in South America. All of them.
I
Sweet
don't.
potatoes.
I don't understand your point. What's that got to do with Black
How did
America?
they get in Africa? Horses. Horses are not native to Africa. Horses are native to
Are you
America.
saying are you saying that Black Americans sailed from America and brought horses to Africa
Well,
thousands of years ago?
camels are not from Africa either, Dinus.
That ain't true.
No, Dinus. I just talked to a zoologist. I just talked to a zoologist, and the zoologist said the same thing. Camels are not native to Africa or the Middle East. They're
Where are they
native to
native to?
America.
Oh,
They're
America.
native to North America.
Mm.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Hey, free game. Could I ask a question? Or do you consider yourself FBA?
No, I don't know. I don't like all that stuff. No,
Mm.
I just play around with it. But I love my people. I consider Africa my people. African Americans, Jamaicans, Haitians. Those are my people. But I'm just saying, I'm giving you the facts.
So free game.
The facts are that a lot of animals that you see in Africa, they're not native to Africa. A lot of foods you see in Africa are not native to Africa. They've been there for thousands of years, but they're from America.
So you're saying that the camels came from America?
Yes, camels are native to America. One
Why
hundred
don't we see
percent.
them here anymore?
Wait,
Don't
hold on,
know.
guys. Let me jump in here, and I don't jack a lot of this
Hold,
stuff,
hold on,
but
hold on, hold
I've
on. Look
been.
it up. Look
Wait,
it
hold
up
on, hold
first.
on. Give me 20 seconds because I already looked it up. I looked up Purgatorius. I looked up camels. I looked up zebras. Zebras are from South Africa 375,000 years ago, but the camel comes from North America, and the Purgatorius was discovered in Montana, like the guy said. So they're not totally full of nonsense. But then the question becomes, um, you're not a zebra, you're not a Purgatorius, and you're not a camel. You're a Black American, and your roots come from Africa.
Well, how did they get there?
On slave ships?
No, they've been
Are you
there
talk-
longer than that.
you're talking about the animals? How did the animals get there?
Yeah.
They, according to at least ChatGPT, They migrated across the Bering Land Bridge millions of years ago to Asia and Africa, then
Okay.
went extinct in North America. And there are native dromedary camel is native to the Middle East and North Africa. And then the Bactrian camel is native to Central Asia.
Okay. So, um, how did the food it crossed the Bering Strait too?
Food came through trade. A lot of things like cassava and so forth came through the Portuguese. So there are
Everything.
foods that travel the entire world through trade, just like they do today. You can go to New York and get Indian food. You can
So
go to
hold on. The
And those
Portuguese.
foods are prominent in Africa because the climate allows them to grow it. That's why you
Yeah,
see those
yeah,
foods
just
there.
like
and
South
foods get
America.
adapted by different peoples.
Hold on. Now, the Portuguese was able to trade 1,000 years ago.
Not 1,000
You,
years ago, but hundreds of years ago, there was the trade between like the Portuguese, for instance, and different African tribes. They brought certain things over, right?
so
So there,
what I'm asking is,
that's just
peppers have been in
human.
Africa. Peppers have been in Africa for over 1,000 years.
I'm
Yeah.
going to look it up.
Where I'm from, it's called the Matagita Coast. That's the kind of pepper that the Portuguese found on the coast of Liberia. So they
And
named it after that.
and
So there was peppers there.
all peppers family come from South America.
But what does that have to do with the people? What does it have to do with where people
How
are
did it
from?
get there 1,000 years ago?
I
People
mean, when you
walked,
say
people
all
traveled.
peppers, my ancestor has
All
been
pepper
eating
family
pepper.
come from South
Look,
America.
let me tell you this, right? The people that I come from, the Kru people of Liberia, we're known for eating pepper. That's one of the things that we do. Even when babies are born, they pepper their babies so that they're used to pepper. So that's what we are very close and tied to pepper. So when you say that it's not indigenous to Africa, I don't know that for a fact. Maybe you're talking thousands of years ago, fine. But since my people have been in existence, we've been eating pepper. If we eat a soup or food without pepper, we spit it out. It's too cold. So I don't know.
I have
Let
a
Maybe
me. I got
question,
a question
guys.
for the
I have a
brother, for the
question.
crew, brother, for the crew. Hold on, for the crew, brother. Weren't your people navigating slave ships for white people?
yes, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's acknowledging that. So I
Oh
always
no,
tell
I don't,
people
I
that.
don't, I don't,
Yeah,
I don't. What do you call it? I
deny
don't.
it. Nah,
Yeah, I don't deny the slave trade. Yes, for sure. The,
So
the
salute,
the
salute.
crew the
So,
crew
but
people are
when I tell
expert
people,
Let me
uh-huh.
give
navigators
you a
on the
chance.
on the on the ocean. Yeah,
Let me
that's
give
true.
me.
So when I tell people that there may have been blacks in America prior to slavery, I say I know the Kru tribe from West Africa, from Liberia, were going back and forth. So some could have stayed. There could have been, mulattoes or whatever
No,
that
no, no. We
were,
did it. The
passed through.
crew. Okay, let me be specific, right? When I say crew, I'm not even gonna try to deny it, right? I'm a crime person, right? We're part of the crew group. There's like 10 or 11 tribes that's part of that crew speaking language. It's called the crew language, and you have multiple tribes in it. So in Liberia, you have about 5 or 6 tribes that is a part of that crew language group. One of my tribe falls within that group, so we're all similar in terms of culture and ancestry. But the crews, they never claim to travel to the the West or to a different continent. They travel across the West African coast from Liberia to Sierra Leone all the way up to Nigeria. You find them in Ghana. You find them all over the coast of West Africa. But we've never said that they travel to the United States or to other continents. But they're expert water fishermen, people who navigate the water.
Mm.
So that's
So they
that's
were
what they're known for.
navigating for Europeans off the coast of Africa then,
You
not
know, that's
across
not the
the
full. That's
Atlantic.
not the full story. The full story is that they too were captured to be slaves, but they kept throwing themselves overboard and drowning. So they became useless to the Europeans as slaves, and as such, they convinced them to be their navigators on the ocean across the West African coast. That's the full story of it.
All right, good. I appreciate it. It's good to get the info from somebody from the ethnic group. Salute.
Guys, can I jump in and ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, all of this stuff that we're talking about, I'm still trying to figure out how this can collectively help us, how we can benefit from these discussions. How can it benefit us in present time? I understand, like, people may have different beliefs and, theories about how our camels, migrated from North America to Africa and whatsoever. But how can we move forward as a group? How can we shift positions with some of these other groups, because truthfully, I think that we have, serious potential when it comes to ingenuity, when it comes to mathematics, when it comes to anything about, when the rules are fair, we can outcompete them. But look where we are. How can we get from the position that we are to higher place? I think that that's the whole point of gathering here, not debating about, who's better in history or who's right about where, people migrated from, whether, you're FBA or, whatever you are. I'm African myself, I'm Kenyan, but I care about the North American group. I care about the Brazilian group, wherever our people are, I see them as us. I'm not so busy trying to divide them into different categories as like Caribbeans or Brazilians or North Americans, because when I do that, setting myself up for a loss. Some of the best people I know are Caribbean, some of them are North American, and some of the worst people I know, are African, and some of them are also at the same time, American. So I look for the good in us. But when we're so busy looking for the bad in ourselves, that's how we pull ourselves down. So why are we here? Because I think that, we tend to forget that. Why are we here to, have these discussions? What are we trying to achieve? What is the objective here? Because
Yes.
people are arguing, but that's not taking us anywhere. So that was my question.
The same way how we got here is the same way we need to get out, and that's through trade. People bring up the slave trade. Look, it happened. It's over. We can't
Hey,
go
hey,
back.
hey, free game, real quick. So the Portuguese are the ones who introduced peppers to Africa. Go ahead.
Okay, so um, um, we have to do the same thing. We can't sit up here and be broke and talking about, hey, I'm from America. Okay, you still broke in America. I'm from Africa. You still broke in Africa. We have to set up a trade system. Simple stuff. Simple manufacturing. I think it would be better for us to set up manufacturing in Africa, because America, they be have all these regulations, all this taking out the loans and all it. No, we need to set up trade just like we talking about now.
Ain't never gonna work. You ever, unless you've done business in Africa, that is there's a lot of red tape, and that's why Africa is where it is right now.
Why
They
France
they can't they can't
France
get
and the UK can
they,
do it and we can't? How we can't do it? Like, oh, it's a definite. Oh, we can't. It's impossible. No, it's not. Nothing is impossible. Nothing is
well, have you ever
impossible.
done business? Have you ever done business on the continent?
Dude, I get her. I get. I sell herbal products from Kenya, from South Africa, from Nigeria,
Hmm.
uh, online, on my Etsy shop. They send it to me. It's real. It's 100%.
So you
Hey,
have done business in Africa.
Yes,
So you should know all the hoops that you got to go through. Ask an African
dude.
living in America that are just trying to.
I
Brother, let me
order from.
finish, man. Let me finish. Let me finish, though.
Okay,
I
I
mean,
got
because we could get technical as to why that using Africa as Black Americans, or I don't even know if you're a Black American, isn't going to put us in any sort of position better, because the infrastructure is not set up for us to do business there. That's number one. Number two, a lot of the factories and stuff are owned by Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So you still got to go around the Europeans until African leadership fix that up for their own people first and foremost. I don't think Black Americans should be jumping on a bandwagon, trying to take advantage of stuff where Africans can use it to lift their people up. We're in America, we are at an advantage. We need to be taking advantage of what we have in America, as opposed to just looking over the opportunities there and jumping over and trying to build some other shit that we don't even have no real business or political connections to.
see, this where the FBA stuff it falls short, because it's things that you cannot get in America that's made across seas. Most of the things you get from China right now. China is in Africa right now getting a product to make it to send over here. So why you can't get things from Africa and do the same thing? Why the Chinese can benefit from Africa, but you can't? That don't,
Okay,
it
well, when
just
you
falls
no,
short.
it's a
The
great question.
argument falls
No, it's a
short.
great question.
It
It's a
falls
great
short.
question, brother. Wait, but it's a great question. Let me respond to it. Those Chinese entities are backed by the government. So that because China's population is so huge, what they're doing is they're really cannibalizing Africa, taking resources for second-rate construction projects, um, control over ports and all that other stuff. We're not backed by the government. The American government ain't in Africa like that. Militarily, yeah, but as far as the industrial thing, nah, they're not because we're from America. We could do a lot of it here. It doesn't make any sense. And there's no way that we in mass are gonna go to Africa and try to start and get anything popping that's gonna benefit the greater good of black people in America. That's gonna benefit the Africans if it ever does, because right now the layperson in Africa does not benefit from the resources, the natural resources from Africa. Look at Nigeria. They got the best, like I said, the best crude in the world. Does the Nigerian population as a whole benefit from that? Of course they don't. Look at Ghana, best cocoa in the world. Do they benefit? Of course they don't. So until African leadership starts taking care of African people, Black Americans should mind our Black American business in America.
I met a guy. I met a guy in
Hey,
Houston.
one second. Let me real quick. War chief, you need to connect your Obama phone. Your Obama phone's not connecting to when you try to come on, so that's why you can't get on. But let me pass it to D Money though. D Money, love, meet yourself.
What's up? I'm here.
Go ahead.
All right. I actually came in to speak more on maybe the actual title of the video, Left
Go ahead.
Africa. Okay. Yep. So my question is are you guys stating that the entire black population in America came from Yoruba?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Because what I wanted to comment the most on is the fact that black people from America, Black Americans are indigenous to this part of America. And the way I would say this is because of phenotype. Now, phenotype is it's more than just the width or the width of your nose or how far away your eyes are apart. It extends all the way into your hair color, texture, into your skin color, and more. Now, when you talk about phenotypes, you have something called Negroid, right? And it's also called Africanoid. And this is just a scientific term. It has nothing to do with Africa as a nation. It's just Africanoid as in a term, and Negroid. They're both the same thing. Some morticians, some geneticists will use one or the other. And then you have Mongoloid, which is basically the phenotypic distinction for all Asians, right? So anyone with an epicantic fold in their eye, whether they're from Vietnam, Korea, Islander, China, Japanese, the epicantic fold and the hair texture, these things uh, are a distinction for mongoloid. And like I said again, mongoloid is not it's a genetic distinction that has nothing to do with the nation of Mongolia. And this is what people also have to understand. Then you have Caucasian and you have Dravidian. Now, when you're talking about our phenotype, black people's, one thing that everyone who is black, whether you're from Africa or America, one thing that we share is called the mitochondrial Eve gene. And this is the oldest gene that's out. So there's almost really no debating how long black people have also been here and where they've been. And the thing is too, when it comes down to it, our phenotype, like I said, has been here the longest. And if you're talking about things like what Pangea, pre-Pangea, and all these types of things, you talk about the out of Africa theory, it's more than likely that Africa has been given to us as a motherland because it was a central piece to what was the pre-Pangea. And this is why that a lot of people say that it's the motherland. But at the end of the day, we've been here in a lot of different places. So I just don't understand why it's so hard to believe, even when the U.S. government themselves and the generals before, and the generals who actually fought the Indians for this land, that gave descriptions of what these Indians look like. I just don't understand how it's debatable. Also, in U.S. history, the Dawes Rolls Act, in which uh, land that was taken from the Indians was supposed to be given back, but only to Indians who were listed in the U.S. Census Bureau as Native American. And then the blacks never got the right; they were withheld the right to actually list in the U.S. Census as Native, right? And instead, other Caucasians came and paid $5 to be listed in the books as Indian, and they received all of the casino land and all of the actual Indian land um, that's here today. So,
I
from
have a question for you, brother.
okay, go ahead.
So I want to understand again. You're well spoken. You sound reasonable. So I appreciate that. But are you saying that those quote unquote light skinned, as they call them, copper color, straight hair people who are on a reservation today are people of stolen identity, and the black people are the real Indians, and they're just masquerading as Indians, but they're really not?
To a certain degree, yes. Well, the thing is Indians with admixture can still be considered Indians. And the thing is they do still have some type of blood that was connected to an actual original. But the problem really comes in when these people who are, as we said, listed under the U.S.
I think we lost them. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. I'll put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in after the convo, you're more than welcome to
Uh,
call in after the conversation.
can I cite my source? And I'm gonna push
Oh,
out.
go ahead, Michael. Cite your source.
My source is that the blood stay pure by Erica L. Coleman. You can Google it now. I'm gonna read just a small paragraph from page 9. That the blood stay pure. It says here, the Gengaskan tribe located along Virginia's eastern shore, for example, was declared no longer Indian but free Negroes and depossessed of their reservation land in 1812. By the close of the 19th century, the Powhatan remnant on the mainland enact anti-miscegenation laws that forbade intermarriage and association with blacks. But if Virginian Indians thought this continuing relationship with blacks safeguarded them from white persecution, they were sorely mistaken. With this enactment of 1924 Racial Integrity Act, it was subsequently challenged by residents whom racist purists labeled Negroid Indians. The state register of Virginia changed the vital records of anyone listed as Indian to colored. Midwives were forbidden to classify anyone as Indian on birth certificates and clerks, and forbidden to use marriage license. So my point is, I didn't get offended talking about what my mama said, my grandmama said. That's not whatever. But if you going off a phenotype, I'm sure police arrest you, all of you all, because you look like me, and I did the crime. All right? And no trying to get out of it. Nope, you all look alike. So I understand when you say I look African, because the white guy keeps saying, well, you all look alike to me. I keep asking the white guy, what's the difference between him and a Jew? And Anglo-Saxon, they'll never tell you because there is no difference. They're all white, Caucasians. But they are Negroid, as the brother said earlier, and Afroid. With that, I land my plane. You all stay
I,
peaceful.
I
Back
seen a
in one more
dude.
time.
I seen a guy. We can't make the DNA in a genotype argument because I seen a guy on the internet. Go look up on TikTok, Travis Hunter look alike. Man, this African dude look exactly like Travis Hunter. Like exactly to the T. Mouth, nose, head shape, hair, hairline, height, body type, everything. You cannot make the argument of Africa is the most diverse.
So you said
Have
there's an
the
African dude that looked like him, right? The Heisman winner, Travis Hunter.
exactly like
That's because he's
exactly like.
African. Can we find a white person that look exactly like him?
Man, what they got to do? You said
I'm
you
telling
said
you this
that. Hold
because
on,
his
hold on.
genetics is
You said
prevalent
you
within
cannot.
African society. So you'll find more people that look like him than you would with white people or Asian people that look like him. Will you agree
No,
with that?
hold on. Did you say you can by genotype alone you can tell that we Black Americans and we're not different from Africans?
You are different in many ways, but I'm saying genetically, right, and phenotypically, you're more likely to see people that look like you on the continent of Africa than you are in South America or Europe or Asia.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true.
Oh,
That's
okay.
so. What I'm saying, I don't know who was that before. The last guy spoke, but he was like, we have different Black.
Yeah, free games. Getro went out. Big Black. Go ahead, Big Black. Pause.
Okay, I'm starting to believe this whole Indian stuff, man. But I want to ask a question before I fully jump in, right? I guess the guy that said that, is there any Indians on the panel still? The guys that, cause I
I'm so
want to,
Indian.
I
huh?
think free game was there, but he just left.
So there's nobody representing like Aboriginal in here. Oh, damn. Yeah, because I was wondering. I guess this question I gotta ask is like,
Hey,
you have
1 minute. Hey, D Money though, you got feedback and an echo coming from your end. I gotta meet you. Go ahead.
My bad. I'll keep it muted.
Thank you. Go ahead, Big Black. Pause.
it's like the tribes there, right? So the tribes, the people in those tribes that are on the reservations, they're saying that they're not the real people, and we are the real people. We're supposed to be on the tribes. It seems to me that we got conquered really bad, and I guess colonization did happen in Africa too. They came in Africa. I guess I want to know, why didn't they do that to the Africans? Why aren't there white Yorubas? White Ashanti tribesmen. White people with the you know with this, with that Ashanti or Yoruba, tribal, clothing on, and why aren't there like a whole bunch of straight-haired Yorubas?
Yo, Big Black. Let me say this, right? The people who are on a reservation right now, I talked to the brother earlier. He said he thinks so. They traded places to be in a worse position than African Americans because they live in a reservation. They have a pandemic of epidemic of alcoholism, domestic abuse. They're very poor. They're not really integrated into the wider American society and really benefiting from the economic prowess of this nation. So to say that they traded places willingly to be in a worse off position than the African Americans who are quote unquote the original Indians, I just think that doesn't make sense to me. And again, my brain is smart. I don't understand everything. But maybe the brother Priest Kane could explain it to us.
Peace, peace. I missed your question. I heard he asked for Indian to be on the panel, so I jumped back on. I didn't
Okay,
mean to
so
steal
let me,
or
let me
ask you.
ask you this
Go ahead.
real quick. This question, right? So the the people there, right? The ones that are in the tribes that are on the reservations, right? The ones with straight hair, and they're a lot lighter with the straight hair. Are those the real Indians?
No, right. All right. So all right. I'm gonna break it down to
Okay,
you. It's
but I
two
guess this
types of.
question before you break it down, right? I want to know, like, because
Go ahead.
colonization happened on both sides, right? White people in Africa actually before they were in America, right? Like, if I were to believe you, were we so weak that they even took our identity, and why didn't they do that in Africa? Because they've been all around in Africa. Why don't I see these white straight haired Yorubas and Yoruba people, or Ashanti people? Why there should be some blonde, straight, white, Ashantis with the Shanti attire just all around Africa. You know what I mean? Why were we so weak where we just got conquered and they just say, hey, we're gonna take y'all shit and y'all gonna be us and we're gonna swap places?
No doubt.
Why did that
But
happen?
okay. Well, so all right. The reason I'm gonna answer your totality of
I
your
mean, because if
question.
that's true,
Why did it happen? I can tell you why it
I'm
happened.
going to turn in my
Let me
Indian flag.
answer,
I'd rather
bro.
be African if we were that weak.
Let me answer, bro. Damn. I
I'm
feel you
I'm
though.
just
The
saying.
question
I
that you
want to do
asking
this
is
Indian thing, but I'm like,
why.
damn,
Let
you
him
right?
answer,
Big
Big
Black,
Black.
Big
Let
Black.
him
You gotta
Oh,
let
answer.
him
okay.
answer,
I'm
Big
sorry.
Black.
Sorry. I'm
All right.
scratching my head.
Why here in Africa? Because the land of milk and honey. Everything that you could possibly want is here in America. Nothing is in Africa. Nothing.
What?
Not even fruits and vegetables. That sounds good, but they want to tell you about gold and diamonds. You can't eat no gold and you can't eat no diamonds. Everything in America is fruit. You got juice is in America. You come with ice cubes in your ice. That all come from America. Beans,
What?
sprouts, and squash come from
Ice Cube
America.
come from America? I thought it came from
Let him
water.
Big Black. Let him cook, Big Black. Let him cook. Go ahead, Priest King.
All that stuff comes from America. You see what I'm saying? So there was nothing in Africa. Africa is the wasteland, desperate desert. You see what I'm saying? So they wanted to come to America. Now, how did they get us? How did we let them? How did they trick us out of our land, brothers and
Yeah, that's
sisters?
the part I
The
want to know. How they
servants.
put our foot? They put so far up our butt where they say, "Now we kick you butts. Give me your hair and tie.
Okay, now
I want to put
let
that
me finish.
on."
Let me finish. They got us through. They got us through service, brothers and sisters. They got us through service. See, they are the servant. They come here. Like, if you don't understand that they had to build houses for the Indians. They like everything in America. Like they use free stuff to get us off our land. They give you stuff. They build you houses. Like the European is the original servant. You see what I'm saying? So if you could understand like how you give up your land to become American, like why would the black people like you said, why would we just give up a reservation? Well, they're going to give you welfare. They're going like the reason why black people stop being farmers because they called these subsidies. They would give you money not to grow food. That was the original welfare. They wanted you to
That's
stop
not what
growing food.
subsidies are, brother.
Can I finish my thought? Well, you can look this up. It's the Tennessee Valley Association. That's what subsidies were. I don't know what they are today, but that's what they were when they started. The subsidies from the Tennessee Valley Association were for farmers to not grow food. So this is how they stole the land. They took the food. I mean, they took your job. Your grandpa said, "Okay, I'm gonna take this free money." So, but the only trick is you gotta send your kids to school, and then when you get to school, you get this miseducation. See, the European only been here since the 1900s. We want to
But how
believe
do we how do we actually trade places? Was it like the sucking place where they
Big Black.
we was
Such a
just chilling
place.
with them and then like
okay.
they invited us
So
to their house and they trapped us downstairs and took a part of our brain and then
we didn't
they
trade
came out
places.
and we came
They
out as
children.
them and they started wearing our
They were
attire.
adopted children. They are children. Like you have to understand, these are servants. These are slaves. It's this thing called an orphan train. Like most white people don't know their parents. Like 100 years ago, they thought they was born
Wow.
by a stork. The stork used to bring them their baby. That's their thing. They don't have
Wow,
parents.
wow,
They,
wow.
you have to look at incubators and in the orphan train. I get it. Earlier today I gave y'all some history.
But how did we switch
Some
places,
science
No,
brother?
that y'all
no,
never
Big Black.
heard.
He said something important. He said that the Indians was a slave of black people. Is that what you're saying?
No. Okay, here we go. So, but listen, I said the European came here as servants. They came here as servants.
To
They didn't come
whom?
here conquering. For the Indian, the Indian was the
For us?
slave master.
So the
No,
Europeans were the servants of the black Indians.
yes,
Okay,
exactly.
okay, all right.
Exactly. Again,
How did we switch places? That's what I want to get
why
at.
would
How did we
so
wind up
we didn't switch places again. This just started 100 years ago. This is all in our minds. I know this seems crazy, but this is all in our minds and in history books. This is not real. If you find out who owned the most land 100 years ago, it was black people. We just stopped owning land due to taxes and due to that they were stealing land from us. But 100 years ago, this time, we owned all the land in the South. Again, you're not gonna get no Africans to grow no cotton, and cotton is king. It sounds good, but now what they wearing in Africa? They wearing kata. They wearing kata from a kata. Okay, everybody
What
don't wear all this
what
stuff.
is this dude talking about? Is he having a stroke? What is the hell is kata?
I gotta
So
pass the
because
mic.
Akata is king. Akata is king. So how do we lost our presence by being nice to these niggas? Now everybody grow corn. Everybody grew corn.
Priest King. No,
Nobody grew
stop,
beans and
stop.
squash
Priest
before.
King, stop. It's a $10 fine. You cannot say the N word on my platform. You have 30 seconds to cash out me $10 right now, or you got to get off.
I'm gonna cash app you anyway, because I appreciate what
Is
you're
that
doing
is
today.
dollar
You're
dollar
part
sign
of the show.
dollar sign Amir Dynas? You cannot say The Cash
No,
App
I'm
is
a
on the
cash app you. I
screen.
appreciate what you're doing though. I
Okay, but
got you. All right.
you can't say anything until I
No,
get the
no.
Cash App. Let me pass the word. Let me pass the mic to Hugh.
You're right. Peace
What
though,
it
guys. I'm
do?
gonna got you though. Don't worry.
Shalom to y'all. Peace to y'all. My man was going off. I just wanted to come back and put logic to it. Um, yesterday I ain't get off to the point of all the correlations of one depending the layer of how we can prove West Africans who were speaking Arabic dialect came to America. Then also proving that we was trading with them. This wasn't just a one-time thing.
So, sir, are you an Abo too, sir?
And Mama who?
Are you like a original to the Americas? Are you original habitant
I'm
of
a
the Americas?
Talkton American, yes sir. I count myself as a Talkton American Aboriginal, yes sir.
Okay.
Man, this thing is vast, man. We think this is just a small swath of African American. There's a lot of people that come online claiming to be Indians, man.
So how did they take? Could you explain how did they like the ones that's living on the reservation now? How did they take our culture and and we're I don't understand. They took our culture and everything, and we trade places with them. How did that happen?
So that's a perfect start. So now that goes back to the Dawes Rolls and the Freeman Act and the miscegenation that somebody was informing y'all about earlier. Um, you also have uh, not only those Indian rolls, you also have privileges and benefits that they're enticing people to do and coercing people to of Choctaw, which means they derivative from the soil. They was here from the beginning. And Aboriginal means they was native to the land again before colonialism, as I referred yesterday. So everybody on the same term.
Before you get started, so the ones on the reservations, they're just white people.
Nah, those are mixed people. You got those mixed Asians. Those are mixed white people, Europeans, if you want to say. I don't like the word white, but
Yes,
mixed
mulattoes.
Europeans or Caucasians, and some of them mixed Asians. And a lot of people don't take the fact that, remember, the camera wasn't made till after the 1800s, preferably like 1836 near 1850. Before that, you have that miscegenation law because people was mixing. So you don't make a law because nothing's happening. You make it
Hey,
because something's happening.
if I can interject, the brother did pay his $10 fine. So I just want to, if he wants to hop back on, he can. But he did pay his $10 fine. But go
My
ahead.
man, he real. Hey, you gotta respect him for doing that too. He realized I wanted to support that. That's all right. I'm gonna make sure I don't say the N word. But and talk about the N word, it's funny, right? Because when you go back in history, just to throw that in there, like I went to the African American Museum about 2 months ago when I first dropped my or published my American Antiquities book,
Be
and I
careful,
wanted to
brother.
show details of how like African wasn't mentioned before the 1900s and appropriated to our culture. And our own people themselves used to write they was just Afro, and they used to because they had to see from an outside point of view that Caucasians or other immigrants was coming calling themselves American. We called ourselves Afro American. The stuff African American came late, like they say, and we can prove that even in the African American Museum, as I showed people. We called ourselves colored, Afro, and everything else except for African.
But Afro derived from African, right?
Um, I couldn't agree, but that wouldn't put the fact that Afro or African in our intentions was meaning the same because at that point African was two different misnomers. First of all, Africans don't call themselves Africans; they're from the country you're from. So for somebody to teach you or inform you about Africa, especially in the 1900s, because we was getting informed by their literature or institution, and their literature institutions was saying that people of this descent, Afro descent, which is all over the world, had nothing to do with just Africa. You got Afro all over the world. You got Afro
Brother,
Indonesians.
if you go to Brazil and they call and you somebody classify themselves as an Afro Brazilian, they
Uh
look,
huh.
their shade might be a little lighter than most Africans, but they look, African. They have some African admixture, or they're really like black African looking people. So
Well,
Afro
so
does
so before
derive
we
from
get
the
into
word
the before
African.
we get into the rhetoric, and I seem like I'm getting into the semantics, because we can go. What do they say the other day? What do African look like? African has a plethora of varieties, a plethora of phonetics, not phonetic. I'm sorry, a plethora of a variation of genetics that break down in to the genetics. I'm thinking of
What about
the
the
word.
AME Church? I heard that goes more than 100 years back.
Yeah, they do, but I'm
It,
gonna
it
stay on.
does. It does.
It does, but I'm gonna stay on point to proving that again. The first layer. See, I got a good attention span. The first layer is proving that Arabic dialect is over here, and it was over here before colonialism. One example is Alabama, and the whole telltale on the thing that they even try to hide when you Google it right now, and I can put it up for you. It shows you that Alabama is a Muscogee word. But because my family is from that side, literally from Georgia to Alabama and part of the creek, and from them deforming and assimilating again under different names because of the pressure they was putting on our people.
How are you making the correlation with the Arabic?
There
Right.
you go. So I'm finishing it. There you go. You don't have to cut me off. I'm finishing. If you have a good attention or a good active listening, I'm telling you now. So what's happening is when you Google it right now, and I'm showing you from their point of view, what I'm telling you is what they're telling you. I'm putting their foot in their mouth. Then I'm gonna tell you what I'm telling you. And what happens is I'm cornering your defensive because what happens is you can't say who did I get this information from. I'm gonna show you how their
No,
information
no.
is
Tell us about
limited.
the Arabic. We hear you. Tell us
I
about the
got you.
Arabic and the
So again,
correlation.
this is called a pedagogy, sir. So let me show you how I'm teaching. My point is that I'm gonna show you how their foot is in their mouth, and they have to admit it because my ancestors is in the federal census. Then I'm gonna show you how I know for sure. So everything I'm talking right now is actually to tamper up because I got the paperwork. It's a paperwork party with me. Again, it's in my
Tell
book.
us about the
So
Arabic
the
and the link to
Arabic got
African
you. The
Americans.
Alabama, right? Again, the Alabama, which is a Muscogee word, you can Google, actually means owl, which you know if you don't know Arabic dialect, owl comes from the. Bamboo means bush clear. So when you Google it, hold up. When you Google it, hold up, brother, hold up. Please
Man.
stop cutting me off. Y'all did this the other day. That's why I ain't get on. Hold up.
All right,
Wait.
bro. You
I
got
got
1 minute. I gotta pass it to TT. You got 1 minute.
thank you. Give me 1 minute clear the floor. Give me that same floor you just let Cuz do of the emotional rant, but now
Man,
bringing a
rule,
logic.
go. You got a
Go
minute.
ahead,
Go.
Got you.
young
So here we
Pharaoh.
go. Hold up. Start my minute. Got you. So Alabama again. When you break down the Arabic dialect, is Al V. Bamboo means bush clear. Again, the Muskogee term, when you look up Google, it's going to tell you that it's a Muskogee term that means the bush clear. There's no way around it. Now, when you look up the city that is the capital, it used to be the capital for a reason because Tuscaloosa, which was called a big black Indian, his name was Big Black, Tuscaloosa. Look him up, giving you reference.
Are those
He
Arabic
was the chief
words?
Indian. Chief Tuscaloosa was the chief Indian in Mobile, Alabama, which the name comes from. Mobile is another Arabic word, which means furnishing. So after you clear the bush, we're going to furnish it like we still do in land surveying.
All right, I gotta pass
So
the mic.
black Americans are
I
Arabic?
gotta I got I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, TT.
Hey, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever part of the world you're in. Um, can I ask a question? You said mobile is Arabic.
That,
Who? Who?
that
Go
You
brother
ahead.
said
just got out
mobile
of jail. He
is Arabic.
He was talking, but I think his phone went out, so
Say it
he
again.
probably can't answer you.
I
I
was
was
asking
texting the chat to make sure
mobile
people get the
is Arabic.
you say is what Arabic?
Mobile. She's asking you if you said the word mobile is
Yes,
Arabic.
yes. Mobilia.
It's not the
Mobilia.
same thing though. When there's a syllable difference, you can't say it's the same thing. It might be
Okay,
similar,
hold up.
but
So
it's not
now we're
necessarily
good.
the
I'm
same
glad
thing.
everybody get into the semantics. So again, it's called etymology. You look up you look up where the word derives from. Look up where the word mobile derives from, and look up where the word the capital of Alabama, which is Mobile, derives from. It's going to tell you that the
Oh, I
capital.
see what you're saying, brother. So you take the AL and then you substitute the EL. Bama. Okay.
No. What I'm telling you is before you
Yeah,
make
I
a
guess
mockery. Hold up.
Albania
It's funny
is
that you hold
Arabic
up.
because they
Hold
have the
up.
word
Before you make
al
a
in it.
you asked me a question, so let me answer it. The game is where the word derives from. It's called etymology. Look up the capital of Mobile, which is in Alabama. I mean, the capital of Alabama, which is in Mobile. It derives from mobilia, which is the Arabic. It's an Egyptian Arabic word at that. That even counts. It's an Egyptian Arabic word that means furnishing. There's no way around it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Man, so I'm
A
saying,
la Obama.
you're saying
A
black
la
people are
Obama.
well original Arabs? Are they Arabs that
So
came from the
again,
Middle East into this country?
I don't know if you have a good attention span or active listening. When I said I'm gonna peel the first layer off, I said that I can prove that
Well,
West
you got to get to the
Africans.
point. You got a limited
Oh,
time. Get to
dog.
the
Here we
crux
go.
of
Cut
it.
me off. That's
Oh,
why I can't get
you
to the
making
point
a
because you're
Morris
listening for
connection.
attention. You're not
Yeah,
listening
he
Oh,
to listen
Moor.
he's
to
going
He
down the
understand.
Moor.
Moors route. Okay, all right, I get it now.
You're
Big
not
like
It's
you
listening
a
to
just
under.
la it's
Hold
a
up.
la
Hold up.
Obama.
Hold up. You're not listening to understand. I said West Africans speaking Arabic dialect made it to Americas. Now it's funny that y'all go to the Moors, so that means y'all know something, because I never brought up the Moors, but if we can talk about them,
Is that your
we
end
can
game? We just
prove.
want to know what your end game is. That's
Hey,
all.
I gotta pass
Oh,
the mic.
hold up. That's point. Trust me.
I gotta pass the
You
mic.
gotta pass the mic as soon as I'm talking truth. All right, you got
TT,
it.
are you still up? Are you
Go.
TT? You got a lot of wind.
I'm
TT,
here. I just
there's a
wanna.
lot of wind in the TT. There's a lot of wind in the background.
Oh, my bad. That's my pen. I'm turning it off. Okay, I just wanted to know what acta is if mobile is furniture. That's all. Uh, ugh, I don't know what you're talking about today. I was just listening to everything. It sounded like he's going everywhere. I was trying to figure out what is really going on. So, are we claiming that we're not African anymore? Is that what it is?
Of course, yeah, you know they're not African. They're the original Hebrews of America, the Moors.
Oh, okay, can you guys excuse me for 1 second? I'm gonna be back.
All right, no problem. Go ahead, Cass. CAZ, go ahead.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard this story back in the early 2000s. A brother said Alabama's a la Obama. So my question to the brother is, if
Nah, you went out, man. Your
and
Obama
they
phone,
named
man.
it a la Obama, right? And hold on, can you hear me now?
You keep going in and out, man. You on your Obama phone. Y'all got to stop calling in on these Obama phones.
I just got a new iPhone. I got the new one.
You got the
Allow Obama
Obama
Crimson Tide,
of
roll
China.
tide.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cass. Go ahead, Cass. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my thing is, if Africans sailed over here and named it Allah Obama, why wouldn't they just name it an African name instead of an Arabic name? Because they did speak an African language, right?
Perfect question. Yes. Perfect question. There you go. That's how we get the truth. That's active listening. So when you find out that cultures share and bond in language, because language is how you engage on the land. That's what makes the language. So when these people were sharing, you don't just come over and just name it only African when you're just only Africans are not moving in the city or moving in that area or that region. They're doing business with the Choctaw Americans, which I'm showing you is the difference. Just like Australians are different. Just like Indonesians are different. I don't know why it's so hard for y'all to see that Americans was different. That's why I say you're talking with intent, even for the fact that y'all jumped ahead and brought up the Moors when I never brought up the Moors. So that means y'all know something.
May I go? Is it my turn yet?
No, it's not. I got after Cass is going to, it goes. Cass, are you done yet?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll tap back in once other people talk.
All right, go ahead, Sean. And after Sean, Jagun. Go ahead.
Okay, so these people who are supposedly Aboriginal dark Indians, they were on the American continent along with Indians that migrate, or I say Indians that people migrated in later at later times. The earliest migrations were Africans, really. And then as time went on, and maybe you even had Africans that came over, 500, 600 years ago. There's some evidence, and you can look at the evidence that people are presenting about Africans coming from West Africa, 5, 6, 700 years ago, whatever, right? So you've got this population of Asiatic, so-called Mongoloid Indians living alongside and mixing in with these darker Indians, and there's evidence that they even took over their land. They encroached and killed them, many of them, and took their land over, right? Before the white folks came, which is why there appears to be, and you could, assume that there were less Aboriginal peoples in the Americas because of this group that came in and took over their shit, right? But I would venture that the culture that they practice, these Asiatics, they adopted from the larger group as they were coming in. They took on those practices. My question or my observation is that if you know you're American Indian, right? You are. That means you're not. You don't have African in you, and most refute the fact they have any African, right? They were reclassified, but Grandma said that we're Choctaw. So why are you cosplaying Black Americans? We use the word Black African Americans, and your phenotype looks African or African American. It looks West African, Central African. Your phenotype does. Probably because the original peoples were Africans. Well, Grandma said you were Choctaw. Why are you claiming black? Damn. I hope you guys still heard me. Your grandma called you Choctaw or whatever you was. Why are you claiming, since you know you're not African, why are you claiming Black American, African American, Negro, colored, any of those things when you know you're Choctaw? And why don't you practice the culture of your people? You're not practicing the spirituality of your people. You don't speak the language of your people. There's a few that I've heard that speak the language or a few words in it. But the majority of the ones that are calling themselves American Indians, they don't speak the language. They don't practice the spirituality. They're not doing anything. They're not even going to rescue and get the shit from the Mongoloids that are practicing their culture.
Cat, go ahead. Hugh, go ahead and answer. And I got to pass it to Jagun. I want to hear this.
I mean, what was the real question? It was more like a ramble to me.
So the real question is, you are not Black American. You're what grandma say you were? You're Choctaw? What are you?
So you asked me, what am I?
Yeah, what are you?
Okay. So I am funny. Shout out to Tierra in the chat. I am part of the Yamasee tribe, as far as I found out. Because through the distortion, that's what's crazy. I don't know how West Africans know all about their history when it should have been distorted through war. But our history over here as prisoner of warfare been distorted. But I can prove that I'm part of the Yamasee, the Chickasaw, and the Muskogee. And the
Okay.
Muskogee is still different conglomerations coming from the Creek, which leads off into why you have Creole. And again, today they stamp it as Latin
Okay, I just
America and
asked
miss.
you. I just asked you what you were. Now, do you
Got
speak
you.
any of those languages?
Got you. You say what? Do I speak any
Do,
language of the
do you
Yamasee?
speak any of those three languages?
No, sir. I speak English, which
Okay.
assimilated some of the Yamasee or indigenous language.
Okay.
And
All
Spanish
right. So
people
you
did
don't
too.
you don't speak any of the language. Do you practice the spirituality? Do you know how to
Yes.
shape
Yep.
shift? Or
Do I know
you
how to do
do?
what? Hold up. I practice spirituality, but you asked, do I know how to shapeshift?
No. Do you practice any of the spirituality of the Yamasee or the other two ethnic groups that you mentioned?
Oh yes, sir. I do practice the same spirituality. Yes, sir.
What is it called? If
What
it
is
has
it
a
called?
name.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's right, my man. Now you thinking. So it doesn't
If
have
it
a
has a
name.
name.
No, 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 no. You,
Can you turn into a
you,
skinwalker?
you misappropriating our culture. I don't know what name you think you have, brother,
Okay,
but
so
we don't
then
have
you're
a
not Black
exact name for
American,
the whole
right?
spirituality.
So you're not Black American then, right?
Brother, are you asking black? So again, I'm not, don't find me. I'm talking not the N word in a bad way. Black means Negro in Spanish.
Do you consider yourself Black American?
I'm not a Negro, brother.
I
Black
just
mean
asked
black
you a
in English.
question. Do you consider yourself colored, Negro, Black American, African American? Do you consider
No,
yourself any
no,
of those
no, no,
things?
sir. No, sir.
So why are you okay? Anybody can talk in Dynasty's room, right?
Hmm.
But we are of African descent in here. We're African Americans and continental Africans and Caribbean Africans. That's who we are. So why are we? I wonder what the conversation is about, y'all. What do you have to do with us?
Shaw, there's the topic.
Right. See
Oh,
what
it's
I'm
the
saying?
topic.
That's what I'm
So,
saying. We not staying
can,
Well,
on
I mean,
topic.
okay, that's
Thank
the
you.
topic, right?
Thank
Yeah,
But
you.
but guys,
Thank you.
I would say this if I can interject. I
Oh
would
man.
respectfully ask people not to question why they're here.
What?
Respectfully.
okay, let me restate that then.
Y'all let
Yeah, yeah. I
no.
mean,
Can I,
he's here. I have an open platform. People are more than
Okay,
welcome
okay.
to call in and
I
clip
got
that
you.
no,
link.
no.
I
I wanted
Thank
to
you.
Hey,
ask
guys,
Dinus a
Dinus.
Thank you
You
for
question.
Hold
really
having
on,
have
Cat.
reasoning in a
nothing to do
sound
with
mind.
African
Hold on,
Americans
This is
Cat.
why
then.
we were ran by
I
courts.
mean,
Thank
but
you
the
for having a
subject is
sound mind.
about. But again, the subject matter, he's welcome to be here, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody's
but hold on.
welcome, man.
yeah.
Hold on.
Thank
Everybody's
you
welcome.
Can
for
I say
having a
something?
sound mind. This
Right.
is
Can I
why
say
courts
something?
No,
run
that's
our
why we
We
like
country.
we
Dynus. I
we we
disagree
have
with him on
nothing to do with
everything,
you.
but he's always open to accepting me on his platform.
Can
So
I say
kudos
That's
to you,
something
and
to?
Dynus.
that's why we got courts running our neighborhoods because again, us people, whatever y'all think y'all trying to come to and having a kutai, we can't do it because we too emotional. We won't think on
No, but
logic time. We think on emotional time.
God, let me
Can I
pass.
ask
No,
Dinus
no,
a question?
hold on. I know. I got to pass it to
Can I
Jagoon.
ask Dinus a
Yep,
question?
I'll wait
Oh,
because I'm
okay,
not
okay,
emotional. I'll wait.
Brother Dinus,
Hugh. Go ahead,
hold
Cass.
on, Cat.
okay,
Let Jog.
okay, you been to Mali, right? The brother said Africans sailed over here and created Allah Obama.
Uh-huh.
So when you went to Mali, no, that's what it was told to me. That's what somebody told me it was called. So y'all got to excuse me. So when you went to Mali, because I seen when you went to Benin and got the oral information about Hebrew, Weeda not being Judah. So when you went to Mali, right? Did any of the Africans over there that were Muslim, did they tell you about them selling over here and creating the land that we call Allah Obama, or bringing Arab or anything into the new world? Like, okay,
Where
can you tell us that, Dinus? Like,
Nah,
have you talked to them?
where
so
exactly
you
is this Allah Obama at?
guys, he's talking to me. Thank you. So he's you're referring to the story of Abu Bakari, but there's just no proof that that actually happened.
So what? Yeah, because they heard the story. What was it, in Egypt or something like that, or
No,
somebody?
no. So there was during the Mali Empire, there was a king named Abu Bakari who allegedly left his throne and he sailed away, but people don't know where he went. So they assumed that he came to America, but there's no proof. There's no archaeological proof.
So all the people, that's saying about the black people over here with the gold tip spears, or what is that? Not Christopher Columbus, Balboa seeing the black people over here. That may not really be true, then, huh?
No, I
No,
think there's
I read the Abos whenever they bring up we were here before Columbus, they always point to Columbus's diary. And Columbus said specifically that they were dark skinned people, but they had straight hair, but they weren't black like Ethiopians. So they knew there was a distinction between, and then they called them Indians because he thought he was in India. So
but there's
Yeah,
other
I'd like to
evidence
chime in on
that
that.
Ivan Van Sertima found that is about these spear tips and the alloy, the content of the alloy, and it appears that there's the same alloy mixture as in West Africa. So there is evidence about certain things that point to West Africans being in there. That evidence is real.
how old was this alloy?
Um, it predated. Um, Europeans coming to the Americas, and that's really what the test needs to be: is that it predates. If it was there before white folks came, then it's that is the proof that Africans were there before white folks came.
No, I don't know. Let me pass it to Jagoon. Go ahead, Jagoon. Well, let me read this $2 holla. Dynas, what about Central South American blacks? I don't know. Go ahead, Jagoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace to
And thank you, Spellcaster. Thank you. Go ahead, Jagoon.
peace to the panel. And again, we have a very. I wasn't actually going to come in today. I was just going to listen and see where we get and just see what it sounds like. And when you're listening, man, it sounds to me like we're speaking so much jargon and we're going all over the place, and there is no tying up to a way forward. I applaud the Kenyan chap who came on board and said, what is the need, or what is the actual reason for our conversations here? Are we going into learning? Are we trying to bring something together? Do we appreciate where we are on a global basis in our strength and power with all that we've been gifted, our talents within? When we speak about Africa, we understand how Africa has been colonized, and we're still in the hands of the West and everybody else apart from us, and how we have such prowess. Our prowess in the world is obvious, but it doesn't seem to be something that's workable for us. And I don't. It doesn't seem, when I listen, it doesn't seem that any of us are really worried about these things. We're not really. We're here to contest what we know, our knowledge, which is largely ignorance, and we're not coming together, man. And it doesn't seem to frustrate any of us. We just want to pontificate, and I'm a bit ashamed of the way we proceed in our communication. I must say, I would also just want to say that history is not easy. History is complicated. It's very complicated. And we basically we pick and choose what we believe as opposed to investigating it. I've been reading a lot for some time now about what was mentioned about the gold tips and the name that the gold tips were used in the Americas is the same name from West Africa that they use for gold. That should tell us something that there's more to investigate here, as opposed to dismissing it out of hand. We're not intellectual.
It's
We are
called
sub.
guanine.
Can I just
Guanine,
land?
yeah,
Yeah.
guanine.
Go on in. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There was another one where you guys may have heard of this also, where they have been looking at various tombs, Egyptian tombs and mummies, and they find cocaine in the blood or in the DNA of the Egyptians. And
Precisely.
we all know that coca is only found in South America. The other one is about this thing about peppers. I can tell you categorically that West African pepper is different from the South American chili. It's different. So what we had in West Africa before the Europeans ever founded the Americas, they were trading spices and peppers from West Africa. You guys aren't really reading the script properly. When I'm listening to it, it's just so sporadic. You're not trying to tie things up. You're just trying to argue. And I feel that this is unfair. We're being unfair to ourselves. And for the Kenyan guy
Can
that
I say
spoke,
something after you, sir?
yes, sir.
I'll answer you. Well,
Well, Big Black, it's going to be Shaw's turn. Shaw soon. Shaw's
Yes,
turn. Then I pass to
yes.
you, Big Black. Go ahead, Jago.
Thank you. I would like to stand on what the Kenyan brother said earlier as to what is our focus. What are we using our energies for? As we grow in age, um, we're not here that long. We're here 60, 60, 70, if we're lucky, 80, 100, and then it's over. Within that time, I don't believe that our generations are doing enough to educate ourselves into power. We are not. What we are continually doing, however, is taking the piss out of each other, dragging ourselves down, and being belligerent to who you should be loving. We in this planet, we are hated people. We within at least the 400 years that has gone, we can see clearly that we are cosmopolitanly hated by the rest of the world. Now we are joining in with that hate to hate ourselves. Is this comparable? Is this something that thinking people do? I think we will all really need to really have a good look in the mirror at ourselves and understand that we're behaving like complete ignoramus, dense dunces. That's how we're behaving. And if this program that is very important to us is on national TV and seen around the world, bruh, we looked at the pig ignorant idiots that the rest of the world perceives us to be. And none of us are trying to shake that shackle off. We're just trying to enter into stupidity and hatred and objective, or not even objective, of opposition. We oppose ourselves more than anyone else in the planet. And this gives me the clear understanding of why slavery happened in the first place. We can see why slavery, just by listening to us, we can see how easy it would be for someone to come in who is a foreigner to us and just assume all of our power and direct us to where we should be going. It's a disgrace. And I need us all to grow up. We need to grow up from the way we communicate. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me pass it to Shaw's son. Go ahead.
Peace to the panel, and I agree with a lot with the brother just said. I think we can find better ways to communicate. But I don't want to be long. Before I came up here, I heard the brother Hugh, so I'm only gonna stick to one thing he said because, like I said, there's other people on the panel. He was
your
when he
mic
mentioned
kind of
that.
low.
It was real,
My
like
bad.
you muffled, Shaw. Like you're real
Y'all can
muffled.
hear me. Y'all can hear me.
You can't be calling on your Obama phones, man. Y'all got to stop this.
Y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me now.
You just sound muffled, but go ahead.
All right, so he made a mention, the guy Hugh, if I'm talking to the right person, he made a mention about the African American term, and he said that the people was calling themselves Afro. I was just trying to be clear. Was he trying to insinuate that those people only um like that they weren't actually African and that they only thought that because of somebody telling them that? I just wanted him to be clear on that before I I kind of like edified him before I assumed what he was saying.
Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you went through them stages because that's what the human mind does. So without trying to control the narrative, that is what I'm saying. I studied, not me saying it. It's what I studied. So if you take what I said and then put it in your mind and go study what I studied, you show me a document that shows any person of color, as they call themselves, or any person of Afro-American descent that made clubs. If you go through your own,
Hey, Hugh, we losing you, Hugh. You on your Obama phone, man. Um, let me pass it to Big Black
Can I say
Paul.
something real quick? Hold on. Let me say something real quick because he said that, right? So this is my thing. I don't know if he's trying to say that prior to the Afro term that nobody was African. I was hoping he could finish that, but there's Africans on the 1850 census. They're not calling them African. They're in the color. The color box is black, and then their birthplace says Africa. I don't know if you're trying to say those people are not African, but I know anybody in their right mind would think that anybody's birthplace and their color being black on the census is African. So we don't need people to say that they're African American to be that. Also the 1740 Negro law in South Carolina says that Negro is confined to slave African. Um, I'm trying to think of something else I could give you. But yeah, the people never had to say that they were African to be that. So, um, you pointing out what they called themselves. Indians didn't always call themselves Indians. So by that same logic, you're not an Indian. So, yeah, I don't understand what you were trying to point out with that because there's too many documentations. I could show you the Virginia Gazette from the mid 1700s to the late 1800s where they got runaway slaves from the Gambia. Um, I could do this all day. So I don't know if you want to play that game of, oh, they just became African because somebody told them. I don't think you want to go there.
Uh, let me.
Can I piggyback off that real quick?
No, I gotta pass it to Big Black Pause. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yes, two things. I heard a brother. I don't know if he was asking a rhetorical question. I heard a brother say, "Well, why our grandmothers told us this and that we were from this tribe. Why don't we believe grandma?" Uh, I would say no, grandma said that, and then also, grandpa never co-signed it. So that's the answer to that question. Secondly, the what's going on in America, right, with black people. I've got this to Jagan. I've actually bought the book. Uh, we were here before Columbus, right? They were here before Columbus, right? By Ivan Van Sertima. Here's the problem with not that book, but just the problem of it being, in America and on the bookshelves. What happens is you have people with low self-esteem. They'll pick and choose what they want from the book. Ivan Van Sertima still maintained that even though Africans were here before Columbus, that's what was his educated opinion, right? But he still maintained that they were African. You have people that are pick and choose from that book and then state that, hey, we were never from Africa. It's and those people don't want to come together and find a solution. They want to divide us and rip us from the continent of Africa. Period. So that's the problem that we have right now. That's why you see a lot of people that are pro-black, pro-African, pan-African fighting back against it because you have that set the Dane Calloway crowd that states that black people were never for Africa, but they'll in trying to convey that they'll pick what they want from Ivan Van Sertima's book, and it causes a big problem, uh, on the online community, I should say. I'll pass the mic.
Can I add something to that, and then also what is it Jagan or Jagun? So I don't mean to butcher that. But
Hey,
what
are,
you
are
said,
you are you are you are you on speakerphone or what are you talking on?
yeah, I'm on speakerphone.
All right, well, get off, talk directly into your phone, please. Like get off speakerphone, talk directly into your phone, please.
Hey Prince, I could address you one more time, or the brother want to speak real quick.
Do I
Which
sound any
one of you?
better now?
Sounds a whole
Oh, go
lot
ahead,
better.
Black.
Go ahead.
All right. So just to say all right. In this panel, we have different backgrounds. Like I mentioned that I do live here in New York, but I was born in Kenya. I came here when I was like 6, but then I started to assimilate into the Kenyan culture like a little later into like my teenage years. But we do have I do acknowledge that we have differences in background and history too. But if you go to like places like Asia, if you go to like China, there's a lot of different tribes coming from that region. Up to this day, I've never found different Chinese tribes discussing about their history and their background and what happened 500 years ago. Rather, what I see is them working on very common things that build them up. I mean, look what they did. Even if you scoot over a little bit into the more so the Arab region, the same thing is happening with them. They're not so busy, or you're this tribe, you're that tribe, you're that tribe, unless you're completely outside of, very far from outside of where they are. The same thing. But we seem to be the only people, just like the brother said, that do this. Just I think it was yesterday, if not the day before. I was talking to a brother from he's from the Bronx, and he's a one of these like Hebrew Israelites, like wearing purple and whatnot. So I became a little curious about that because I saw something that happened with one of them in Kenya like last week. Like he mentioned that Jesus was not that Jesus was in fact black, and he got attacked and whatnot.
There was more to that story, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't like, maybe I don't know, the full story, but so I was talking to him about, what do you guys do? Like you guys, I'm seeing you guys growing in numbers, I'm seeing you guys presence in the social media. But what do you guys do? And so he started to kind of explain to me like how they working together and whatnot. And I didn't so much care, I'm a Muslim myself, but I admired how they come together, and more so the economic, part of it, because that's a part that really matters. People will, just like the brother said, people will choose and pick, what they want to believe and how, like their like spiritual views and whatnot. But what benefits us? Because I was talking to him and I was like, wow, that's good. Like, what? Because we were trying to like find like common grounds and whatnot. And the brother ended up being a little confused, of course. It's like, so now do you believe in this? And I was like, no, brother, I'm Muslim, but I support you from where I'm at. And but the point is, I think that we also need to incorporate more. Like, how is this relevant to our current state? You know, so far, I haven't heard not one person respond to that. How does it benefit, like, how can it benefit us in our current state right now? Whatever you want to say, how can it benefit us? And not in a divisive way, but in a way that brings us together and makes us more powerful. Claiming to be a tribe from, this side of North Carolina or whatever, Virginia, that is not really, that does not bring any strength here. If you can bring something that strengthens us as a group, then that's the kind of thing I that stimulates my mind and I want to like entertain. But here we can talk all this about different tribes and whatnot. That conversation will never end. But in the end, what is there to achieve? For example, when you're talking about these things, remember like the Chinese, you see their kids, they're not busy teaching their kids about tribes and all this stuff. They're teaching them, hey, this is our common goal, we're trying to conquer this world. And look at what they're doing. Same with the other groups. I mean, other groups are now falling behind to them. But what about us?
Yes, sir.
That's a
Uh,
good question.
go
It
go go
does.
ahead, go ahead, Big Black. Go. I was going to pass it
Yeah,
to you. Then I'm
that's
happy
a
to
good
follow.
question, and that's the problem. It doesn't benefit us. It doesn't benefit African Americans because it splits us up. Because it's still a majority of us do not believe that we were Aboriginals, even though you see a online presence. Most of the, if you ask somebody, on the street about an Aboriginal, they look at you like you're crazy in the face. You know, because a lot of majority of are not on the YouTube or are not online. And if we're online, we're in different parts, you know, of the on the internet, and we're off into something else that interests us. But yeah, it doesn't benefit us, and that's the problem.
Can I come in real quick?
Well, no, let me pass it to Pharaoh because Pharaoh's been waiting. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yes, peace. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, yes, peace, Donis. Peace to the panel. Yeah, I was tuning in on the conversation, and I know you said earlier about why our people try to use other cultures because West Africa is not sexy, and and as a historian, this is going to be hard, but as a historian, when it comes to West Africa and West African history and history period, we have to tell the truth. Um, Now, I know some of us don't want to upset the elders, but when it comes to this, we have to tell the truth. And truth is, when it comes to West Africa, the literature and the text uh, on that behalf is really not that old. It goes no further back than like 16th century, and the history is written in Arabic. See a lot of scholars and so-called historians today, they tend to exaggerate history, and that's why you know it 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 applauds me. It's amazing to me how these Hebrew Israelites and all these other groups, these fake Aboriginal pretendians and all these groups, they got their movement going on, and they out there, screaming and pumping their fists. Oh, yeah, we the Hebrews, we the Indians, and then they boasting up all this energy, and then when it's all said and done, and at the end of the day, they're gonna come to find out that it was all just a big fat lie, you know. And that's why, like, it's when it comes to this subject history, and we living in an age where the majority of history is being made up. That's why I see the only real history to me is the original history that existed during this time. That was written in ancient texts and that can be translated, because the ancient text to me is based on eyewitness and what the eye saw. But a lot of this English history that's being written today is purely made up. For example, the Dar-Tichit civilization in West Africa. Okay, they say that it goes back to 2,500 BCE, but Dar-Tichit is an Arabic word that was in Arabic, didn't come into West Africa till like the 11th century AD, less than maybe 1,000 years ago. But they saying that it was 2,500 BCE. So it's like, a lot of this history is being made up with the Israelites. They say that Israelites were in West Africa, but truth be told, it's all there is no valid sources to support this claim. If you can show me a 5th century BCE, 4th century BCE, whatever, any BCE text that mentions some kings of Israel in West Africa, then you can convince me that these people were in West Africa. But truth be told, their sources, I mean, their claims is based on pure imagination. They make up this history, write it down in English, and give it to you in an English book. There's no ancient text to support it whatsoever. So it's like,
Can I put this to you, my brother? Can I put this to you? If you understand, there is
Well, hold on, Jagu, hold on. Pharaoh, are you done?
uh,
no. I just want
yeah,
to put it to him. He can come back.
Well, no,
It's his
but
turn.
Jagu, you can be long-winded. Pharaoh's been waiting. I just want to make
You
sure.
always say long-winded. What it is that people have to listen to what's being said. This short attention span that you have doesn't talk about long-winded, my friend. You
yeah,
keep talking like that.
Pharaoh. No, I'm not. I'm saying you could be long-winded. I'm saying Pharaoh needs to finish his thoughts before you interrupt
yeah.
him.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not done. Yeah, but I'm just alarming the people that
You guys need to be careful because like I said, I am a historian. I heard it all. And I, as a historian, you know, I only want to hear what the ancients have to say. And when you read a history book, when I read a history book, I'm looking for the source that the claim is based on. I want the ancient text, even if the ancient text is in a few sentences. I want to hear what the ancients got to say. I don't want to hear what the modern person got to say. So to the people, I'm telling you to be aware, be careful of, because we're living in a day and age where the community, the conscious community, and the community that's teaching Black people about their history and identity is full of scammers, frauds, and liars, and they just making up stuff and giving it to you in an English book, and you're gonna come to find out, you're gonna wake up one day just like I did, that it's all just a big fat lie, and that's all I got to say.
All right, go ahead, Jaco. You can respond.
Thank you, sir. I hear what you say, but you have to understand that we are all in the dark still. Yet things are coming to light. And as we come across certain information, we must understand that there's a lot of information missing. I give you the example of Alexandra in Egypt. When it was sacked, all of those books were burnt in order to create a new paradigm. Nok civilization in the Nigeria we see the artifacts, but the Nok, what we call Nok, is actually named after a village. It's not, those people did not necessarily call themselves Nok. They did not. So there's a lot missing. When we talk about um, uh, 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 Timbuktu, Timbuktu, the information there um, has been disrupted, and good 95% of it is written but not translated. That we don't even know what's in those books. You understand? So there's a lot missing from our history. What we need to do is to have a. I too am a historian. We can't, as historians, we can't use that claim to boast anything. You boast nothing because you know nothing. We know nothing. What we are doing is searching and searching, and the search is going to continue. However, we must understand that there's a great revelation happening. Things are being revealed. And as they become more and more revealed, we have to glean on what can be proven, what is true, and what we can learn from in going forward. The way we look at things, I'm afraid, what you just said, sir, my good friend, is still extremely inept. And I don't mean that as a abuse or of any type. Inept in the fact that you don't have all the information. You just don't have it. We want to be able to glean on certain things that may not be answered today. The answer may come 5, 15 years from now. This is what we have to appreciate in terms of history, that we don't have it all. The fact of the matter is, if I can put it to you, what's happening in today's world with Black people right around the world and their intelligence being bared out? There are, I heard of one, I think she was an 11-year-old or something, or maybe 15, that she is the youngest PhD in the world. She's a Black American, youngest PhD in the world. Now, when you have to understand where her intelligence comes from and what she's depicting, you have to understand that people are really learning. Us here, I'm afraid we're not learning. We're not. So all this boasting that we do about the information we have, I beg, we must stop that. We must act in humility as to the knowledge that we have is insufficient for us to be pontificating about anything. We're just guessing. And I dislike it. I dislike it immensely. I need us to really forge in the way of practicality, not to assume. We're all assuming rubbish. I am FBA. My dad is Cherokee or Cherokee, but I don't speak the language. Yet the Indians who are true um, um, Native Americans, if you like, those people still have their culture. They still speak their language. So what the hell happened to you? What happened to you that you don't speak these languages? You don't follow these cultures. What happened to you? You're guessing and you're claiming, and you're guessing and claiming on pure bullshit. And you need to stop it, to be frank. Because I tell you this, the way I've grown up in
No,
this
bro,
world,
you just cursed,
wait,
man.
let me just land, please. The way I see it is,
No need for the
wait,
slander,
wait, wait,
bro.
wait,
I
wait,
didn't
bro,
slander
bro,
you.
please,
No need for
please,
you to
please.
slander me.
All right, brother, thank you. What I'm trying to say is that as we grow in knowledge, and the Black Americans in this world have been doing a fantastic job, even through the downtroddenness and the oppression that they have suffered. They've done a fantastic job. I believe this generation that we're going into are breaking all that shit apart, and we're coming with things that aren't real, and we are proud of the fact that we're lying to ourselves. I can't. It's unbelievable. I believe that this is why Dynast has these conversations, because Dynast has an appreciation that we're lying to ourselves. We just want anything else but to be African, and that's fair enough for some people who are ashamed of who they are. But that doesn't countenance any truth. It doesn't. You can't bring this to the table of the big table, because you know where we're speaking from now is a very little table. It's completely insignificant to the rest of the world. What are we offering the rest of the world? Is what I'm saying. Whilst we're in a downtrodden position, I believe that the Black Americans' parents and parentage and the history of Black America is being usurped, is being turned upside down. There is no pride in who it is that we are. And I don't know why we are behaving like ignoramuses. I don't know why that is satisfactory to us.
Go
It's
ahead and
comf-
make your point, man. Make your point.
I've made my point. If you're listening and you have any appreciation of understanding, any humility at
Hey,
all,
Jagu, 30 seconds. I'm gonna pass it back to Fro to let him respond, and then I got to pass it to D Money though.
sure, okay. I mean, you can respond. I've said enough. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Fro. Then I got to pass it to D Money though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything he just said, he try to sound smart, but he really he ain't saying nothing.
I don't have to try
Um,
anything, bro. I'm just being myself. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, but yeah, I mean, regardless of what's unknown and what we don't know about, okay, that still we still should not replace the unknown with a bunch of made up lies.
I agree with
Okay,
that. I agree with
and
that.
that's what's
That's what
going
I'm
on
saying.
here. Okay, if I mean if it's unknown, just be honest and say it's unknown. We don't know, and then that's it. Not replace it with with some made up mumbo
I,
jumbo, and
I, I,
that's
I never
what's
said
going
that we
on.
should replace it. You see, you didn't really listen to me.
Hey, Jagu, you got to let him finish. He didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, we living in an age where scholars and so-called historians they're making extraordinary claims, but they're not showing any extraordinary proof. Okay, if you telling me about a 10,000-year-old civilization, I want to see a 10,000-year-old text. Okay, I don't want to hear about a 10,000-year-old civilization written in a book that's dated to 2020 or 1990. Okay, that I mean that right there alone, it is as pseudo as it get, and it is as made up as it get. And I'll pass the mic to someone else.
All right, let
Can
me
I
pass
speak?
it. No. Oh, go ahead, Kofi. I forgot. It's your turn in this recorder. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace, everybody. Jagon. So,
Thank
as you guys know, I have citizenship on the African continent in Ghana. I want to start with that first. Born in Queens. These are the facts,
Congrats.
right? These are the facts. African Americans or Black Americans founded the first country on the African continent. And when we're having these discussions about who comes from where and who's, no one ever mentions that. And that happens for a reason. It's because we don't know our history, or we're just blatantly ignoring the real facts. And I see it on both sides. Um, I I doubt
that a lot of local people on the African continent are have access to the amount of internet data that I have access to listen to 2 hours of research on African Americans on the African continent for the past 200 years since the early 1800s. Um, but when I do engage with Ghanaians, when I'm driving Uber and I have Ghanaian passengers, I remind them of the history of how the black star in the on the Ghanaian flag came about. It was influenced by the white star, the lone star on the Liberian flag. Now, whenever we having these conversations of, I'm African American, I'm Black American, I'm FBA, and you know what, we should focus only on the United States. You know what? That's fine, because the reason why Liberia still stands, and the reason why 54 or 53 other African countries were able to spawn after Liberia was because the support that African Americans were giving from the United States. When Liberia was founded in 1847, African Americans were either free, but most were still enslaved. And by then, we already had 10 to 15 black presidents. 10 of them were born in the United States on the African continent. We already had 10 presidents. Now, by the time the Civil War was over, and it was won by the North, the Union, there were black people that were close to Abraham Lincoln to say, look, let's recognize Liberia. Let's give them their sovereignty, and let's give them their support. Now, without that, the British in Sierra Leone would have sacked most of Liberia, and the French that were in Guinea to the north, into Cote d'Ivoire to the east, would have also sacked the entire Liberia. It would have became another colony of Europe, but that did not happen. That didn't happen, and that's worth something. Now, when Liberia went through its problems in the 1980s, many Liberians were able to come back to the United States. The reason why I know this information is because my encounters with Liberians in the United States, they were able to inform me of my history on the African continent. And today I have citizenship in the African continent, and I'm able to build corporations for people that's currently in Dubai, in South Africa, in Nigeria, and build a corporation for them in the United States because of that. Now, whenever we like to bring up, oh, we ain't African, oh, African Americans ain't really African, we need to point back to the closest history, and that's Liberia. And that will solve a lot of our problems. We definitely can't deny each other because it's too late. It's really too late to deny one another. And I feel like, yes, that's where we need to move these conversations forward. Right now, we have access to the biggest era of information right now, where we could control our own destinies, and we could build our own industries. Yes, there's not going to be a lot of jobs out there because where we're going is towards industry. We're industrializing into a whole new atmosphere. And all we have to do is think big.
Kofi,
That's all. That's what we have to do.
I got to pass the mic. Go ahead,
Okay,
Rokoya.
pass the mic. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rokoya. Rokoya, mute yourself. Rokoya. Go ahead, Vovo Ranch.
All right, I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that,
Okay,
guys.
go
I
ahead.
want to say hello and thank you, guys. I'm glad to join you again on this panel. I just have a small observation. Um, I think that there's a psychology here that there's a word for it. I have to find the word for you guys. I think it's autonomous laziness, but it's
Stockholm
essentially
syndrome.
no, not that. I think we are something classic, which is it looks like we our people just like the razzmatazz of new things, new ideas. I mean, anything that is glitzy and fancy, and we just jump on it. I mean, I have obviously listened to everyone describe themselves as everything but African, the most basic thing about themselves. They want to be everything because it's the fad of the time. They've been Nuwabians to Nuwapians to then they became the Cometians in Egypt, and then they were not, and then now they were on the most classic, which is the delineation of the FBA or the I don't know the other one, the ADOS. Everything that seems to have a catch or some kind of fancy or something. Listen, I said yesterday and I'm saying it again today. If you knew the African history, if you knew the greatness of Africa before, and I said again that Africa losing its advantage years ago, hundreds of years ago, in what was an ill prepared encounter militarily with Europe, where we lost the advantage, that does not mean that Africans are shaming or have disgraced themselves or colony happened. It happened to people as well. If you know what you're from, if you know what you're made from, if you know the people that had preceded you, the great kings who have preceded, the woman who stood up and fought. This is not history that is fabricated. This is in the narration of people. They exist, their descendants exist. The slaves that left the African coast. I've had some people ask silly questions like, how come y'all didn't come get us? How come you didn't do this?
Mhm.
If you understand what was happening, like think about it now in terms of maybe what's happening in Gaza, where people are trying to just live and move. When you have your society completely upended by the introduction of weaponry that your people were not used to, it was like an arms trade, what we know now to be the arms proliferation, were trying to live and save themselves. You go to places in Benin right now where people's only way, and I know that Dan, as you've probably been there, I've seen there one where the people literally live on water. They had to make their way living on water because that's the only way they could escape being caught as by slavers because they were so scared of the water spirits. Lives changed. People went back to living in caves. This is what was happening in Africa. It was a matter of superior military strategy, superior warfare. People wanted to be aligned with power. Those who sold were powerful merchants who saw the gun and they saw Europe as their way to greatness. So I mean, look, if you are a descendant of a slave, which you feel, I mean, come on, you should be proud that you survived. These were the best. These were the ones who were able to survive. They are the top of it. You understand? They are the ones who were genetically strong, superior. They found ways to survive. So treat those people. Don't say that then you're better because you have 2% of some kind of blood that came from your people here right now. I lived in America. I came back home. My parents are Americans, Black Americans. We found corporation. We're in Kenya. We're in Ghana. We're in Burkina Faso because I'm giving them something and they're giving me something. We're building. We should be talking about fancy because it's going to pass. Tomorrow there's going to be another name for it. And y'all going to be wasting time on it. When there's a continent that is saying, we made mistakes, we didn't connect, now we know you, we welcome you, you're ours. And
All
on
right, let
this
me.
I laugh.
Okay, go ahead, Vovo Rants. Unmute yourself,
Can you hear me, brother?
loud and clear.
Let me say this right about the whole. I don't know if I ever touched on this about the whole Aboriginal Indian thing that some black people trying to claim now. I've been having this conversation with them for 12 years online. And it was interesting to me. I'm a real black American. I'm a descendant of slaves here in this country. I don't got no immigrants in my family. Ain't nobody ever came from nowhere else, none of that.
We were whatever happened to black people in this country happened to my family. So I was in this is about 12 years ago. I keep hearing these black people that look like me claiming they from Chicago, St. Louis, LA, talking about these Native Americans. So I'm like, what? I'm like, who are these people? So I went into their rooms and chat rooms and spaces asking questions. And I discovered as I was asking questions, they was full of shit. All of them is all of them is full of shit, bro. All of them full of shit. All of them. Now, these people do read. They do read, but it's something wrong with them mentally to where they skew what they reading. They like to twist the narrative into what they reading. They're really easy to handle. I didn't know though. I didn't know. I'm thinking they're going to teach me something, and I learned that they really full of it. A lot of these guys, I hate to say this, I don't want to be harsh, you know what I mean? Because this, you know, is something you can't handle. A lot of these guys come out of the foster system, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest with you, like, you know what I mean? I discovered that as over these 12 years. They don't really know who their parents is and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They trying to cling to this I found some Indian in my family, and if this treaty in 1771 proves that the Negro. Now we do know American history. Negro, I mean Indians. Some Indians were reclassified as Negro. That's undeniable. That's undeniable. Some Native American Indians were enslaved. That's undeniable. It was dark-skinned people on this land. This is a pan-African in space. Y'all think that y'all big on Africa and Africans are strong and smart. Y'all think that they didn't make it to this part of the world? No Africans made it to this part of the world. You know what I'm saying? Like I got another one for you. Not saying that Black Americans are Tainos, but if you look at the Taino people, they were dark-skinned people and they had afros and shit. Like, that's undeniable. You can look that up. Not saying that Black Americans are Tainos, but you know what I mean? That proves that it was dark-skinned people on this side of the world that would have been looking like me, similar to me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see this glowing skin look good, don't it? Yeah, it's some people that would have been looking like me. So, you know what I mean? They just running wild with it. Now they running wild with it, claiming these Native American tribes and all this weird shit. They really silly. All of them are silly. All of them, and they're really easy to handle. All you gotta do is question them, and all of them gonna turn into trolls. So, you know, I just wanted to add that. You know, it's just these guys are really extremely silly. They extreme, but they do read though. That's what make them even more sillier because they'll pull up an article and all that. These guys are readers. They're not just talkers. They read. They really do read. A lot of these guys will read articles and treaties, and they know a lot of that shit. But I don't know, there's something wrong with them. Like they looking for this story of, I don't know. They want to be like the full-blooded Native Americans for some reason, and I don't really understand it. And I've been having these conversations with these people for over a decade.
Can
Appreciate
I
you. Let me.
chime in? Can I
Am I
chime in?
up? Am I
Pew
next?
back. Pew back. Can I chime in?
Who's that? Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Hugh.
Vovo rant. I shouldn't even mess with you because you about to rant it up. But what I'm trying to figure out is what's a full-blooded Native American when they're mixed? Please, someone answer that. Please answer that. It seems like y'all objectively taking the Caucasian side who did everything to play keep away from us claiming our indigenous nationality. And that's what y'all doing every time y'all get back to black and saying, well, y'all can't make y'all new group like Caribbeans did. You can't call yourself Jamaican. Well, won't they just call themselves African then? Why call yourself Jamaican? So again, before we get into that rant, what is a full-blooded Native American? Please. Even though
It ain't no such
50,000
thing.
Native Americans was enslaved by the 1750, that's the next topic. My
It
point
ain't
is,
no.
what is a full-blooded Native American?
It ain't no such thing. Even the tribes don't. They don't deal with blood work. They don't deal with none of that type of shit. They going off skin color and records. That's it.
Thank
Now
you for answering
these
the
guys,
question on the stand.
yeah, these
Thank you.
guys, what these guys are doing is they when you talk to them, right? They claim to be Black Americans, but they're like a native group of Black Americans. It's impossible to have lived amongst us in Black America for the last 160 years when the slaves got released off the plantation and you ain't got no ancestors that were slaves. No ancestors from the plantation. They claiming, no, I'm Choctaw, I'm 100% Choctaw, and all this weird ass shit. It's impossible. Your forefathers and foremothers were chosen at random. My great grandparents never knew each other, never interacted with each other. They moved all around the country from the plantations and shit like that. So these people are chosen at random. They were different ages, different from different classes of society, and they met up in Black America in these cities. Like I'm in Cleveland. My grandparents, just my four grandparents are from Georgia, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Just those four. Then if you go deeper to my great grandparents, we getting into Alabama, uh, Oklahoma, Georgia again. So these people met in Black America. These people never knew each other, and they were responsible for my birth. So you know what I mean. There's no way to be these guys, these Black Indians claiming that no, I'm 100% Choctaw and you don't know who you is and you is too. It's silly. It's just silly. It's silly talk, and that's why it never works.
It's not that Caucasians could have succeeded at making people lose their historic ancestry background. It's the fact that these people are faking like they know everything that happened when they couldn't have because we went through a war. So you couldn't have known everything. Just like I'm telling Africans, they can't know everything.
They
Also,
really
when when you're trying to reference a Native American or the indigenous, what you're really trying to reference are the people who are created by the evolutionary processes of the earth, and that right there is the Negro slash Africanoid phenotype, and that's because of the mitochondrial Eve gene, because our gene is the only gene that's untampered with, and like I said, was created by the evolutionary processes. So, where a lot of this confusion comes from is the fact that a lot of people don't know the extent of the Negroid or Africanoid genome because Caucasians have limited it in definition to the Congolese or the short, nappy, curly-haired African. When in when other scientists or other sciences have actually proven that there's 48 shades to the black genome. There are 16 black, there are 16 red slash brown, and there are 16 yellow. And these phenotypes, these shades, do come in different hair textures: wavy, long, coarse hair, or short, nappy, coarse hair, as long as they're all ether 9, which stands straight up. So another part that people are getting very confused about is the fact that they're trying to relate somehow to ethnical or cultural identities with their genome, and it does not work that way. A lot of people have very novice understandings of genetics, and the way that it works is you can't genetically be Irish or German or Egyptian or these types of things. These are all terms and basically just words that we're trying to use to reference things, but there's no the oozing DNA material that's in your body. You can't reference that as something that's Irish or whatever like that. It just doesn't work that way. So you can't genetically be an ethnicity or a culture or a nationality. The only thing that can be tracked is your phenotype, and it's most accurately tracked through your haplogroup. And the haplogroup is a genetic signature from the parent that actually can help you track migrations throughout history. So, and another thing is Black Americans are in a very unique position that Africans are not in. When the Arab took over Africa, due to their religion and other things, they wanted to leave the Holy Land alone. They didn't want to redraw the borders or do X, Y, and Z. A lot of what they did was enter your language and basically change it or give you an entirely new one. The Black American didn't go through that. The Black American, what we went through is after conquering, they actually redrew the entirety of how we had this continent. So Africans have the privilege or the not or luxury, throughout history of being able to at least identify and at least, okay, well, yeah, if I know I was taken from this place, um, what's it called, Israel is still in the same place. So I can actually know where to go or how to find this type of lineage. Black Americans don't have that. When it was conquered, everything got redrawn up. And also because of slavery, Black Americans are in another unique position where on this land, American land, there are Africans and Black Americans who are Indians from a bunch of different places. And the thing is we're all, I mean, if you were born here, we're all identifying as African American. When in Africa, they don't do that because they still have their place of home in such a way. You don't just go to Africa and oh, you're just labeling everyone an African. They'll probably take offense to that. Like, no, bro, I'm from Ghana, or no, bro, I'm from Egypt, or no, bro, I'm from this place or that place, you know. But it just doesn't work that way with us because of what we've gone through. So a lot of the time, people are trying to figure out their identity. You know, a lot of people want to make fun of this identity crisis that Black Americans are going through, but it's a very positive thing that Blacks are actually trying to figure out where they came from, you know, because you have to know where you're going. You have to know where you're from to know where you're going. So you have to actually study, you know, this type of lineage. And there's just a lot of confusion going on, you know, throughout the whole space, throughout the whole conversation about, you know, who's who and where's from where. The thing is all of the descriptions that the US generals left, even pre-US, Columbus and X, Y, and Z, all of these people left descriptions that correlate with the Africanoid phenotype and none other. So we're really all one phenotype with different ethnical, cultural, and national backgrounds. And that's the way it works even for Caucasians, you know, because Caucasians, if you didn't know, the Englishman is a Caucasian, the Irishman is a Caucasian, the Arab is a Caucasian. They're not genetically different to the point where, you know, they're thinking they're completely different races, or no, you got to be one of the other. No, they're all Caucasian. So all of these, all if you're Black, if you have ether 9 hair, right, because these are really some of the main conditions. We have different nose sizes. Some of us have different lip sizes from where you're from, but something that's consistent within the entire phenotype is the ether 9, whether it's wavy and it's long, or it's short and it's coarse, because of our, you know, like I said, the 48 different shades of the Black genome.
Preach
I'll
King,
let it
go
go.
ahead.
Peace to the guys. I had to come back. I had to come back. I'm trying to chill. I'm letting y'all do y'all thing. I know y'all going through some emotional problems. That's what this is. It's all emotional. Let's understand. Like learning new information, we get outside of our box. So we all, we fight to hold on to what we know. But the young man, Volvo, I mean, he just says something that's very profound, and it tells everybody's thing. And this is what I have to deal with. So he just said there are some black Taínos that look like me, look darker like me, but yada yada yada. So that's the thing I'm trying to get people to understand. We have a problem with dealing with reality. If he can admit that there are some people that look like him that will be considered a black Indian, but then he can sit here and say, yeah,
Well,
these people is crazy and these people are losing their mind and they don't know something. But yeah, there are some black Indians. It just ain't true. See, that's the disconnect. See, that's what I'm saying. Like when we the guy said people can read and we can read, well, we have to find this information because it's not being presented in schools. We are being taught
Exactly.
by people who are trying to conquer us, that people who are trying to oppress us. So they're not going to give us the truth. And again, I'm not here. I understand the African ladies. See, the problem with the Africans is that they have a huge continent, but they are depending on black people in America. We are their hope. We are their dreams. I mean, like, she cannot believe that we just want to do us. Oh, I don't believe it. Y'all just don't want to. What would being an African do for you? Lady, you came to America. So being an African don't
hey,
do nothing for you. So
Precisely.
why would we want to jump on that
wait
on
a
that
minute.
African boat?
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Before you start making some
Can I
assumptions
finish my
about
thought?
me.
You can. I mean, you can respond. You can respond. You can rebut me, please. I don't mind. I'm almost done. This is my last thought. That's my last thought. Because it's about attitude, y'all. At this point, it's not about information, like the brother said earlier. What we gonna do with the information? When I gave y'all the information about that, there is a mammal, that the mammals come from America. That information is paradigm shifting.
Yeah, you talking about camels. Camels come from America.
Let
Thank you, brother.
me
That's
say
what we're supposed to
something.
do, help each other think.
Say
That
something.
that
And
type of
first and foremost,
information is
Now where the
paradigm
camels at in
shifting. You
America?
should
Hold
say,
on now.
Please look that up
how
and bet $10,000 on it. My cash app is free earth. Let's do it.
Where the
we
camels at
should
in
say
America
we should
today?
say to
Hey,
ourselves,
don't ask no
how
more
do we
questions. I stand on that. Camels come from America. Look it up.
He wants you to accept that bet first.
say something, okay?
I'm gonna
Because
fall back. I'm gonna
even,
fall back and listen. I ain't going nowhere. You got it, man. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
because listen, I
Matter of
mean,
fact,
hey,
get that right.
we're over here to exchange information, and I'm giving you information from an African's perspective, and I'm just telling you this. I mean, Africans and African Americans, those who claim or who know or who accept that their lineage, part of it comes from Africa. Those of you who say you're not Africans, Africans are not asking you to come and join them. We're not begging you. We're not saying that because we realize that certain people will definitely turn their backs on part of their identity. Because unless you claim or accept that you have that part of you and you own it, you have nothing to do with that. I'm only telling you that there is a history. And according to the history, that can be corroborated from Africa's point of view, because there was a destination, and there were people who left a place and went to a destination, and they were not only debarked in America. Some of them were offloaded in Brazil. Some of them were offloaded in Haiti. Some of them were offloaded in the sub-Caribbean island. So this has to all jive. You can't have a storyline that is so different when the people are all leaving one destination but are being. And I want to tell you something. One, when Columbus came to America, or when he arrived in the Caribbean island, Columbus denoted the people that he saw. He never said he saw Negroes. He didn't see. He said he saw Indians because he had an identification for Indians. They were trying to get to India. They already knew what the Indians looked like. They knew what the Indian continent was producing. That's why they were all traveling to India for trade. They already knew Indians because there was a land connection between India and Europe. It's one mass. So the Indians would travel over through the Silk Trade and would end up in ports close to Europe. So these people were not people who had no idea where they were, who they were looking for. So one, if they stop Tainos and call them Indians, be sure they know what they were calling. That's number one. Number two, when you hear the narratives on the South American side, when the Africans, especially those who were called the Maroons, when they landed in the continent, they realized a lot of the Africans, that the people who are Africans, I'm not talking about your Indian people, when they landed on that place and they escaped from because they identified similar topologies and geographies. They identified trees and things that they knew they could escape into the forest. And when their own mouths, their words, these are not things that have been forgotten. It's in their narratives. When they encountered the people in Brazil, they, they knew them to be different from them. They knew these people literally lateral line of the lateral line that crosses Africa right through to South
Can I
America.
rebut?
These are the
Can
same
I
people.
rebut
Let
her
me
now?
finish. Let me listen.
You,
I
I
want to
mean,
learn because I'm making a point, please. So what I'm
you made a
telling
lot
you
of
is,
points. They're wrong though.
They're not
I have
wrong.
to finish
You're not
my way.
listening. You're not
I am
listening.
listening because
What
see, that's the thing about
I'm saying
history is that history is designed
is,
to
Liam, so
serve
please,
all.
let me just finish,
History is
please.
best designed to
Hey,
fulfill all requests.
Priest King, let Rokoya finish.
Please, listen, sir. That's like a man. Woman is women who go yap 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 like that. When when those when
Okay,
those
okay,
people
let's play. Let's play.
landed, Because I mean, I'm a woman. I'm telling you, that's what we do. But men stand to. I'm telling you, the Africans recognize these people as different. Were different, also recognize the Africans as different. But they were able to, because they were all being oppressed by the same persons, these people were able to give the Africans refuge. But they never claimed to be them, and they never claimed to be the Africans either. So what I'm saying is that there is enough corroboration and stories to let you know that yes, maybe genetically there's some uh cross. I don't know. I don't want to use words that I'm not scientifically, but there was this distinction in the people. They had probably the same skin color or some different tones or hues, but they knew they were no, graphically very different from these people. And so when you say that you people are these Indians, you see cross between them. There could be some intermarriages and stuff. But let's be clear that the African was very different from the people that were on this continent. And there was no way the
Exactly.
conquistadors we
Say it
thought
again,
they
baby.
were the same.
We exactly different, and we know we different, and we gonna keep saying we different, and that's it. That's it. Say it again, baby. Stop being upset about the truth. You right. They were people here. They look alike, but they different, and we gonna
I
be
Someone
got
from
different.
I
Africa
got a
cannot
question for her.
be
I got a question
you're
for
not
her.
I got a
I got
question
a
for you.
question. Hugh got a question before we get all emotional for her. The same lady that was talking because it's confusing to me. And this is what I mean by seeing side narratives. She comes on and stamps out the fire by saying we should unify. And then she goes back and take a stance and then take back and say that we are African and the people that Columbus seen was these people. How does she know? She's not stamping nothing, which means she's clearly taking a side that obviously she's taking that we have a self-identity crisis over here, and obviously we don't know that we're not mixed with African and Asians, and that obviously copper people and dark people come from all over the world. Everybody don't come from Africa. I thought we passed that part. And then the
Can
reason
I
why
can I say this? Can I say this really quickly? All
hold up.
right,
I
all
ain't
right,
read
bro.
2 minutes.
All
The
right,
reason
bro.
why we are
Okay.
differentiating each other, going back to answer for 237, I just waited 30 minutes and I wrote down everything like a grown-up. So going back to respond to Mr. 237, he might even be off of here already. But my point is, he was saying, how do we correlate this to now? How we correlate this to now is because Obama, since y'all want to make fun of the words Barack Obama, Alabama, it's funny, right? Because Barack Obama himself signed in 2011 the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. Now let me show y'all how y'all put y'all foot in y'all mouths and watch how y'all go against y'all own narratives. Now Obama would not sign the rights of indigenous people, which was pertain to America, if the same people you said who are the Native Americans, which are not full blood, which I just agreed to, who already got the status because that's who the Caucasians wanted to get the status so they could put them on reservations and leave us to be the sacrifice inside the curriculum or this new system.
It's a fact.
The game is, once they took over the reservations, they needed no more laws. They already had their civil rights. They got the Indian rights. They got the reservations. Why would Obama, who's a constitutional lawyer who understands ethnicity and understands the class, as my brother was saying, that we're not on, let me correct him too, and not on the devious tip, let me correct you on the we're thinking for each other tip. We're not the same phenotypes. That's the problem. We are different phenotypes, and that's what Christopher Columbus and all of them was saying. He know we're not Africans. He know we're not the Negroes. They consider that and subjugated us to that once they came over here and decided to take us all over, like they call us Saracens. We are not Saracens neither. They
Wow,
used that
man.
word before they ever met us. But let me keep going. And y'all, and the land of point is that my point is that you're switching sides every narrative, and you're saying that we should just come
Can
together
I
and
come
hash
back,
it out. And it's hold up. And it
Dennis?
seems like
You were
it
going to say
seems like
why Obama did something.
I
You were
got
going
you.
to
I'm about to get back to it. And it seems like you don't want us to have our own identity and I got you. Nationality. And this is why Obama signed Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. See, have attention span. I'm going to fully loop it for you. The Declaration of Indigenous People gives us our nationality and our rights to assimilate on the land, not the fake Indians. Because if he did, he wouldn't have signed it in 2011. They already got their rights. It's for us.
Wow.
This is why I don't say native. It says
so why
indigenous.
we ain't using it? So why we ain't using
Now
it?
you
No.
got it.
Let
Thank
me,
you. Thank
bro,
you.
calm
That
down.
is the
This
problem.
is the same guy who said that we shouldn't be
We
emotional.
should
Calm
be
down.
using it. That's my point. We
Calm
So
can't
down.
get to it
so
because
why
it
we
seems like
not
y'all
though? Why
defending
we
it.
not?
It
Why we
seems
not
like y'all
using
won't let us get to it. It seems like y'all using y'all platform for the wrong reason instead of letting
Wait,
us get
man.
to it.
Calm the fuck down, man.
We should have agencies, creating agencies on this platform. Somebody should be saying, hey, I
Listen to
already
this.
got environmental agency.
Listen to this. Listen to what I'm about to say and see if you can incorporate it into what you are saying. Now, the word Indian has etymology.
Yes, sir.
Indian, the word Indian comes from the word indigo. The word indigo was given
No, not
by,
indigo. Indios.
please,
Indios. But go ahead.
please,
It
please,
goes back to
man.
Indios in the Indus
Can
Valley.
I,
In the Indus
please,
Valley.
bro?
But go ahead.
Fucking hell, man. The word Indian comes from the word indigo. It comes from those who used to produce the color indigo. Those people that used to produce the color indigo was like a purple, and that purple was a color that they could
But
not produce.
indigenous don't come from that.
Let me
Indigo
finish,
means
fuck
purple, sir.
face, please. Just let me finish.
That's a lie. You gotta fact check it
You
before you
can
keep
come back.
going.
You can come back, bruv. Just calm down, please. Goodness
Man, this is
gracious.
crazy. Can you
Yeah,
show
you
it?
are,
Can you
bro. Can you
show it?
calm down, bro? I've
Yes,
said
I will, but
calm.
can you show it first, sir? Because you're misleading people. You can't
If
keep
you
going
allow
if
me
we
to
have a
finish, if
misconception.
you
You have a
have the patience,
misconception.
look at
Indigo
this, man.
never meant nothing with Hindus or Indus Valley, which turned into Indios. You gotta look it up
Okay,
first before you
okay,
do that.
okay, okay. Be quiet for a minute.
Hey, hey,
Be
Hindus
quiet.
Valleys is
who?
what started
No,
Be
who,
India.
quiet for a
who?
minute. You might
You
see
gotta
where I'm
you
going.
gotta let Jagu
Okay,
finish.
got you.
You gotta let Jagu
Now,
finish.
what? Please, guys. The word indigo comes from those who produced the indigo color, which was a kind of purple, and that indigo color was very difficult in the old terms. The Indian that they understood, they knew that as for black people because it came from Carthage and it came from the Phoenicians. Those were the people who were first producing indigo. We have indigo pits, as you can confirm, Dynast, in the Hausa land, where indigo pits, and in Yoruba land, we have deep indigo pits. Now, the reason why Christopher Columbus was thinking that there was a way to India, which they were trading with, and they didn't want to go through the Arabs. The Arabs were disturbing their trade as for Europe, so they were looking for a different way in order to subnavigate the Arabs, so they can cut them out of the trade. You understand that the Arabs were the midway; they were the middlemen to get in goods from Asia. So Christopher Columbus heading to the Americas, not possibly knowing that he was heading to the Americas, he landed upon people who looked like the Indians and who were dark, and he called them Indians. You understand? That's why they get their name. Indian is not a name for the so-called Native Americans. That is not their name. That is a name given to them because the Europeans thought they had touched India, where they were nowhere there. So all these factors, they have to be put into your understanding if you know this history at all. You know, they have to
Well,
be
not
put
a
into your
lie,
understanding.
not a false fact. You just gave false facts.
Okay, if you like, because I know you
Well, yeah,
guys in
because the
America,
All
word
right,
your
India
education
in
seems
the
to be spoiled.
Santeria comes
I
from
gotta
the
pass it to
word
free. Go ahead, free
No,
game.
Indios.
Go
could
ahead,
I
free
say
game.
this?
Go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's just weird how this guy's so backhanded. Now he's talking about you guys in America. It's amazing how these Africans that ain't even in America is an expert on our lineage just by
What do you
looking
mean,
up.
bro? This is the Europeans were the people that discovered that place up until 400-500 years ago.
Yeah, you're an
So they
expert
gave
on the
you
wrong lineage,
you
sir.
don't know that history. You don't know
You
that
you
history.
you wasting a lot of energy on the wrong lineage. It's just
What
weird. It's just weird that you would do that. But go ahead.
Okay, bro.
Where
Tell me
did
this. Tell me
where
this.
the Europeans discover?
I just gave you an etymology of where the name India comes from. Are you denying that history?
Yes, that was false
It's
because they
somebody
called it
else's turn.
Indios.
He was gonna call on
He
somebody. I
called
just
it.
wanted to just
Well, he
add,
asked the
just get
question.
that
I'm
on the
answering his
record. That's
question.
Well,
weird.
no,
It's,
pre-game.
Brothers don't
No,
like that.
you guys
right.
are
No, no,
unteachable. You can't be taught.
no, I gotta pass the mic to free game. Go ahead, free game. Free game. Unmute yourself.
You're dunces, me. Dunce Naras.
All right, free game. Go ahead. Free game. All right, his Obama phone ain't working. We gotta go ahead. Set two. Go ahead, set two.
But see, but the problem is he
Nah,
wanna.
it ain't your
Hold
turn. Go
on.
ahead, set two.
I need more time. I need more time to before contribute. I'm
Okay,
quick.
because there's people trying to get in, so let me just remove you guys.
Now Priest made a comment towards me earlier. He was saying something about I don't know what I'm talking about. Something about I mentioned the
No,
Taino people.
right. I'm saying that you can't connect to what you're talking about, and the same thing with that brother right there. He just deflected talking about indigo, a color. When we talking
Yeah,
Yes.
about
Yes.
like this is the problem.
that's
We
Thank
can't
you.
deal with information. That's why
Yes.
that's
people
what
they ask
they
the question. I'm
hold
What
on.
just
that
trying
got
to
to do
answer
with
the question.
indigenous?
Listen,
I'm
that's
just trying to
rubbish what
answer
he
the
talking
question.
about.
You
That
moving
was
on
just a
to the
waste
next
of
person.
time.
I just wanted to answer the question Because
No,
that's
my
why we
thing
getting
is
confused because we asking all these questions and nobody's giving us answers. You got some people here to answer the question. Let's get some answers.
that's fair. That's what we're here for. My thing is this, right? I do believe that we have Native American lineage. Yeah, but I feel as though a lot of these guys are going overboard with this. No, we're Choctaw. Slavery wasn't real. Now slavery went in reverse, and they lied. All that. That's when you start getting into weirdo shit. When you super want to claim super want to claim a Native American tribe. I live in Black America now. Grew up in Black America. My family and all that. Niggas wasn't walking around with no feathers. Niggas wasn't walking around talking
Whoa,
all
whoa,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa. That's
Oh,
two. You owe me two super chats, sir.
how that's two?
You said the N word twice.
No, that's one.
How's it one?
Yeah, that's one. I already paid you.
You didn't pay me today.
That when I didn't say it yesterday. I said
No. But he just said it twice now. You owe me one.
put it on my tab. I got you, man.
No. You owe me. We're sitting right
I
now.
understand.
You got a minute to sit it. I'm gonna remove you.
Huh? I got what?
A minute to sit it. I'm gonna remove you.
All right, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
All right,
Go
but
ahead, free
oh,
game.
my bad. Yeah, yeah.
Brother, that's not their culture, brother. That the Native Americans on the reservations, that's not their culture. If you they will tell you about their history is that they live in caves. It's called the Indians from the Seven Caves, okay? That's why they need a reservation because they actually live underground. Look up a place called Montezuma's Castle. Montezuma's Castle is underground. So this is not their
Oh
culture.
shit.
American Indian culture is beans, corn, and squash. Everything that you eat for Thanksgiving is American Indian culture. Cotton. How do you come to America, but the Indians don't wear cotton? They not Indians. They up there. They listen. The Indians were not roaming. You don't have beans, corns, and squash and be roaming chasing a buffalo if you farming. They're not Indians. Okay? So this is just to help you guys understand that those guys are playing a part. Those guys come
Oh
from
shit.
caves underground and are pretending to be Indians. Real, we practice our culture today. We wear cotton. Cotton is an American innovation created by the American Indian. We wear cotton. We everything we do
Oh
is American,
man.
y'all.
Oh
Free game. You ain't no better. You ain't no better.
What you
no.
mean? What you
That ain't
mean?
me. That ain't
Look,
me,
I
dog.
like you, bro. I
I
like
ain't
you. I
no
know
net.
you've been
Look,
debating me
man.
for
Look.
months. I
Look.
finally up in here. Listen, we here. I ain't tripping. But the thing is, we not. I don't want to hurt their feelings, bro. Because this is
Hurt their
about
feelings,
us.
Priesky. Priesky, F their feelings. Hurt their feelings, bro.
That
Spit.
man saying they living
Listen,
Spit. Hey,
underground.
spit.
listen,
Priesky. Spit.
listen. They are chinos. Okay,
That man
some of
said they
them.
live
Okay,
underground.
y'all heard the word chino, like a person, a rapper, or a China, a Mexican named a chino. That's because they are Chinese. A chino is a chino. They're not Americans. They're not Native Americans. To end all of these conversations, like I said, a lot of this is emotional because if we were just dealing in facts, we could just show pictures of the Mayans. What do the Mayans look like? They drew themselves. They look like you and me. They don't look like chinos. They don't look like these people that come from seven caves underground. Like again, even the Mexican
Oh
history,
man, how you
Mexicans
know
will
these
tell
people
you
come from underground, man?
Montezuma's castle, and
Man,
it's the
that's
story.
one people, man. You can't say the
Man,
whole
listen,
people.
it's
Come on,
Indians
man.
from seven caves. If you want to know the story of the Aztecs, how did that's why we don't claim Aztec, we Mayans and we Olmecs. Why don't we claim Aztecs? Because where did the Aztecs come from? The story is that they had a teacher that came to them who they had a teacher that came to them and told them to follow me, and they coached them out these caves, and he brought them to. He said, I want you to go to a place where the eagle is eating a snake on a cactus. We all know that that's the symbol of Arizona, and it's the Mexican symbol. Eagle eating, perched on a cactus eating a snake. That's where they sent the people to, and that place is Teotihuacan. That is the Aztec capital. They didn't even build their own city. They came from the seven caves and went into our city. Okay, so I understand that it's hard to get all of that, but that's the history. Once you, like the brother said earlier, you gotta tie it all together. That they don't have a history. They come from the 7 caves. We led them to that place, and we allowed them to be civilized. And another thing the sister said earlier. Never mind. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead. Ask questions. Y'all got it. I'm not trying to. I ain't trying to give y'all too much because this is emotional stuff. Like
I
I
have
know it
a
hurt when we
question
been
for
lied
you,
to.
Christine. You mind if I ask you this question?
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about the Aztecs and all that. Can you give us a time frame where, based on your narrative, at what period did they come out from the caves? Can you relay that to a certain particular, if was it a BC before the calendar? I mean, can you give us a reference point in terms
No,
of
this
Had
is
to be
time?
around
AD.
1412 to 1500 AD if
AD.
we're talking about Aztecs.
And all that they talk about the creation. So I'm going to see where in what
We
time
talking
did they
about
come out?
1100 to 1200 AD. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. But 1100 to 1200 AD is when they started
That's
coming
when
out
they
of the
came out of
caves.
the caves. AD.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
AD. To a city that was already built. After we have Mayan civilization, we have post classical Mayan civilization, classical Mayan civilization, early classical Mayan civilization, and then the what we call late Olmecs, which is the intermingling when the Olmecs and the Mayans actually lived together during the same time. So there's about 500 years what they call um, late Olmec, which is early classical, and that's the same time because there is no real Mayans. The Mayans are the same people as the Olmecs. So there is no time for these cave people to even create a city, create anything.
Also, other anthropologists have also said that people like the Aztecs, after the Mayans did stumble upon, well, not stumble upon, it was said that geographically there was a volcano that went off, and that these Aztecs were just another tribal group of people living near the volcano. And then after it went off, they were forced to migrate, and they found that that city left by the Mayans.
Linus,
But
I sent a post into the platform chat room. Can you? And it's from Google, just for ease, because as I said, the education is a strange thing, and the way that people push back on the Indian indigo thing was amazing to me. It just says that we just don't have certain information with certain people. Can you just read it for me, or can you just let the platform know, let the people know what I've sent? This is not my words. This is Google.
Right here. The word indigo originates from the Latin word indicum, which translates to Indian. This reflects the dye's historical source from India, where the indigo plant was cultivated and used. They cut off to create the distinctive blue color. The name
Okay.
indigo is thus a reference to the dye's Indian origin, not the color
Thank
itself.
thank you. Thank you. Now, you guys were so pontificated with the fact
whoa,
that you
whoa,
came
whoa,
across.
whoa, whoa,
Hey,
whoa,
wait,
whoa,
wait, let me land, let
whoa.
me land, let me land. You guys were so
I ain't doing
against what I
bomb.
said. You didn't take it as maybe new information. You didn't say it as, oh, maybe that's so. You just rushed me as though I'm your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm speaking from the facts that I know. Are you with me? Somebody's talking about, hey, he don't know nothing about America. It's not about America. Before there was
I'm
America, as far as the Europe, apart from as far as the
all right, man.
Europeans are concerned, before there was such a place as America, the old world, as we put it, this side of the Atlantic, was where everything was happening. As the Americans
Brother.
it was not was not known to the
Wait,
Europeans.
brother, brother. But don't go past your point now. Don't go past your point. I'm gonna have to quote Brother Uncle. Pseudo dies on his own source. So don't go past your point now.
What are
So
you
we deal with
talking
this
about? Just
indigo.
come back. Just come back, bruv.
Let's get all right. First of all, Columbus never called anybody indigo. He called them indios. So you're conflating
Can you not see the
two different terms.
what kind of
They were never
what
called
your
anything.
bro? You are a
They
pseudo
called them
stupid
indios.
stupefier.
Brother,
You are
brother,
pseudo stupefier.
You
You're ignorant. You
guys,
know
and
nothing.
then
you
You
brother.
don't know
guys,
anything. You're a
So what?
dunce.
So he never mentioned the indigo. He mentioned indios. That has a totally different root. Now you can call
You're
it.
a bloody
Now you
fool,
can't
mate. You're a bloody
mix
fool.
words.
You
Now
can't
again,
even you can't even take the information.
listen. again. I let you speak, and I just didn't let you run from
You
it.
didn't let me speak.
Now, with even
You did not let me speak.
bro,
You're crushing me. You're crushing me when I said the thing in the first place. I'm not here. I'm not your enemy, my brother. As I keep saying to you, all this that we are sharing
bro,
here is information that we know of. I'm telling you an information that I know of. You are subdivusing
I'm telling
Indian
you it's
and
wrong.
Indios. It's ridiculous. Your conversation is ridiculous. It tells me the lack of education that you have. You don't have education.
No, it's telling me
You're
that
a
you haven't
pontifier.
read. It's telling me that you're doing lookership and sound alike ship, and that if you'd have read the book, you
Oh,
would
bro,
quote
you're
exactly
in
what he
trouble with
said.
yourself. You're in deep
You would
trouble with
quote
yourself.
exactly what he said. Why
You
would
are
you
in
quote
deep
him?
trouble.
He didn't
You're
quote
in trouble with
Indigo.
yourself.
You
And then what
guys
you just said.
just discussing root words, right? And just to make everyone aware, there are there have been many root words to Indian, and we should just always clarify which one we're trying to use. Now you have Indian in the root word is India in terms of the nation. Then you can have Indian, and the root
And
word is indigenous in terms of the people, and then you can have Indian, and the root word is indicum or indigo. So,
yeah.
so etymologically, these things have popped up throughout time. And
Mm,
if we're going to be clear with each other, just make
mm.
the distinction between which one you're trying to refer to.
No, what you're saying is good, my brother. But you see that word indigenous, that word indigenous actually means black in terms of how we understand it today. The indigo color was given from Carthage and the Phoenicians, who were black people who depicted this color. It became a royal color in the Roman Empire, in the Greeks, with the Greeks. That's when it was a royal color because of those people that came from that Middle Eastern part of the world. They were seen as the educators, the king, and that color was given to them. You understand? These things are old, and they're older than America's a child. America's 400 years old or whatever it is. It's not like the rest of the world, my brothers.
I'm
You seem
sorry.
to understand
The
that
oldest
as
pyramids
much
in the
as
world is
America is a
America.
superpower today,
Yes,
it was
America
nothing
has the oldest pyramids
400
in the
years
world.
ago.
Watson Brick,
Guys,
3,500
let me
years
pass the
ago,
mic to
when
Infinity. Let me
Egypt.
pass the mic. Let me pass
Yeah.
the mic to Infinity. Go ahead, Infinity.
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. There was this woman, yeah. She lived near the area of Sierra Leone. This woman, she's mixed race, and she went over to America and she owned two farms back in 1664. But this was 1764. Her modern day ancestors are Cherokee, and they wrote about her story from West Africa to America. But she's got descendants who are Native American. That's where I think all this stuff comes from. Actually, she was a slave owner over there in South Carolina, in Berkeley County, back in 1764. This is where all this stuff comes from. There's another woman called um, Theresa Marie Coin. She was another slave owner. She had children with a Native American man and a white man. And it's the same. So there's a clique of three people of color who are slave owners who mix in with white and indigenous people and actually South Asian. There was South Asian indentured servers in Virginia. She goes her modern so going back to Cleveland Hardcastle, her modern day descendants go by the name of Goins, Goins. That's a big name down there in South Carolina. And this is where this stuff comes from. It's only a small amount of people who can claim Native American evolved now because they basically transformed race because they've moved away from the black population and they moved towards the Native American population. Also the Native American side of things. They even actually part of the Cherokee. They're from the western band of the Cherokee down in Kentucky. So that's the piece. So I understand where this thing comes from, but it's not that it doesn't go across. It's not about the whole of all the black people in America. It's only a small amount. But all of you lot try to claim all that. You're just disgracing yourselves, man. You are really disgracing yourselves like a bunch of fucking idiots. That's what I've got to say. You're a bunch of fucking fools. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You're a fucking disgrace of fucking color in front of the fucking world.
Can I respond?
A
Or do
lot.
I
Yes,
just
you
get a
fucking
take it?
chicks. You're fucking idiots. That's why you
Got
fucking
Infinity,
Well,
you
Infinity,
yeah.
you
Infinity,
Let me
fucking you
answer,
blasted
brother.
people. You disgrace our fucking race.
I'm glad you.
Infinity.
I'm glad you
Let
saying
him
what you
calm
just said.
down,
Mm.
I'm glad you
calm
saying it
down,
with your
calm down.
chest. You know, because this is
Let.
what we did. We know how you guys feel about us. We understand this. We know that you guys are upset. You guys feel like we having a great life over here, and why won't we just bring you cavemen into our little world? It's
You
not gonna
funny.
happen, kid. Be
You're a funny
upset.
guy,
I
man.
understand. Be upset. You know, if you because the thing about us is we gonna do for self. We're not asking no Africans to send no donations. We're not asking no Africans to buy nothing. We know y'all ain't gonna do nothing for us because y'all not doing for yourself. So go ahead and be mad and get a tussy fit. Curse me out. I get it, but you ain't gonna do nothing. Period. And then
What
you
are
want
you
us
doing?
because we gonna
What are
do
you
something.
doing? What are you
Hey,
doing? You're a
we
funny
making
guy.
sure that
Anyway,
we
as I
making
said,
we
I'm not
making
into
sure that
this
we
thing
got
where
our
we're
country
fighting
back.
ourselves.
Listen, ask cuz who I am. He know who I am for real, for real. I'm the
I,
leader of
I,
this thing. I got
I
how
ain't
many
go,
people you got following you? I'm the leader of
bruh.
this thing.
You
I
know
started
nothing
this
about me,
thing.
bruh. You know
I
nothing about
don't.
me.
And you know nothing about me. That's what I'm saying. So
So
we
why don't
make
we
stuff
meet? Why
happen.
don't we
You're a
meet?
bunch
And
of you're a
why
bunch
can't
of
we
fools,
therefore,
mate.
as we don't know enough about each other, why
The
can't we
You're a
last
meet
bunch
thing
of
we need to stay
fucking
out of
in
fools,
a
meetings is
mate.
try to do
respectful manner?
something, y'all.
You're a bunch of fuck. Now they're a fucking bunch of idiots, mate.
Bro,
They're a bunch. You're a
bro,
bunch
the
of fucking
reality
idiots.
is
That's it.
I'm here for my people, bro. I'll meet you and give you all the work you want. You ain't saying nothing to me ever, bro. You would never want to meet me. I'm gonna keep it a
What are you
thousand
talking
with you.
about? Where are you going
But
now?
but
Hey,
but
hey,
Where are you
but
going
the
now?
reality
let's get back
is
on topic,
we
man.
worry
Yeah, man.
about
Let's get back on
us, and
topic. This
that's
guy
your
is
Let,
just an
problem.
idiot.
That's your problem. That's why you in your feelings. That's why you
All
want
right,
to
let me
curse. That's
pass
why
the
you want to
mic.
be
Let me
upset.
pass the
No,
mic,
man.
Priest
But it
King.
I
ain't gonna
go.
help you.
All right, D Money though, D Money though, go ahead.
Yeah. So, one of the things about how one of our other how one of, oh my bad, I'm sorry. How one of the other people on this panel did just say that almost the entire population out here is looking to claim some type of Native American heritage. The thing is out here, at least, it's on a case by case basis, realizing that everyone's been mixed. Some people have been sent over there, some people have been brought in over here, X, Y, and Z. Not every African American is Native American. They could be actually African, or they could be Native American. A lot of the times we do have to distinguish this, and we do have to look for where our roots are leading to on a case by case basis. And because all of our land was taken, because a lot of us went into the schools that were being brought up around the time, that the war was ending, and we lost a lot of lost a lot of information. You know, One of the main sources, yeah, is grandma, and it's because up into a certain amount of time, before the digital era came through, word of mouth and writing was the main way of passing down information. It's almost like Africans have they had their griots for a very long time and still do. And
Yep.
they pass down stories and information and X, Y, and Z. And it's almost uh, you know, not saying, let's say, disrespecting the word of your grandma in terms of her lineage is almost not exactly the same. It's like disrespecting a grid, because this is the way that our information is passed down, and it's what we have, you know. And never forget that Caucasians over here, they were not only enslaving the Black American at the very same time that they were importing Africans. So that's very bold of them at the same time. So the thing is, and this is kind of where Gullah Geechee even comes from, with the Gullah being the main, but a lot of it was escaped slaves running to different types of safe houses, and then just basically clicking up. The Gullah was comprised of Black Americans and Africans working to fight on this land in order for the freedom. And I'm not sure who here still believes that Abraham Lincoln, a man, who owned slaves, released us out of the, good graciousness of his white heart. But it just didn't work out that way. His generals were telling him that if he doesn't free the slaves, that there will be a very minuscule Caucasian population on this part of the continent. And that's what his generals were telling him. And this is where the Emancipation Proclamation was bred from. So, I know from different perspectives, like even African perspectives, it might look foolish, it might look stupid, it might look this or that, but it's really what it is people searching for something that belongs to them. And the thing is some people say we'll never find it, but it's not true, because at the end of the day, if you don't find it, the search will go on forever. And that's not how it ends. It's either you're going to find it and then you continue, or you search forever, because no man, no human is going to continue on this planet without knowing their past, without knowing their lineage, their background. A lot of humans, people who have grown up without parents, orphanage people, people, orphans, they contribute a lot of their life when they get older to finding out who those parents were. And it's almost
And
like their life almost doesn't move on until. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll because you long winded, and I wanted to address something you said just now. You said something
Go
about
ahead.
they were enslaving Black Americans at the
Well,
same
hold
time.
on. D Money though, are you done?
I was just going to let them go back in, but yeah,
Okay.
for
All
now.
right, go ahead, Shop Son.
Yeah, I just don't want people making long. They throwing in little claims, and again, we here to keep everything in proper perspective. And that's really the problem. We have a lot of these Aboriginals. They're spewing certain things, and they're not even misinformed. They just don't know what's documented and what's said. Like, so he just said that they were enslaving Black Americans at the same time as Africans. There's no historian saying that they're enslaving Black Americans. That's inappropriate to say. And the problem, another one of the biggest
That's
problems,
false.
the
That's
pe-
false. That's false.
It's
no,
just
no,
rubbish. It's just rubbish.
it's not
He's not even
rubbish.
making a clean sentence.
Hold on,
Let,
I'll
let,
I'm
jump
let,
back
let him
in
finish.
too.
no,
No,
I'm just
let him
I'm not
finish.
done. I'm not done. The problem is you guys think that when you see brown, that you assume that it's what we consider a Black person. That's one of the biggest problems. And I'm gonna
What the
say that
hell is
because
that?
I,
What are you
can I
talking
finish
about?
my speech, brother? He
Hey, you
just
gotta
said
stop
that.
interrupting. You gotta stop
Yeah,
interrupting him.
he just said that they were enslaving Black Americans at the same time as Africans. The Black Americans are the Africans. There's no historian saying that they're enslaving Black Americans or Negroes and Africans. They're calling them Negroes or Black or Guinea, and they're using terms to refer to Africans. And then they're speaking of indigenous tribe. They're not calling them Black Americans. That's how misinformation happens when you allow people to say things like that.
Can I clear this up when he's done? Can I respond to him when he's done, please?
Now
That's
you
gonna
can
be false.
respond.
I
We
just
can
let him
do this
respond.
all day, champ, because then I'm gonna start sourcing up next. So we
Well,
can do
let,
this.
well, let, well, let,
I'm
let
just
me,
not
let
gonna.
me.
I'm just not gonna let you
Let,
say nothing
God,
that's.
Because okay, no,
well,
brother,
no,
I know you're
it's not
busy.
your
I know
turn,
you gotta
Priest
go
King.
hard.
Priest King is
I
not your
just want to
turn.
respond to what he's saying. There,
A Big Black. Do you have pause? Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, that's why I keep going on. Thank you, Shot Son. Shot Son is telling the truth. When we African Americans, when we get off the panel, here comes the Aboriginal trying to speak for everybody, and confusing, confusing the whole panel. Is trying to make Black people and African Americans two different people. No, we're the same people, and we're from Africa. I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing this. This is a new movement, right? That just popped up in maybe like 2009, 2010. Nobody was saying this in 1990. Nobody was saying this in 1980. These movements haven't been here. You don't have any authors that collaborate with your stories. Okay? All the authors, all the African American authors were, most of them that spoke about history were Pan Africanists. Okay, where's the Aboriginal authors? Where's the authors from 19 from the 20th century that were saying we were Aboriginal? Where are they? Where were the authors that were using that term Aboriginal? What were the authors that were saying we were indigenous to America? There were none. There were no Black authors, African American authors, which is the same thing, just synonymous with each other. There were no authors in the
Yo, stop
20th
saying that, bro.
century that were
Cause you're not
saying
gonna
we
let me
were
respond.
Native
You can't keep
American.
saying that
This
like
is
a striker.
all new BS.
Yep.
All right. Now, what I wanted to first touch on first was there has been documentation on Europeans enslaving the people, well, Indians on this piece of the continent. It's called the Cowboys versus the Indian War, and even white people make a distinction because they were trying very hard to tell black people who came over from Africa and black people whom they found already on the continent. They were trying very hard after they got them
Found
both
black
into
people, bro.
slavery. They were trying to tell them that they were two very different people. And even science today says that an African versus a black person from America, the most difference that they have is that of a dog and a coyote. So the thing is
But
Africans were being Africans.
you keep saying that they found black people here. No historian says that, brother. They're not saying they're finding black people here that's considered Indians. That's your first mistake right there. You
What,
keep
But
making
the
that
but
shit.
bro?
Hold
governments
on,
but
hold on,
governments do.
hold on. No, they don't, brother. I do this all day. They do not say they found Negroes. They don't say that. I can show you that Balboa source. Balboa said he found Negroes and he calling them African. That and we don't even believe that source. But you gotta stop again. You keep trying to say you just tried to clear yourself up. You called them Indians, but then you keep calling them black people. You gotta stop doing that
Because
because
that's
the historians
synonymous.
are
That's what
saying
they
no,
are.
it's
That's
not.
what they are.
No, it's
Like
not.
again, yo, listen,
Hold
listen,
on. Y'all
Wait, wait,
been on
listen,
the
just
listen.
let
You
me
panel.
keep
finish
saying
too.
that
Y'all
Let
they
me,
been on
let
the
me
don't
no. Y'all
know.
been on the
go
Let
panel
ahead.
for
me
3 hours.
answer you.
Y'all been on the panel for 3 hours. Black and Indian is not
And we
synonymous.
bust
Negro
everybody.
and
We killed
hold on,
everybody. I know I
hold
did.
on, hold on. The Black Laws Dictionary. You cannot show me a time where Negro and Indian is synonymous. Every time you see Black and Indian, there's a distinction. We do not
Okay,
have to argue these
look up
things.
the
You
word
niggas are on the
Negro. And if you don't
internet.
fit, don't find me for that.
Whoa,
Hold
whoa,
on,
whoa,
Don't
whoa.
find me for
Excuse,
hold
that.
no,
on.
whoa, whoa,
Negro
one
Pause.
mic,
How much I owe?
one
How much
mic.
I owe?
is
How much I owe?
synonymous
I
Shot
said the
with
truth.
N word.
Indian.
What's shot truth? Priest
The
King, that's
word.
$10.
That's a scientific word.
Priest
Listen,
No,
King,
but what
that's
I'm
he
saying
asked
is
the
Negro,
looking for that.
hold on.
I want you to look it up.
You're
I'll
not gonna
tell you
interrupt
for it
me.
because I
You're
want you
not
to
gonna
look it up.
interrupt. Who said the N word? It was Shaw
I said
It was you?
Negro. I said Negro.
No, you didn't.
No,
Yes, I
I said,
did.
I
I,
said, nigga, I said the N word because that
Okay,
oh
word
wow,
okay,
is
yeah,
Priest
yeah.
King,
synonymous
I,
with
oh
with
shit.
Tax him.
Indian.
$10.
Yes,
Tax
look it
that
up.
elbow.
Now, I want you to look it up. I want you to look it
No,
up, and I
Priest
want you
King,
to
you ain't
prove them
arguing with
right.
Priest King.
Prove them
Priest
right.
King, you
Prove them right.
Priest King, you either gonna pay the $10 or you can leave.
Yeah, pay Big U, man. Pay Big U his money, man.
You care about $10? Listen, the point I'm making
Priest King,
is,
either you gonna pay the $10 super. Here goes the cash app. You send the $10 or you
I'm gonna
leave.
leave because you know
All
that.
right, bye. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, he should leave. But this, what I'm saying,
All
I
right.
won't even say Negro. I just say the N word. What I'm saying is those two terms are not synonymous. Again, there's a distinction. I can show you I said it already. The 1740 N word at law in South Carolina says Negro is confined to slave African. It doesn't say confined to Indian. That's a law. You look at the Black's Law Dictionary, Indian is nowhere near under black or the N-word. We gotta stop
You're
doing that.
talking about a limited phenotypic description
No, I'm
that
not.
that
I'm talking
that
about
limits Negroes
definitions. I'm
to
talking
the
about
enslaved Congolese.
I'm talking, no, it does not. We're talking about America, champ. We're talking about definitions and who they apply to. You cannot separate that. You cannot tell me that Indian, when they're making distinctions, the Pamunkey, I will put the Narragansett source in the back from 1866 when they're getting reclassified and they telling the courts that just because we mixed with the Africans that y'all brought over here, that we shouldn't be reclassified as them just because we mixing. I can show you the Pamunkey black codes where they're telling their members to not mix with black people. Y'all gotta stop this. People study this thing every day, brother.
Yeah,
You will not get
geneticists
on this
study
panel. You
this.
will not get on this
Geneticists
panel.
study
You
this.
will not get on this panel and misrepresent what's going on and using terms like black Americans and Africans. You're not gonna do it.
Sorry, Black
It's
American
not, it's not
and
that
African
most people
is
most
just
people
two
say
different words to
No, they're
describe
not. No, they're
somebody
not.
from the
No,
Negro,
they're
you
not. They're the
know.
same word.
Wait. Black is black in the N word alludes to of African descent. So I don't care what you try to make it. It's alluding to the same people. Indian don't mean that, and black don't allude to Indian. So you trying to tell me it's three groups over here? It's black, Indians, and African Americans? What are you In what way, saying? shape, or form is the N word specifically limited to an African? I just told you that the 1740 Negro law in South Carolina says Negro
Don't
is
start
confined
shouting.
to slave African. You can look up the Black's Laws Dictionary right now. We don't have to argue this, champ. You cannot get around what terms mean in America and make it what you want. You can't do it. That's why I use etymology. So who is this Etymology 17? don't So who work.
It
is
ain't
this?
Oh,
gonna
look,
Etymology
look.
work.
don't work.
Can't
So I
you
want you to
wait for
tell me.
someone to finish what they're saying? It's like it's
Who is that
unfair.
saying? Go ahead.
Everyone has a voice. Everyone has their own thought.
Y'all
You are
long-winded.
not the legislator of
Okay.
the way
I don't
people
care.
speak.
Okay.
Y'all
Dennis,
go.
man, you
I
shouldn't
don't care.
allow
Y'all
someone
long
to speak like that. You
Yeah,
shouldn't
I
allow
don't
someone to
care.
speak like this guy.
Listen, listen. These
Look,
guys been on the panel for 3 hours. They've been talking. We've been listening to y'all with these long-winded rants.
You out, you out, you
Y'all
out, you
making,
out.
y'all
Speak
making
English.
claims. Y'all throwing claims in there that it's people in the chat that study this thing every day. Y'all making claims, and y'all think y'all just gonna get away with them. That's why y'all long-winded. I'm
Look,
not
look,
gonna let
look.
y'all do
All you
this.
have to do is make a man speak to his end. Then you can come back and say yours. But you can't shut someone up. That's not your job. I don't respect that. Who the hell are you? Are you not a
I'm not
human
here.
being like
I'm
everyone
not here.
else?
I'm not here. Listen, this information is bigger than me. I'm not here for respect. I don't care if you respect me or like
Well,
me.
you need to respect
You're not
other
gonna
people,
allow.
bro.
You're
hey,
not
We
gonna
are
allow
only
me to
human
listen.
beings.
good
You're
job,
not gonna listen.
Shashun, you got 30 seconds. I got past the
Yeah, go ahead, Prince. I'm not. I'm just saying. Let's have
rebellious
integrity.
Ashanti brother here. Go ahead.
I got you. Let's just have integrity when we're talking about these things. The brother said Black Americans and African Americans was enslaved at the same time. He's trying to allude that the Black Americans are the Indians when no source says that. Not one. There are multiple sources that say that. The Portuguese said that. The Spaniards said that. The Negro de British said Cara, that. Negro de Guinea, The Negro de European that Cara, became the Negro de
He
Guinea.
said
He's
three
proving
words and you're interrupting him. This is what I mean. You're not really
Listen,
allowing someone to speak.
he's proving
I
my
gotta
point
pass
that
the
he don't.
mic. I
He
gotta
proving my
pass.
point that he
I
don't know what
gotta
he's
pass
talking
the
about.
mic. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Lewis.
Oh, hello everybody. Listen, Dinah, you're giving too much time to these wobbles and Red
I
Indians.
mean, Lewis,
Too much.
you're saying you a
Thank you,
Hebrew.
Lewis.
So
Thank you, Lewis.
let the Wabos cook. You say you a Hebrew. Let the Wabos
Shout
cook.
out to
Hey,
Lewis, man.
hey, all right, hello everybody. Listen, I could have sworn. Hello to the brother from England there. I think
Yes,
he's kept
sir.
it. Yeah, how are you, bro?
I did hear now. Which one?
No, the English one. You.
I am the English. I'm a Londoner. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. What part? What part?
South, bruv. Don't fuck about.
Ah. Yeah, man. I think I might have seen you in the Raven days. You know,
I did hear my brother.
couple of soul, digs. You know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
man.
listen. Um, I'll tell you why I rang in, Dennis. What's that thing? Knocked me on here earlier on.
He was on here earlier.
I knew it. I knew I heard some ridiculous statement. Tell him, look, Lewis is looking for him. Tell him the Ashanti warrior is looking for him.
Okay, I'll let him know.
He wanted that debate. Tell him next time he's on here, make sure he gives me a shot so I can let him have that debate, bro.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right, you guys carry on. I'm enjoying watching the show, right? So I'm just in the background. I'm gonna sign off quickly. Unless you want me back on, let me know. All right.
Okay.
All right. Catch you guys later.
All right.
Here's the thing, Dinus, right? When these people came over, when the white people came over, they knew the difference between the African and the Indian, right? They thought they were from India. That's why they called them Indians.
Correct.
If they thought they were black people, they call them Africans?
They'll call them
They knew what
Africans or
African,
Guinea or Ethiopians or
right?
yeah.
Ethiopians. That term has been around for centuries. So I don't understand these elbows, you know, wanna change our history. And I'm like Shaw. I hate it with, he's trying, the guy that was talking, trying to make black people and African Americans, black Americans and African Americans, two different groups. They're the same group. Before they were calling us black Americans, they were calling us Negroes, the same group. Afro Americans, same group. African Americans, it's the same group. They were, you know.
That's exactly right. You know, because like I was saying before, it's a phenotypic category, and like I said, Africanoid or Negroid has nothing to do with the nation of Africa. It's a genetic term, and that's just what they're using to identify. Now, when I said that Africans and Black Americans were being enslaved at the very same time, I'm talking about Europeans who hit America, and they had black people from where? From Africa, and then they found other black people who were where? Already on that piece of the continent. And to say that that's never been documented, as if there wasn't an entire Cowboys versus Indian war, and leading up to that, the Civil War between the Union, the South and the North, which wasn't all just about slavery. It was also about the remaining Caucasian forces, like Germans and Spaniards, who were still on American land and were fighting over who was really going to run it. You know, it's a, it's just, I don't know. It's very crazy how you can just skip past that. So the thing is I believe what he was also referring to as Negro having to mean the enslaved African. That's a Caucasian teaching, and like I said, Caucasians were telling their enslaved groups that they were completely and entirely different people. But the thing is, the only thing that separates them was their shade. Like I said, there's 16 different shades. And one thing I also wanted to say to Jogan was, yep, one of those, like I said, 16 black shades, and a part of those 16 black shades was indigo. 16 red slash brown shades and 16 yellow shades, because the Khoisan people in Africa come naturally light skinned. There's two ways to be light skinned, and it's to be of one of the 16 yellow shades naturally, or be a mulatto, be intermixed, mingled. So
Can I?
so
Yes. Can I
there's
agree
yeah.
with you?
So
Can I
hold on,
agree with
let me
you
Go
on
just
that?
ahead, Jogan. Go
Well,
ahead,
you got
Wait,
you
Jogan.
wait,
got
wait,
you
wait.
got you
Let
gotta
me
let
just
him
speak to my
finish.
brother a minute. Let me just speak
You
to my
gotta
brother
you
a minute.
gotta
A bit of
let him
respect,
finish.
please.
You gotta
A
let
bit
him
of
finish.
respect.
Let him
A
finish.
bit of respect,
can he
guys.
name
Come
it?
on.
Can he
Wait,
name
wait,
who
wait, guys. What's wrong with you? You can still speak, but
bro, he's
allow me
walking,
just
but
to answer my brother. Thank you. All I'm saying, bro, you're correct. If you look at every black person, largely they have a yellow undertone or a red undertone. And it doesn't matter how dark or light they are, but you can see a red undertone, which we call a cherry black, and then you have a yellow undertone. I don't know if you recognize this at all.
I've seen it.
Thank you. All I wanted to say, guys, I didn't want to say too
all
much.
right,
In agreement with my brother.
can he name the historian that said they found Negroes or black people here? Can he name that person?
No.
The
Right.
Can he?
historian, the
Yeah.
historians.
Because you keep saying that they found black people already here. Can you name the historian or explorer that found already black people here?
I'll name the colonists, because of that. It was the government and the army. There was
For
not
who?
a
Where?
Can you show the
explorer.
Because
documentation or
There
article that
wasn't an
says that?
explorer who came into the land and then just found them.
but
You
where
you
did
have to
you read
realize
this from?
So
That's what he's
can you name
saying.
these people? Yeah. Who is these people that you saying that they found? What area? What state? What where?
around New York, Maryland, the coast, the east coast of America. The thing is Portuguese hit this land first. And if you
Yeah,
go to
show
their,
that.
if look up the Portuguese slave trade. You don't have to look up a government website. You can literally go on the internet right now and just look up the Portuguese slave trade on America,
Nobody's
because
denying that.
a lot of
Nobody's
people,
denying that. I'm asking you, who are these people that said they found Negroes here already?
the
Where?
Portuguese army.
No. He's
Where
talking
did
about
they
the
find?
historian, the book.
Yeah,
Where are you getting
Where
this
are
from?
these
Where's the
people? Yeah,
source?
where are you getting this from?
I
Cause wait,
my
pause.
source.
Pause. You bringing up the Portuguese. We're gonna just lead into, because I had these conversations with y'all all the time. You're gonna lead into the Negro the Guinea. You don't, or
Okay,
the
but
Negro the Guinea.
Joshua, let him name the
All right, go
source.
ahead.
Name the
Go
source.
ahead.
The source I have is simply online research. Sorry to break
Oh
it down to
Oh,
you.
that's
Lord,
that
If
ain't
you,
that
no,
if
ain't
you,
All right,
no,
if
come
you,
on.
come
I
on,
help
man,
him
no,
out.
come
see, the
on,
thing
Let
is,
me help
buddy,
him.
the thing is this,
Let
the
me
come
thing
on,
help
is
him.
B,
this,
buddy,
Let
come
me
you
on,
help
find
him.
this
man.
information in not only
Let me
history
help him.
books, You
No,
can
that
find it
No, you're lying.
readily
bro, that's not
online.
gonna cut it.
The
Let me help.
Portuguese had an entire slave trade that you can look up. So did the Spaniard. So
We
did the
not denying
British.
it.
And if you look
Look,
up, what I'm sorry, I'm about to go ahead and relinquish the mic to you right now. If you look up exactly how it went, actually I can look up the keyword for
I'm
you
gonna help
right
you. I'm
now.
gonna help
Put in
you. No, I'm gonna help
Portuguese.
I'm gonna help you. I already know where you're going. You're talking about again. You're gonna talk about the Negro de Guinea and the Negro de Terra. If you look at that, they send like a cease and desist to them to stop calling the Indians their Negroes because the context of how they was using it was enslaved. They wasn't calling them Negroes as in the term like Negroes from Africa and skin color. They were calling them that in the context of slavery. That's why they had to stop eventually. So when we come to the state, by the time these people get to the states, there's no Indians being called Negro all through the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. Then y'all bring up reclassification. That's in 1924. By that time, Indians are already on the census by 1870. You late. You can't even claim reclassification because there's already Indians being named already. All they got to do is go back and look at an old census and say, I was an Indian in 1870 and 1880. There's no reclassification going on. There's no confusion going on. The only niggas, people, pardon me,
No,
that's
no,
causing
Shaw, that's $10, bro. That's
that
$10.
$10.
That's $10.
Gang.
Hey,
That's
could I
ten.
Yo,
could I
hold on,
add
No,
I'll
no,
You,
that's
pay
you
that.
just
I'll
$10.
looking
pay that. I'll pay that $10 for Shaw,
you
man.
just
Yo,
you just you
what's
just
it
looking for a
doing?
reason to kick to protect these apples,
No,
Big
I'm
U. I
just
mean,
saying. No, no.
nah,
It's just don't say it.
nah,
Just
nah.
don't say the N word.
Yeah, no, I
$10.
got you. I got you. I told you I didn't want to say the Negro neither, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. We got to stop again. I want to say that I want to be clear on this part. We have to stop because we had a whole yesterday on somebody else's panel.
Shaw. You got to
Let me
pay your
land this
fine.
real quick. Let me say this.
Ain't no landing. You got to pay your fine, and you can land. Somebody, you need to pay the fine. It's right there. Cash app. Pay your fine.
Dynas, I got you.
Okay, pay it.
Listen. I just want to say this because this is one of the biggest problems. This complexion thing when it comes to this conversation. We have to stop looking at these sources and seeing brown and assuming that is you. Brown, tawny, it's not exclusive to one group. You have to look at things in context. You look Columbus, Verrazano. Listen, look at what they're describing. Columbus said they don't look black nor white. They resemble the Canary Islands people. Look at the Canary Islands people. If you telling me that those black people, then I don't know what you mean. Verrazano said they look like the people from the far Cenarian regions. These are Asians. I don't understand. These are your early explorers. Nobody's describing black people. Nobody, not one.
That
We have
description
to stop.
is
We
a
have to.
black description, and
No,
I'm
it's
telling you
not.
that
No, it
because
is
Yeah,
it's
you
not.
did
in
say
That's
the
that.
that is
48
your
shades and
ignorance.
it's
That's
still
your
in the
ignorance.
category
That
of
is your
phenotypic
ignorance. That
features
is your
that are
You know
held
ignorance.
why we
by
That
the
is
can't
your
do
entire
that?
ignorance.
Right
Negroid
now we
That
can go to
phenotype.
that
India,
is
right?
that
Right
is
now
your
we can go to
ignorance.
India. Oh, let me say this, Sean. Right now we can go to India
Fine
and
page.
find a real dark guy from India, right? Dark as a lot of Africans, right? That was straight hair. The guy is from India. He's not an African. But when you see, I just seen a lot of dark people from India that are from not African. They have straight hair. So you can't use that as a description.
That phenotype is also categorized, right? Now the only other people who are brown but don't fit into the negroid phenotype are the Dravidians. The Dravidians are the actual Indians from India, specifically from the nation of India. The dot on their head, X, Y, and Z, whatever stereotype, doesn't matter. That's the only other brown people who aren't fitting into the negroid phenotype. And you know why? It's not because of their skin color, it's because of their hair texture. It's not ether nine. Like I said earlier, if you
How
fit
can
into
you
one of the
prove
like I
that the
like I
people? Wait,
said
hold on,
earlier,
hold
if
on,
you fit
hold
into
on,
one of
stop
the
right there.
48
So
shades, hold on. If
this.
you fit into
Here's
one of
this
the
though.
48 shades, plus you have the ether nine hair texture, then you're going to be categorized into the negroid phenotype. Now, if
So
you're going to
how can?
say,
So that's the problem. Here's
I'm
the
sorry, go
problem.
ahead, my
How
bad, go
can
ahead.
you prove? How can you prove those people that had a dark shade and in America had the same hair texture? How can you prove that as an African?
Well, I'm not African, but
I didn't say
that's proved,
Wait, what are
the
you?
way
What
that
are you?
that's proved is directly through the diaries. If you're talking
Wait,
about
no.
what?
You can't.
specifically American Indians and their hair texture, you would look towards the diaries of U.S. generals for that specific information.
Do you
Which
have
U.S.
me? Do you
general?
have a source for that, sir?
Andrew
Wait,
Jackson's.
wait, he said he not. He said he not. Are you saying you're not African American? You subscribe to being an Indian?
He said
Yes,
Andrew Jackson.
that is what I would say. I actually am Sioux Indian. But
Okay,
the
so
thing
well, yeah.
Wait.
go
Because
ahead.
earlier the other brother shot asked a great question. You said you Sioux Indian. Did you always know that your whole life? Was your family always identifying as Sioux your whole life?
No, my grandmother is the one who actually gave us this information before she died, and her family before her were the ones who were practicing and identifying as Sioux Indian. When it got down to us, we did lose that practice.
So
So
what
she
about your
practiced it
other?
too?
What about your other side? Is
My
I'm sure
dad?
you don't. Yeah, your whole all four sides are Indian or only Indian.
No, my dad is possibly from Africa, and this is why I would say that because one, his family has always been on American soil, but with the frequency of trade, it is possible that his family could have been brought in, or it's possible that his family could have already been here. That's information that I would have to go even further back into my dad's family to figure out. But we do know that his family, specifically my dad's, has a history of being traded. And that's also how I got my last name, which is McVeigh, and it's Irish.
Wow.
And I'm not
So they
from
was
Ireland at all.
all right. So they was on.
Dallas.
But what I'm saying is, was anybody on that side or your dad's side ever identified as? Because this is easy. When you said what you said about your grandmother, right? I do this all the time. I ask y'all when y'all say y'all family only been Indian and that's what it is, and you should have an Indian on the census in 1870, and they should still be identified as such all throughout. They should. There's no reclassification. There's no law saying that you can't identify as an Indian. So what I'm my premise is if your folks was on the 1850 census when there wasn't no Indians and they were on that census as black, then there's some confusion there. Because you ain't black 1 minute and then you Indian the next. It don't work like that. These people back then knew who they were. So telling me your grandmother said, "Oh yeah, she could be part, but she could be mixed also," because we have to consider that people self-identify. So you got a lot of people running around because grandma said that she got some Indian in her. They're just gonna claim that side. We don't know if grandma got white in her. We don't know if grandma got black in her. We don't know what she got, but that's what she's saying, and y'all running with that. That's why I asked you about your pop side, because you ain't just Indian.
Yeah, that is
And
true.
then the
If you want
person,
to include,
hold
if you
on,
want
and
to,
then you gotta
go
even
ahead.
just dealing with the mom side. You talking about the grandmother, right? You got four grandparents. What about the person she was with to create your mom?
Yeah, exactly. Him too. He was also identified as Sioux.
Oh shit.
And where
Dallas,
The
can I
dude,
say
my
something?
mother's, my
Yeah, guys,
grandmother's husband.
Guy, it's
My
set
bad,
two.
my bad. My great grandmother's husband.
Let me pass it to set two. Go ahead, set two.
All right, thank you for passing me the floor. So I wanted to say that the Indian thing is really easy to fix because do your DNA test. I think we then passed this step. People that was claiming Indian did their DNA and then became like 95% African. So I think that's just something that's easy to fix. You don't need to claim, like, I know although people don't want to be associated as African, it's okay. African are not trying to, make you African. We just trying to connect. We're just trying to, get together as a group of melanated people to come together and like be a unit so that when people trying to do what they've been doing to melanated people, they won't succeed because unite we stand, as they say, and divide we fall. So that's what I want to say for now.
All right, go ahead, Dino.
Oh, okay. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Uh, well, damn, I'm not even gonna lie. I was just listening to 4 hours of crazy nonsense, and I'm just trying to really see where the hell I can begin at. Let me just first say this: I have a godmother. She's African American, and she's like into her 70s and stuff like that, and she's also has part Native American. But the funny thing is, like when I growing up in Boston, the people that know or have claimed that their grandparents were this, Native American or whatever the case. They've never denied like having any African ancestry in them, like or having or that history where Native Americans had enslaved Africans and possibly had mated with them and this thing. Like, I feel like what we're hearing today are guys that have been, I don't want to say manipulated, but that's just really just came and succumbed to a whole new identity. And I want to talk about something real quick, man. Like, because when you really look at all these people that are coming up with these new identities nowadays, like they normally say, these common phrases like "ask your grandmother." Like, no matter which platform you go into, from left to right, they all say "ask your grandmother." They all repeating the same that saying from Dan Calloway. When you listen to when you listen to the Hebrew Israelites or whatever, they using the religious outlet, and they pull on your heartstrings, and then like and then they also they say stuff like uh what's a common thing? Oh, they're not us, or whatever. Like,
Reclass,
it's us. It's
reclassification. Grandma said, same old, same old, the
They
same
right,
never
old.
right,
ask.
right.
They never say ask your granddaddy though. Notice that
They
granddaddy never
they never
ever
say
asked.
ask your granddaddy. I mean, it's all ask your grandma.
I
Like,
I,
just
I
I
rarely
just
hear ask your granddaddy because granddaddy never co-signed that. It was always
shit.
There
you
is a
heard
reason
it
why
was
people
mostly
don't ask the grandfather.
But another thing too is, and I was a little tight at the guy D Money though. Even though you sound intelligent as you speak or whatever, not to disrespect you, like you don't know in detail about the shit that you're mentioning. Like, you was telling everybody, oh, you to research the Portuguese slave trade, and it's like, my brother, have you researched the Portuguese slave trade and how it all began? You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like,
sir, I have. And I've
and if
researched
you, and,
every slave trade that's ever happened, especially the ones in
all
North
right.
America.
So if you research the Portuguese slave trade, right, you would know that the first slave plantation was not even in the Americas. It was an island called Madeira, and they were using what? African slaves.
Hey, Dino,
That that ho-
Hey, Dino, if I can interject real quick, and D Money, I gotta mute you because you got a bunch of feedback come on your end. So Hugh, who's a so-called Native American or Aboriginal, He's in the back chat smoking a blunt. See, I think y'all be high as hell, you abos, before y'all come on here, and y'all be high. That's why y'all be coming with that shit.
Yo, Donis, let
Who
me
who
also
who,
interject
who
and
literally
add
had a
one more
blunt?
thing
And,
into it.
hey, who literally had a blunt? And
I'm
was he on the
listening,
main
Dino.
street? I think I put him up on the screen. He literally had a joint in his hand, getting high. So he had
Donis,
smoking
let
weed.
me add
So y'all,
something.
see,
Not to
y'all be high. See, I get it now. Y'all be on that weed when y'all come in
yo
here. He was just
yo, but
on. He was blazing. He was high as shit. That's where this shit's now it makes sense. Now it makes
yo
you see who you was high as hell. Who you was high as hell. Yeah, there you go. You was high.
My bad. I
yo,
don't know what
you
you're
gotta
talking about,
imagine
Brody. Why,
something.
What
why,
y'all talking
why,
about?
why?
You had a whole blood in your mouth. Who
Hold on,
stupid?
pass it back, pass
You
it
You
back.
was
you
Hold up,
high. Look at
you
that. Look
you
at that. He
you
you
high
know
as
you
what you're
look.
talking about.
you
But
gotta
why'd you
imagine
take?
something.
Hold up. But
Go
why'd you
ahead.
take
Make him
this?
pay that tab.
Why'd you take this and make it something? How
Man,
you know it's
listen,
a blunt? How you know it's not a rolled tobacco? You know we roll tobacco in America, right?
Here we go,
man,
Man, that
that's a peace
cigarette.
pipe,
You
peace
know we
pipe.
roll tobacco. That's what I'm just saying. Y'all making assumptions. It's crazy.
man.
I'm
Then
still
a
listening,
high
Dino,
And these dudes
Lord.
be
about the
young
first
too,
Portuguese
man.
High
plantation.
as
I'm still
hell,
listening.
man.
That's not tops, brother. That's not
Yo,
Hey,
tops.
look, how y'all veer away
That's a
from
roll
grip
up.
though? What happened to Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People? Did y'all look that up yet? Are we gonna build on that? Are we gonna show that West Africans of Arabic dialect came to America already? Are
Who
we
wrote
So
gonna
West
show that
here,
we
Africa?
don't need Caucasians to rule
so
over
here
and
you,
administrate our
here,
land?
here you, are you Indian?
Am I what?
Indian.
We got to go back over the same things, and I'm the one that's high.
He from
No,
Africa. Hold
no,
on,
I
hold
be
on.
on the phone with y'all. We was joking
I
for 2
just,
hours.
I
We
just
gotta go
looked
back
at
over
your,
the same things.
I just looked at your phenotype, and you don't look
Yeah,
nothing
he
like
wild
Indian,
African in
bro.
the face.
So I, I,
I
I I
look so
was
what the
I was
Indian look like
expecting you to
again.
be like
We
real high
gotta go
yellow.
back over there with this rhetoric. You can't get me in my feelings. You gotta tell me what an Indian look like. I'm
No, but
logical. Again, I'm not high. I'm logical.
all right, let's be
Indian looks
logical.
Well,
like
Wait,
but
wait,
Indian.
then
wait, wait, wait,
uh,
wait, wait. Let's be logical. One thing I do know is you got a Maryland accent, and I know it was a bunch of African slaves in Maryland. I know that much.
So that's what I mean by assumptions. I'm in
That ain't
Maryland. That's a
assumption.
good thing. Hold up. Hold up.
That
I'm
ain't an
about to tell you.
assumption.
I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. I am definitely in the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia. So that's a good accent mark. But my point is, just like we just built our own culture for me to have you have a recognition of this nuanced accent, because it's not a old accent, right? This is new to have a DMV accent. The game is my people not from the DC. My grandmother and my mother, they from Georgia. So this is new.
They from Georgia.
Yes, where the Yamasee tribe is at. I told you my people part of the Yamasee. Yes, the Yamasee tribe who wore the red hats, like the Igbo
No, we
people.
know, we know. Yes,
So this
yes,
is
I
how
hear
we
you,
what?
know
brother.
Africans was over here before the colonialism. Because we
Wait, you
met
calling your
Africans.
man?
And my great
You calling?
grandmother can tell you this. That's what I'm telling
Yeah,
y'all.
of
Your
course,
grandmother is.
Africa
Oh, wait, wait,
was
wait,
there
wait,
before.
Hold up. No,
wait. You
what I'm
bugging
telling
out.
you is
Your
before
grandmother.
colonialism too, we didn't need them on boats. We didn't have
Yeah,
12.5
Wait, how
estimate.
your
yeah,
grandmother
Do
tell?
y'all get that's an
Wait. How your
estimation? You're
but
talking
how
about
that's
an
did how,
easy.
estimation. The
wait? How did your
estimation comes from
grandmother
them
meet
trying to
Africans?
compensate for the fact that they seen dark people here already.
Wait, how did your grandmother meet Africans before colonialism? And you knew that? You met her? You oldest? You like
I knew
what
what?
math is that?
I met my
You
great
said your
grandmother. Yes,
grandmother. You said your great grandmother met Africans.
yes. She knew they was different. You see,
What
I
year?
can know an
What
African
year?
right now.
Wait. What year? What year?
What year? Only like this is the 1900s. They were still coming over here.
You so you trying to say that that's what I'm saying. You that don't even count. That's way after. Like, what are you talking about? Like by that
But what,
by that time,
there you
hold on,
go.
hold
It's
on, hold on.
history. What I'm telling you is, even at that time, she knew they was different. And what I'm telling you is,
Those
African didn't.
people,
Again, you missed the whole conversation. Where I'm telling
you
you, you can
mixing,
prove
you
that
mixing.
the word
Hold on,
African label didn't get
hold on, Hugh.
accepted by our people until after the 1900s.
Hey,
That's what's
Hugh.
And I
funny.
told you,
Hey,
wait, and I told, wait, I got him. And I told you before that, even before the term, it was already Africans here. You tried to insinuate
And
that's
I
when,
said they was.
but you trying to say that you trying to say that your grandmother knew the difference. You mixing up an Americanized person of, hold on. You're mixing up an Americanized person of African descent with a person that's newly coming over here from Africa. You cannot do that. It don't work like that, champ. And I'm not gonna let you pull that off.
Hold up, hold up.
And
It do. Watch
and
this.
you
Hold
gotta
up. You
prove.
you
And
you did your own mind trick.
hold on. And another
I'm gonna let you talk.
thing, you said
Now
your
let me
family,
get mine
you
after
said
you.
your
Go
family,
ahead.
you said your family, you're massy. I know you ain't gonna do it up here, and you're gonna say it's personal. But when y'all make claims like that again, you have to show me an Indian on the census from 1870. Because if she your massy, all her census records should say Indian. If she got black on there or Negro, she is not an Indian. She is not one. Sorry. It
Okay,
don't
yellow
work
don't
like
make
that.
you right. Are you done?
I don't
Thank
care,
you.
nigga. Lying don't make you right, nigga.
Fine. There you go.
Oh,
See what I'm
another
saying?
fine,
See what I'm saying?
another ten
Lying don't
dollar,
make you right. Lying
another
don't
ten
make you right.
dollar,
Fuck you talking about?
another
Lying
$10
don't
for
make you right.
Donis.
You can make it 50. Lying don't make you right, nigga.
oh, come on, shot. Come on, we need you here, brother.
Give a fuck what you talking about, nigga. Stop lying on this.
Damn, shot. We need a shot.
That's terrible disrespect, man.
This
Terrible
is what I
disrespect.
mean. This is what I
Nah,
mean
I
by
actually
our
rock with
people
Shaw.
have
I actually rock
have
with
a
him.
watch this. This is what I mean by our people don't know the words that they're using. That's what the word. That's what happens with Babel.
God
You're
damn.
just talking. He said that my grandmother of my great grandmother of African descent. How do you? Why? First of all, you're agreeing that indigenous people or autochthon Americans have to be African descent because the Caucasians put that in that category.
So you
That's not
say you
African descent.
automaton
But
to
you
We
know
can
what
tell the
else?
difference
You know
between
what
her and an
else? I'm sorry,
African
dog. You
now.
know what else?
Just like
You know
hold up,
what else that
just
I,
like we can tell an African difference then because she was American. Why don't you
bro?
not
You
get that?
can't tell an
Again, your
African the
mind
difference.
is
You can't
already
tell the difference
indoctrinated when you
between
saying
an.
African descent.
No, you can't tell an African from an African American. Like, see, that's something that's the horse shit that's being perpetuated out here as well. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you, if you typed up Igbo people on Google right now, you'll see a bunch of people. Yeah, the clothes might be different, but you'll be seeing their faces look exactly like African Americans, light skin.
No, brother.
I don't care what you saying, bro. I don't care what you saying, bro,
Can't
because
see none of
I heard you speak. I heard you speak, bro. And like the thing is, if you're not going to take the initiative, right, to get out of your comfort zone, if you're not going to get out the initiative to get out your comfort zone and to at least investigate, right? Before you make the claim that you're making, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna stay stuck and you're gonna stay stagnant.
Hey,
Like
You
Hugh,
said Jamaican or
Hugh,
geography? You talking about
you
Yamash?
making us dark skinned people look bad. We gonna kick you off the dark skinned team and
no,
trade
no,
you
no,
to
no,
Team
but
Light Skin.
it's not about dark skin, light skin. I mean, like even like the way people look, like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't even want to get into the whole colorism thing, though, right? I do want to get back
So
to
when you
the
what
gentleman that was talking about the slave trade or whatever. Like, yo,
hold
no,
Dino,
real.
when you say African descent, you are talking colorism. You're talking phenotypes. You talk about all those characteristics.
They come
And
in
what I'm
I'm
different
saying
shades. It's not
is,
colorism
bro.
though.
We
Hugh,
hold
he's
did
on.
you take a
black. The
DNA
fact that he
test,
has
We
Hugh?
different
didn't
characteristics.
listen. Like I know y'all didn't just like just basically say though when I'm mentioning African and I'm talking well, hold
Colorism.
on, repeat what you said it just now because that sounded ignorant as hell.
He
So
said he
by
says
adding
African is
African in there, I'm
colorism.
basically using colorism right now. Are you
You
kidding
have
me, bro?
hold up. So hold up. So African descent, which comes with
Mm-hmm.
the so-called, that's what y'all say, as far as the colloquial sense, which means what we think
What?
it means. You
No,
talk about kinky hair people,
pink.
preferably a
Listen,
broad
listen, listen.
nose,
Let me
He
tell you
about to check
something.
out every
Let me
box, and he
skin
still
with a
claims to
hue.
be Indian.
Let's see your hair. Let's
listen,
see your
listen, listen.
hair.
Let
We
me
look
tell
now.
you
Damn,
something.
that is
Bro,
crazy.
you have to really research why slavery even began in the first place. Do you even know the first crop that they were cultivating or they were trading
Oh man,
before
Who
cotton? Do you
didn't?
even
That
know?
hair
you're
don't look
lying. You're
mighty
lying.
African
Just
of
call
you.
it hair. You ain't
Oh
lying, brother.
So
man,
it look
Yeah,
African to
that
you.
that
I don't
hair
care
don't
what you
look
Yeah,
say.
very
that's like
So
African,
you
dog.
that's
African?
true African
man,
hair,
When
man.
listen,
when what do African look like when you
Like
got
you, bro.
Chaldeans
Like
bro,
running around with
you,
red
man.
hair?
Like you, brother man.
You, my
You
brother.
Let's go
What's your
ahead,
African,
name,
He
brother.
man.
bro?
got kind of
Hey,
nose and that
You
kind
you
of
He
sure
shit.
got
your
the
name ain't
naps
Like
on the
you.
side with the high taper, bro. You
Oh,
African,
man.
dog.
Hey yo,
You
you
are,
look
man.
like your name
You
is
is
Wale.
African.
Hold up.
You look like
Why
your
y'all
name is
doing the same thing the
Wale
Caucasian
or
doing and saying that
Chuku.
I'm African when you don't have a whole definition for it?
Emeka.
Africans have different genres.
Bro, you was just about
I
to
don't get it. They got
name
different
off every
ethnicities.
detail you got though.
The
Every
Chaldeans
feature you
look
sir,
got.
different from the
sir, you got
Eritreans.
your hair cut in Uganda. Stop playing.
Yeah, you know
I mean,
you know the
Stop
if
barber
it.
you
that be
check,
cutting
So
people's hair with a
can y'all prove
chisel.
why
He got
Christopher
his hair
Columbus
cut
brought
by a
so many
chisel.
Hebrew interpreters over here?
okay, so
Oh my man,
my
Hold up,
question
no.
is,
Ask that
my
question.
question. I just got a question for you,
Can
man.
y'all
You
prove why Columbus
you look
brought
like
so
an
many Hebrew
America.
interpreters over here? If all these people got this Israelite thing wrong and the Hebrew wrong, and y'all not helping them thinking we just bitten, can y'all tell me why did Christopher Columbus bring so many his Hebrew interpreters over here? One being, um,
Hebrew.
So now you're Hebrew, now
Hebrew.
you're Israelite,
I'm
What?
just
man.
trying to start it. I asked you a question, you're answering the question back. Again, why did Christopher Columbus bring Hebrew interpreters? One of them being Matthew Day Costa, who explored Canada. Why did he need to be a Hebrew interpreter that needed to be brung so he can interpret and
So you saying
translate
that
the
there
Was
were
information?
wasn't he
Israelites
on
on
the
the
search for
land?
the lost tribes? Like wasn't that
Are
his
you
whole
saying there were
purpose?
Israelites here too also?
I
With the
wouldn't know. I'm
Indians?
answering you a question. You can't
The
But
ask me a
you
question
Israelites
asking
and
are
some
saying
question
something
why he come over
different.
here if there wasn't
superfluous
Hebrew
questions,
scholars over here.
brother. I mean,
The
Let me
Israelites
just
are
say
saying
something
something
though. When
different.
you
They're
smoke
not
weed,
saying that they've been here.
let me say something,
you
man. When you
They
become
smoke
not
very
saying
weed,
who the
inquisitive.
head.
when you smoke weed, I swear to God, anything that you listen to
Dark
or
people,
watch
indigenous people.
just feels real. I mean, you can
Uh,
watch a scary movie high
okay,
and be
Fed.
wanting to go to sleep with your lights
yeah,
on.
but
So,
we can still talk. We can still talk. I mean, Hugh,
so
Yeah.
have you ever seen any Israelite that said, like those that call themselves black Israelite, that said that they've been in the U.S. before slavery or all that? One of them. Name me one of them.
The Israelites don't.
Have I
They don't.
met any Israelites that say we've been in the people that's going by the Israelite doctrine? Because I don't even know if y'all even know that. If y'all read the Bible, the Israelite been split. So I don't know if y'all talking about the different tribes or the whole house, but remember the house of Israelite of Israel been split since
Hey,
the Bible times.
I've,
So it's
I'm
like y'all be
telling
talking out of
you,
psychosis.
I'm telling
But to
you,
answer your question, hold up. But to
name
answer
me
your
one.
question, to the best of my abilities, even though it don't make sense because the house of Israel been split since the Bible times, since Common Era, since before Common Era. I'm sorry. The game is that the Israelites here are under psychosis like y'all is. They think somehow they was perfectly landed in America from West Africa in certain places, and somehow the Levi's in Jamaica and they land in Cuba is perfectly Benjamin. It's like, how did that happen? You think they
So
just
you
dropped
think?
That
all the
that
tribes of
makes
So
more
you think it
sense
Caucasians?
never
than what
happened or
you
what?
saying. That makes more sense than than what you're saying because you are saying you're not African, but you just look like African right now.
I
Like
know,
Yeah,
right?
you
everything
keep
Bro,
you
you was the
about
keep
most
you.
saying
African
that, but
dude
what
to
do an
ever do that.
African look like?
Sir, you
like
was born
you.
and
There
sold
you go.
here, and your hair
Did
not
you
getting
Because
take
cut.
we're
your DNA?
Africans, brother. We're Africans. We see our
You.
cousins. We see our uncles. You look like one of them, dog.
Bro,
So
he
Elon
literally
Musk
was
is not an
naming off
African.
every feature, the
Well,
Man, you
hairline,
know
Elon
what we're
Musk's
talking about.
grandpa
bro, the
came
skin.
Elon
from
Musk is not
Canada.
African.
His grandpa came from Canada,
Canada
and
is
they
not
moved.
an African. Is not a
No,
nationality, right?
Hold up. So Elon Musk not an African.
No,
no,
he's
he's
not
Well,
not.
African in the
African
Right,
sense
he's
nationality
not.
of his
He's
He
not.
wasn't
origins.
He's
born in
not in terms.
Africa.
His
Right.
origins is not African, brother.
Elon
His
Musk is not born in Africa.
Yeah,
bro.
being
You
born in
guys
Africa
But
don't
absolutely
make you
Thank
an
cannot,
you.
African, brother. We
Thank
know
Brother,
what
you.
we're
brother,
talking about,
bro.
right?
You
Thank
didn't prove
you.
nothing.
okay,
brother,
Y'all
so
are
that
contradicting yourselves.
It's not
brother.
no,
Y'all
contradicting.
are
Nah,
contradicting.
no,
it's
Again,
you
like
Because you look
is.
hold
it's
like
up,
saying
hold
Americans. That's
up.
not how it goes around the
a
world.
No, it
Jamaican
does. What
being
happens
born in
is,
America
this is
makes
what
his
how it
origin
goes. What
American.
happens is you're trying
That's
to
not
tell Michael
true.
Jackson how to do the moonwalk. What happens is
You,
you're using
No,
okay,
we're talking
Caucasian
about your
language.
origins,
Hold
brother.
up.
Where
okay,
you
No,
so
no, 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 no.
we're not
What
talking
happens is
about where you were born.
you're using Caucasian studies that we
Bro,
know
that's what
that
you
come from
just did.
Darwinism. Hold up. We can name the professors who even did these racist studies. From Darwinism to everybody else who did racial studies and segregated people that they wanted to be African. And y'all are using this narrative and painting it because you don't know
Bro,
nothing else.
bro,
Because I
we're
you
just
not
just
told
use
using
that
you.
no
narrative to
narrative.
paint.
Hold
You
up.
just use
I
that
don't even have
narrative
to
Hey,
to
go with
paint.
Elon Musk. I don't have to go with Elon Musk. I got a friend that works right here in this
that's a
tobacco
bad
shop.
thing. That's
That
bad. That's bad. That's bad.
he's
No,
from
Bro,
first of
Ethiopia.
all,
And he has
first of
long
all, first
wavy
of
hair.
all,
He
you
doesn't
are
have
the you
kinky.
are the
He doesn't
okay. You
have
are the
kinky wavy hair.
perfect. You are the perfect example of African born in America. You
That's my
is
point. You so every time you say that, you are saying you're indoctrinated because what do an African look like?
like you, bro.
you
Name
you.
somebody who got
Like
these
So
you,
you
features.
brother, and
indoctrinated
like
Or name
me, and
me.
like
because
Diners,
you
and like
have
all the other
Caucasians that are
Africans that come
African.
up on this
Bro,
platform.
Europe
let,
is
let me
right
put it
there
this way.
touching Africa. They
Let me
Go
put
actually
it
ahead and
touch
take your
let me put it
DNA
this
test,
way,
closely.
bro.
man.
Let me put it this way.
So that's how I
Basically,
know
if
y'all
you hold
tripping. What I'm telling you is y'all lack a real language to explain yourselves. And what happens, you have a
What?
lack of
you're not
articulation because
listening, bro. That's the
you
problem.
don't have no
Man,
real
y'all
clarification.
listen. That's the weed talking, man.
No, no,
I'm
no, no.
telling you,
You
right? I'm
Weed
telling you,
talking,
not
It's
bro.
no
that
more. I
Zap.
just
Hey,
Bro,
you
you can hold it
see,
that
to
see,
yourself.
this
We
is
Next
what
time,
we
happens
pick
because
make
something
y'all
else.
didn't
do
use my
real
words
It's
right.
that
inquisitive
Zap.
Caucasians
and
from Utah.
introspective.
That's crazy.
Let me
Hey,
just
watch
say
this.
this,
Is
yo,
it
man.
I'm
not
gonna tell you,
Caucasian
yo,
Africans?
Your
So is it not
face look like an
Africans that are
African
not
mask,
Caucasian?
man. You African, man.
hey yo, Hugh,
That hairline, you gotta put
hey
that
yo,
do rag on,
hey
dog.
yo,
That
Hugh,
hairline way
Hold
up.
on. My man not African, but he got locks.
hey,
You are
Brother, you look
African, man.
African too.
Bro,
You
You
look
are
African,
African, man.
brother.
Come on, man.
You look
Come on,
African. You may
man.
not be
hey yo,
African,
You
Hugh,
but you
can't
are
look
you the
stop
type of
African,
being
brother
brother?
boy.
African.
Hey yo,
This is
Hugh,
just
Hugh, are
rhetoric.
you the type of brother to drive around
This
with
is
no
hurting
license
yourself.
and the police pull you
Brother
over and
driving around with no license.
you say
that's
that you
hilarious.
shouldn't drive around with the
This
license
is just
because you
hurting
from this land or
yourself.
something?
You look
Huh?
like
See,
African.
they're adding narratives.
Bro, y'all black as shit.
But I just want to know why he do rag at the top of his head. Why you put your do rag on at the top of your head, bro?
I
That's
got you. I got
Diamond
you. Hey,
messed
hey.
up.
So look, if you look up the Mayans, which my people descend from too, like
They
the
wore do rag
Yamasee.
at the top of their
Okay,
head.
so
Yeah,
now
hold
you
on. I said
Mayans.
that.
So
My
now
people
you
descend from the
Mayans.
Yamasee, and they mix. The Yamasee come from a descendants of Mayans who already mixed with Africans too. That's why I said I know what y'all talking about. Y'all
So you
mixed bag.
Yamasi, the other brother was a goosey.
So now,
Okay.
now, now,
All right,
now
so
you
listen,
Mayan.
watch this. The
Hey,
Mayans
hey,
who
hey, Hugh,
hey
is the
look,
brother
hold
on the
on.
side
This
of you
hold
a
up, hold
master
up.
teacher?
This is a breaker. This is a deal breaker. The Mayans who got murals. They got murals in Central Africa. So this is why the other day I was laughing at y'all too. That Central Africa does count because we did migrate through the whole continent and through the world. But
Now
the
you
Mayans,
just said you African, man.
Bro, you gotta
gang,
chill, bro.
bruh.
You kind of
The
angry today.
Mayans. Check this out. The Mayans have locks, bruh. So this how you know. Like my people got locks, brother. brother. Like I had locks before. They are dark
Sir,
people.
that's
What?
African
Hold up,
braiding.
hold up, hold up,
Bro,
hold
Africans
up,
have
hold up.
locks. Jamaican has locks.
I know.
let him finish.
I know
Go,
that
Cook.
they part of
You
the
go ahead,
Mayans.
Cook.
Hold up, Jamaicans are part of the Mayans. That's how the
Well,
Maroons.
oh my God.
I'm
What
not
the
done.
what the
This give me 2 minutes.
bro?
Give me 2 minutes. This is how the Maroons knew how to navigate through the islands. Slaves who've been brought on a boat that just hop on a boat and never seen how to navigate don't just know how to navigate through the whole Caribbean islands. Not to mention, I
I've
gave
never
y'all
even
the
been to Jamaica, bro.
Let him
hold
talk,
up.
bro.
Not to mention, I gave y'all the Arabic correlations, and I wasn't done. I gave y'all
Well,
Alabama. I
that was
gave y'all
wrong.
hold
That
up.
was
I
wrong.
gave y'all
Thank you.
Mobilia. Hold
That
up.
was wrong.
Now we going
Mabuya.
to now
Hey,
we
let
That
him
going
was
to the
finish. Let him
Caribbean.
finish. Go ahead.
Listen, now we going to the Caribbean. Carib. I got the paper. Do you know where the word Carib come from? It come from the etymology of Portuguese selling over here. And guess what the Portuguese said they seen? They said they seen people wearing turbans So that's why I'm telling you my attention span is vicious. Let me link this all together for you. I'm wearing this turban because that's what my people naturally do. So
That's
do
the
I
do
still
rag.
practice our customs? Yes. We
Man, that's
naturally
what
hold
boy.
up. We
Arab?
naturally do this.
Are you an Arab
When they
wearing a
came over
turban?
here, the
Oh
Spanish people said
Lord.
they seen what? They
Are you
seen
Arab?
Caribs, because which refers to the Caribs or indigenous people of who lived in the Caribbean, part of South America. So you people who keep trying to separate
You
Americans
okay?
is on.
Now
Hold up!
I agree
Shut
with you,
up!
you.
I got
You,
paperwork.
you. I agree
Chill
with
out,
you,
bro.
bro.
That
Y'all
weed
cut me.
Hey,
getting you super
hey,
high.
let
Wait.
Hugh, go ahead, Hugh, go ahead, Hugh, let Hugh
Thank you,
finish,
bro.
go ahead,
Real
Hugh,
quick.
Thank you, bro.
go ahead, let
You
Hugh
Thank
you
finish,
you.
go
you
ahead,
an
Hugh,
African
So
Indian. I agree.
anyway,
You an African
let
Indian.
Hugh finish.
I
Hugh, show
got the
your
paperwork.
paperwork, Hugh. Hugh, show your
So
paperwork.
here you go. AI overview. You can look it up. Did you see AI? Look it up. The word
Diners,
Caribbean
you
comes
wrong
from the
for that, man.
Spanish
You be
word
letting these
Elton,
Carib.
dudes hang
stop
themselves.
interrupting, man. Let Hugh finish. Go ahead,
The
Hugh.
Spanish word comes from the word Carib, which are is the indigenous people or the indigenous group of the people who lived in the Caribbean and parts of the South Americans. The origin, the word Carib is thought to come from the Arawak word Kangalago. Carina or Canlino, which means brave or strong ones. The earliest used word Carib is English was 18 George Took, the army or officer writer, meaning the word Caribbean means pertaining to the Caribs, or the word Caribbean pronounced Caru, be-un, or Caru, be-un, pronunciation as you see. Last, the Caribbean is a sub-region in Americas that includes the islands, reefs, cays, and islets, the inlets, the islets. It's bordered by North America to North Central America and to the west, and South America to the south. So again, this is going back to the fact when you look up Caribbean, they say they called it that because it's come from the long boats that the Arabic people used to use, and they used to call them Caribs. And when they came over here, they seen people that look Arabic because they wearing turbans and used to trade amongst each other in the islands, and they called the boats Caribbean, or they called the people Caribbean after that.
Can you
So you
take
look
your turban
Arabic?
off, sir?
And I'm
Is that
Arabic.
what
Did
you
you
was
not
getting
just
at?
hear me?
Can you
Dialect
take your
travel,
turban
brother.
off so we can really see the Mayan hairline?
Can I
So
do what?
you Arabic?
Arabic dialect has nothing to do with being Arabic, brother.
So
It's a
you would look
speech.
like
That's what's wrong
somebody
with y'all with the
from Middle
Hebrew
East
thing.
though, right?
Hebrew is a dialect, not a people. I'm gonna have to explain that again.
Okay.
Hebrew, just like Arabic, it's a dialect, y'all. It's not a people.
No,
It's
But
you
a
don't
you
know what a
said,
slang.
but
dialect is. A
no,
dialect is a
bro.
variation of a larger language.
But bro,
It's not. It's
what
not
I'm
a
saying is
dialect. It's
not
a
even that.
language
So
group all by
I'm
Hebrew,
itself.
saying you said
Hebrew,
that they saw,
Hebrew, and Arabic is part of a larger language because there's no people, different people who speak different Arabic. Just if you're on the Morocco
bro. Let
side,
me ask you the
or if you're on
question.
the Egyptian side, or if you're in the Yemen side, they have a
Yeah,
different type
there are
of
dialects
dialect.
within the Arabic language, and there are dialects
Oh, I
within the
just said that.
Hebrewic
Okay, brother.
language.
You got
But
it. Go
those
ahead with your
languages are
question.
not
You talk too
Bro,
long.
I'm
Hey,
trying to
dialects.
ask
hey,
you.
hold up. Hey, with my man Pharaoh Mizram. I don't know where he at with his egotistic self. I'm like him. I really do studies though. Unlike
Bro,
him.
so they seen y'all and thought y'all looked like the
Man,
Arabs. So that's what you said.
Yes, because he thought we was tawny, copper skin, like Bartholomew said, which is Christopher Columbus people, and
So
also Mr. Mr.
so
James
wouldn't they why
Franklin.
wouldn't they distinct y'all as being Africans?
I'm
Because you
about
look
to show
more like
you.
an African
I'm
than
about
an
to
Arab.
show you. Look up the voyages of Costamato. When he said he came to America, he seen people what? With coursey hair that
Bro,
hang
I'm
over their
asking
eyes
you,
like we do with our
you
dreads
jumping
today.
around, bro. You can't jump on the timeline like that. You said the origin of Caribbeans. So that's what we're
Yes,
talking about.
yes.
You said
It comes from
I'm
the
guessing
word
you said you
Carib.
Caribbean, right?
It
I'm
comes
not
from the
talking about the
word.
origin of the word now. I'm asking you about the people that he said influenced it.
Yes, the Portuguese and the Spanish was selling, and they seen people over here that was riding around that looked like Arabics, because Arabics used to
Yeah,
travel in long boats.
right.
They called Caribs. Look it
Gotcha.
up. So they called the whole place Caribbean, the
All right.
Caribbean islands, the West
All right.
Indies.
Now, with that said, you don't look like an Arab, my friend. You don't look like those people.
So West
So
Africans are like Arabs.
I'm saying you don't look
Hold on,
like
let me.
them.
Oh, I like this one. Let me
So
show
hold
you
on,
that
hold
y'all
on.
don't know what you're
Bro,
talking about. What's the definition of an Arab? Hold
So
up, hold
by
up.
me
What's the
saying that,
I'm
definition of
out
an
of here,
Arab?
I'm
man.
saying
This
that.
is getting too
What's the
stupid.
definition of an
Hold on,
Arab?
bro.
Queued
Let
up
me
What's the,
finish the
crazy
what's the
fuckers
question,
later,
definition of an
man.
Arab? Nope, nope. What's the definition
Crazy
of an Arab?
fuckers.
What's the
bro. So
definition
let
of an
me finish
Arab?
the definition. All right. So when
What's the
people
definition
come,
of an
so
Arab?
when these people trade, they traded with Africans. Why wouldn't they
Arab
identify
only
y'all as
means a
being similar
desert
to those?
dweller,
When
person
you
who
think
Thank
you
lives in
look
the
more
you.
similar
desert.
So
to an
how can
African
you
than an
say you don't
Arab?
look like an Arab? Thank you. I told you these people speak a babble. I proved my point. You
What
spank.
is wrong with
You
you?
spank. Be
Oh man,
quiet.
what's wrong with
Don't
you,
ask no
bro?
more
Are
questions.
you super
What are you
high?
Don't
What's
ask
talking
no
going
about,
more
bro?
on?
questions. No more questions. I stand in the hood and I speak with proper
Yeah, most
English.
most people
Stop
don't
it.
know that. That's a
Stop
little
it.
nugget right there.
Stop it.
Arab just means
Stop
a
it.
person who lives in the
Stop it.
desert.
You a baby. You a baby. Go do your
Okay.
homework before you talk to me. I don't even want to talk to you. You're using
Oh
words you don't
man.
understand.
What, this is wild,
So
man.
I
this
don't
is
even
how
understand
African act
what he's
when they
yapping
got the
about
Holy
now.
Ghost.
Don't do drugs, y'all. Damn.
Yeah,
When
Okay, this the only thing
African,
you
Bro
just
they
gotta
thought he was
understand.
when they
cooking for
got the
real.
Look,
Holy
hold
Ghost
up.
in
Not
The
gonna
them,
only
lie.
thing you
that's
took
how
out of
they
that is
act.
so-called don't do drugs, but your man just used the improper word that
What
is
was
feminine
improper, bro?
because he's doing targeting and he was wrong. You was wrong.
You
There
don't
you
understand
go.
the question.
what's
Arab
the
is a
word that
desert
he
dweller.
used that was
Desert
improper,
dweller.
bro?
There
A
was no
desert
improper. He
dweller.
don't
A
understand.
desert dweller. A desert
Yeah, that's
dweller.
what the word
How
Arab
can you
means.
tell me I look like an Arab? Stop talking. Mr.
That's
Dynas,
ridiculous, man.
please mute him.
That don't make you
Mute
white.
him.
That's
Danis,
wild, bro.
Danis, you've
Mute
been
him.
to Africa, you've been to Mali,
Mute
Nigeria. You
him.
know when people are
Mute
in
him.
trance, when they get
Mute
possessed
him.
by the
He just
ancestors,
said that was
that's how they talk. So that's exactly, you are pure African, bro.
yeah. This
Mute
dude is
him. That's how
wild,
they
man.
talk. He's
This is
still trying to
good though.
confirm in Africa, but they talking nothing but improper syntax. You look like an Arab.
Hey,
You
hey,
don't
did
look
y'all
like an
hear him when he was
Arab.
trying to pronounce the words and
Hey
Yeah,
shit?
y'all.
some people don't
Hey
know that.
y'all.
Yeah,
Stop it.
you're right. Some people
Bro,
don't know
that's
what the
supposed to
word
be your
Arab
people. You
means,
can't
right?
pronounce
Arab
this shit.
means
Thank you.
a
That's why I
desert
want to hear. Say
dweller.
it again. No, say it again. We can start there. That's why it's important to get this right. Because it start. Hold up. No, it starts there. Say sorry again. Say I'm sorry. Nobody's sorry here. I'm sorry. Nobody's sorry in the world. We did what we meant to do. Do it. Apologize again so we can have some correction. Because this is what this is all about. Making ourselves
I
have
was the one
nationality.
that told you what the word Arab means. I didn't say anything that was wrong. I said it meant a desert dweller. That's what it means.
No,
Right.
that's
So a black
no. What
person
I'm
could be
saying
an
is,
Arab if
I
they
know you
live
wasn't the one. I know
in.
you wasn't the one, brother. Hold up, brother.
Okay.
I know you wasn't the one. What I'm saying
It
is,
was me. I
since you
asked
talk,
you, why would
I
you,
know. Since he don't have an ego, since he have an ego problem to do it, apologize for our brother. Because again,
bro?
like
What
the
you
Jesus walk
don't
that
you
I'm
don't
on,
gotta apologize to me,
we
bro.
gotta do it
Understand
for
what I
our
was
people.
asking.
Okay, but brother, understand, right? When we think about Arab, right, we're
The
looking
whole
at the people
foundation
from
is that they
Saudi
broken.
Arabia, we're
It's
looking
wrong.
at people from
You know
Yemen.
what he meant, bro.
So when people say Arab, you know what they
It's
mean.
wrong.
You know.
Bro, they would have compared him to an
And now
African
it
if
goes
that's what
back
they
to
thought he
African.
looked like.
How can you say an African? How can you say an Arab?
This is because you jumping on the timeline, bro. You got to talk about what was the people referred to when they was in the Caribbean, not what they call them in the modern day.
So again, if y'all can't tell me what an African look like, just like y'all misused the word
Bro,
Arab,
everybody's
y'all
told
lost
you.
it
You got
already.
a mirror that can show you exactly what African look like.
No, you just lost it again.
Okay.
Because you had no, watch this. You had Arabs in Africa, and you had African Arabs. So that means you can't tell me what an African look like because that means you're gonna say they don't look like the Arabs, right?
Nice
So
try, bro.
somebody
When people
said
refer,
that
we
somebody
talking
said the
about you,
word is
bro.
Bedouin. No, Bedouin is a semi nomadic Arab person, a semi nomadic desert dweller. They're not stationary in one place for too long. Whereas an Arab will live in a desert in a one spot for many years. So
Many years.
there's little technical
So,
differences
so
between a
that,
Bedouin and an Arab. They're
facts. There you
similar,
go.
but a
All
little
right,
different.
hey, guys, let me pass the mic to Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
You're
Ben, unmute yourself, Ben.
No, I'm just coming in. I'm listening to you guys.
Okay, go, Kato. Go ahead, Kato. Unmute
Oh,
yourself,
hello.
Kato.
I'm just joining in. I'm just listening
So
as
why y'all?
well.
So why click on the link if you guys ain't gonna
They,
add nothing?
Donnie, you got to give people time to get they scripts together,
All
I'm
bro.
right,
not.
I'll
I
they
go
mean,
with
if
scared.
I
Stu.
want
They
to add,
I'll
scared,
go
I want
with
to
Donis.
give
I'm
I'll
bringing
go
that
people.
with
logic.
Stu.
I'm
I'll go
bringing
with
I
that
completely
logic.
understand
They
where you're coming
scared.
from. I just want to give people
Hey
space
Prince.
to speak their
Logic.
space before I join in.
Hey
Yeah,
Prince.
Logic.
they
I'm
gotta
going
swoop
with
they
what
stuff
you
too.
said.
Yeah,
Hey Prince.
They gotta roll their
Can I
blood
say
up,
something?
you know.
Whoa,
Can
logic.
I
nobody
say
wants to go in
something?
my face though.
Hey Prince, I'm ready to say something.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So I want to ask a question to the to the brothers that are saying that that they're native to the United to America. Right now, Christopher Columbus, right? He referred to the people, the indigenous people, as Indians, right? So what I want to know is, um, how is it that you believe that you was here before Columbus, and you don't have a term? There's no terms that Christopher Columbus gave you guys, other than the fact that you African or Negro or African descent. How come you are attaching yourself to the Indians when Indian really means a dark skinned person with straight hair? Because that's what Christopher Columbus he thought when he had seen the people over here, they looked at like the ones in India. How come he didn't refer to you guys, and say, well, they look like Africans. So can any of you guys explain that?
It's a good
So again,
question.
we have a misnomer if you answer me again, because remember India or Hindustan, which it used to be really called, had what? So-called. Hold up, I'm going. Watch. I'm not contradicting myself. Like yeah, I'm gonna use your words. So-called African descent looking people. people there. Didn't the Yoruba tribe say they traveled from India? Didn't people in Indonesia
No,
say
no,
they
they
came from
no,
No,
they
they've
India
did.
never
No,
too?
they
said
didn't.
that.
No,
No, they
you
They've
didn't.
stretching,
never
bro.
said that.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
Never ever. That's
Y'all,
not in
Yoruba
Ifa. That's
never
not
hold
said
in
up.
that.
Geshe.
Y'all never
That's
heard
not
the
in
Yoruba people?
Odu.
Hold up.
That is
Y'all
in
never heard the
zero
Yoruba people
historical
say they came
text.
from India? I
Nah,
show
some
y'all
of
the
them
video.
might say they
Y'all
came
lying.
from
Just like
Egypt or the Middle
Y'all
East,
lying. I'm
but
about to
explain
show you
that,
the
but which
I've
video.
never
one?
heard. You
I
might be
got you.
right, brother.
I
I've
got
never
you.
heard it. You might
Y'all
have
got
heard
an
it. Dinus, have
identity
you heard
No,
it
crisis.
bro.
before?
I got it. I got
No,
it.
No.
sir.
Y'all got the identity crisis. I
Bro,
got
I've
it.
never heard it. Maybe you, maybe some
Trust me,
people
trust
said
me,
it. I've
bro.
You
never
never
heard it.
heard
I
the
haven't
Yoruba
Bro,
heard
people
trust me,
say they
everything
came
that
trust
from
me,
India?
everybody
trust
have
me,
ever
trust me,
said, but
bro.
I
You
haven't heard
never
it.
heard the
I've
old people
never
say y'all
heard of a
came from
Yoruba.
India?
There's Yoruba people who
I
Hold up.
probably
Hold
say
up.
personally
they're
know
Hold
many
Egyptian.
up.
Yorubas, dog.
Can
They've
we
no
can we stay
Yorubas
on
ever
topic?
claimed India. I'm telling you this right now, bro. If you heard a Yoruba person say that shit online or whatever, that person is trolling. I guarantee you.
Wasn't that
Yoruba people are really like when it comes to their personality and their identity as
Yeah,
Yoruba
they're
people.
proud of who they are.
Yo, they are prideful people. That's why in the diaspora, wherever the Yorubas were taken, you could still hear their language. Ain't no Yoruba claiming to be coming from India. I promise you that. And I
So
put
you
money
But
promise
on
me?
that,
brother,
bro.
brother,
YouTube
can you
it.
agree that
YouTube it.
maybe
YouTube it.
somebody said it once or twice? So
Somebody
Exactly.
it's
might have
Watch
said
possible,
it,
this,
but
but
no
Elder.
one
definitely
can
it's not
Hold
pinpoint
up,
who did
Elder.
it.
You're
widespread.
We don't have
talking
proof
about
Elder.
a
of this
You
popul
nonsense.
say
the
the
Yo-
But
the
if
video.
you
Yoruba
have a
You I
population
conspiracy,
in
know I
we're
know
not we're
Nigeria.
for
not wasting
Listen,
our
bro.
time
break
with
their
this.
The
spirit.
Yoruba
Tell the truth.
population.
No, tell the
Listen,
truth.
bro.
I'm just
You
The
saying, bro, I
Yoruba
haven't heard it, but I'm not
population
saying
in
it's
hey,
impossible
Nigeria.
that
look it
somebody
up.
said
Don't
it.
claim
No,
to
no,
be
no. I'm
Indian.
not going into possibilities, dog. Because the Yoruba people, dog. You talking about 40 million people? Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. So if you
Yeah,
heard one person
ain't no.
say it,
Listen. I'm not.
Of course, one person could say it if
After a
there's
couple
yeah,
40
that's
of
what I'm saying.
million.
So
persons.
if he's just going off a little small sample of one or two people saying it, and he thinks that's what most
That's
Yoruba
The
why
thinks,
I
whole, but
said.
then
it's
he's
a
That's why
whole,
wrong.
I
it's
said
a whole
whoever
no?
you
This is
seen the
still a
documentary.
video
distraction
from
from the point,
could be
though.
Bro, it's a
trolling
whole
or
document.
whatever. But I
Hold up, it's a
guarantee
whole
you,
documentary on it. Hold
I'm
up, it's
talking
a
about
whole
the very.
documentary. It's a
Hold on.
whole documentary.
A
No, we
documentary.
asked you to prove that
Man,
Document
listen.
Indian
I'm hoping that
Americans
I'm
documentary,
hoping
not
AI
African
didn't.
white
documentary.
I'm hoping
bullshit.
somebody with messing around with AI didn't make that fake documentary. Because I swear to God,
Somebody
there's
else in
no.
the comment is corroborating what he's saying. That people have been saying it. There's a video on YouTube, so it might be one person out there saying that nonsense. But most Yoruba don't say that they come from India. That's what I'm
I'm,
saying.
you know what I'm
So they
saying?
might have
Because one
seen
thing I
it out
do.
there.
Now I will say this, like in like Yoruba when they talk and like the way they may sound, like with they have with their singy songy kind of accent and stuff like that. It could kind of have like a little. It could kind of be similar sounding to like an Indian sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But when you're
No, it's
talking
not.
about the very
It's not. It's not at all.
Yeah.
yeah, okay, all right, definitely, because you know how Europe be talking and stuff or whatever. So, like, basically, what I'm trying to say is, man, like, I know the Yorubas that I've encountered, who I've grew up around, they have never claimed anything to India or anything like that. Like, they have their own specific identity, like that's unmatched, even in the same country where they live like with Igbos and the Edo and everything like that all around them or whatever. Like, like shit. The Yorubas, like they stand out. Long story short, long story short, their food is different. Whatever, like their whole thing is different, bro. Straight like that, dog. You know what I'm saying? Not for the, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, I had to cut that shit off real quick. I didn't want you to be laughing and lifting your do rag all up in the screen or whatever, laughing at us as if we're wrong or whatever, nigga. Like, excuse my like, Dennis, I'll give you the $10. I'll give you the $10 for saying the N word. But yeah, I don't want you to, you know what I'm saying? Like before you go down the rabbit hole being wrong, man, I just had to stop you right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. Hey, yo, Dennis, what's the cash app again? I'm gonna give you another $10. It ain't nothing to me, bro.
Yeah, and the Yoruba people have a creation story, a story that states where their civilization started, how it came about,
Yeah,
and there is zero mention of Indian people. Like you could
yeah.
just simply
That's what I'm
look it
saying.
up
That's
or
the
ask somebody
origin,
from
right?
there.
Ileife and all of that, and Olodumare and Obatala.
Obatala,
Yeah, with the
Owo.
chicken and all of that. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm
got
saying there's
nothing to
some
do with
folks
India.
nowadays in the modern day who might say they came from Egypt or they came from India. I've never heard the Indian one, but people are saying that it's out there. I've never heard it, but you
Well,
Yeah,
know.
man,
could
because you
someone
got
go
people
back to
that are
the
just
original
trying to
topic
follow the
about
trend.
how these people are Native American? Because we just skipped away from the original topic. Like that's the issues with these conversations. We were asking you guys, how are you Native American? Somehow we got on Yoruba people being Indian. How are you Native American?
You want to
Well,
know something? I feel like the reason why all of this stuff works, I feel like there's a certain population. I'm sorry to say, and it's no disrespect, but I think there's a certain population that kind of has this hood booger thing with them or whatever. No disrespect. I'm not calling you a hood booger or anything like that. But I swear to God, man, every time you listen to people that come from, claiming the Hebrew Israelites and they trying to or whatever, or be Abo or be a Moor or this, that, and there's an undertone of a dissociation with not being African, right? When they go into details, that everything is all mixed match. There's no chronological order. Everything is just all over the place because the people that they getting the information from, right? They themselves are mismatching everything. And then what it is just that you got these dudes just basically, it's like they copy and pasting. Long story short. Every time they come up on here, they copy and paste it. They hear what they're hearing online and they copy and pasting. It's a form of manipulation. It's a form of charm. It's a form of, you know what I'm saying? They're under a spell. Drop the weed, man. That ain't good, bro. Like, leave that shit alone.
yeah,
It's
like
just sad.
Stephen A would say, stay off the weed. Stay off that shit, man.
This is
But
crazy.
it's not
And what's so
weed, it's
sad,
not drugs. It's a personality issue. Like people are
what
not interested in the truth. They're not interested in having honest conversation. Like half the people up here make these claims and they have zero sources. All of your
let me ask you
ancestors
guys
had
a question.
sources. If
Let me
W.E.B. Du Bois, if Frederick Douglass could find sources, you could find sources. You have Google. Your grandparents lived under segregation and they still educated themselves. And you out here pulling facts out of your behind with no sources. There is no excuse for you
Who
not
you?
going to
Hold up,
Google to
Kato. Who you
look up
talking
this
about,
simple
Kato?
stuff.
Who you talking about, Kato?
The people who claiming to be Native American and have zero sources on
Hey,
this.
Kato. Where was you listening to? I just pulled like 400 sources that showed that Arabic dialect came over here. They had to come over here from West Africa, and they had to meet people of copper
But
colored
bro,
people here.
Arabic
I'm
dialect,
talking
why you
about
keep
Native
I'm
Americans.
not done
I'm
yet.
not making
I'm
it
not.
to African
Okay,
I'm
Africans.
not
so
done yet. Hold up.
let
Didn't I
me
just prove that
can I
Mr.
can
The
I ask you guys
Voyages
a
of
question?
Costa showed that he met
bro, do
dark
you know
people?
there were slaves who were brought here who were Muslims and who could read
Okay.
Arabic or some
Yep,
form
I
of
do.
Arabic?
I do. So that's
Can I
Right.
ask
So
you
when you
a
so
say
it's
that,
crazy. Look,
it's not
what I'm telling
unusual
you
that there
is,
would be
I see how
Arabic,
fast. Look
language
how
in the
fast my attention
Americas
span is. I heard you.
after
Look how
Muslim
fast my
slaves were
attention
brought
span
from
is.
West
I heard you.
Africa.
I got you. I heard
okay,
you. I heard you, and
Let
I
me
get your point. Now again, look how
uh,
fast my attention span is. Now let's keep going. My point is, why you didn't say nothing to something else? Because the brain can only correlate with it. What makes sense of. So you only said something to that. Cool. That don't do nothing but try to confuse the situation. Say something about all the other Arabic words that I proved. Say something about the fact that they seen brown people here. Say something
We
about
are
that. Hold
still
up.
Well,
waiting
like
Hold
the
up.
for
word
a source
Allah,
to
Allah
connect Native
Obama.
Americans
I said,
to
say
the
something
African
about the fact
American
that Mr.
genome.
Hold up.
I
Say
can
something
say
about,
something about
hold
all
up.
that.
Hold up. Say something about the
If you
voyages
give
of
me the chance,
Costamato. Hold
I'm gonna
up.
tell you.
Say something about the voyages of Costamato, saying that he saw dark people with coursey hair here. Since y'all keep talking about all the notes and documents that say they seen wavy
I can
people
There
tell you
are
before.
something about that.
Indians
If
with
you just
curly
listen
hair
now,
and dark skin. You're just naming
okay,
descriptors. You have not
okay,
said one source that
okay,
ties
Kato,
in
can
Native
I
The
Americans
respond
and
to him?
African
voyages.
people.
Hold up. I just
Kato,
said it,
man.
Kato.
If you
Hold
just
up,
sit
y'all.
there
Kato,
Hold up,
can
y'all.
I?
Let me hold up, hold up, y'all.
No,
Let
no.
me.
See, you
I got.
asked
Wait
some
till your
question.
boys
Hold up,
Let me
respond.
give
Kato.
you an
Let me
answer.
give.
Right. Just because
Let me
somebody
get
has
on
dark
Kato for a
skin and
second,
coarse hair
Sarge.
does
Yo,
not
Prince,
make you
you
African.
gotta lay down
Kato,
before they
when
in here,
don't you
man.
No,
get? Hold up,
Stop
Kato,
doing
because
yourself.
you just like Pharaoh Mizram. You gonna come up here and say a bunch of contradictions. You sound like Babel. He came up here and said,
Name one
all I go
contradiction,
is
bro.
ancient text. All
Like
I
being
go is
confident
ancient
doesn't
text.
make you
Ancient
right.
text is eyewitnesses. Eyewitnesses
Kato,
of
it's
who?
okay. It's okay,
Listen
Being
Kato.
to me,
confident doesn't make you correct, though.
Let
Name
me
Kato,
one
give him the right
contradiction.
Hold up,
information.
y'all. Kato. First of all, we gotta get the terminology right before we even talk
First of all,
and
you need to
argue.
lower your
First of
tone. I don't know
all,
what you're yelling about.
what
Relax.
is your terminology of reference points? Because I could have sworn if I said the
Okay,
voyages of
let me
Costa,
give you the reference point. Like
I
you
just could have
listen,
sworn you said
listen.
the voyages
Now
of
listen, I'm
Costamato.
gonna give you the reference point right now. Just listen. Just listen. Okay. So
I
you
know how to listen.
said
Go ahead. You
something.
don't have to say it twice.
Okay. All right. So okay. So you said something about Arabic, West Africa. You know all that. I'm gonna tell you who were the people that was speaking Arabic, that was here.
Oh my
Like
goodness. That's
exact.
not what
I'm
we
gonna
talking
tell.
about now. Hold
No,
up,
no, no,
bro.
no, no. No, listen. listen, I'm gonna tell you who was the people that was
What
that
is a
had the
reference point first?
Arabic dialect.
No, 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 no,
No,
no, no,
no,
no, no,
no,
no,
no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no,
You
no, no, no,
listen.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
gotta
no,
let
no,
him
no,
speak,
no,
bro.
no,
You
no,
gotta let him
no,
speak.
no.
Let him speak, bro. Let him
Answer,
answer you, man.
answer. What is a reference point first? What is a reference point?
Nah,
And
let
then
him
you can
speak
take
You
it
go
back.
to
freely, man.
Google. You
Don't
go
choke.
to
Don't put
Google.
him in a
You
chokehold. Let him speak
you
freely.
go to Google. Type reference point. You will know exactly what it is. So what
No,
I'm telling
brother,
you is
we
fact.
can't. No, no,
You
no,
Listen,
no,
keep
no, no,
interrupting him
listen.
no.
because you're
It's called
intimidated by the
no, brother.
facts.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
want to
no.
listen to me,
This is what
too.
I'm
You don't want
saying,
to
brother.
listen.
No, 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 no,
Donna,
Dynasty, you
no.
gotta
Donna,
control
do
the mic, man.
something.
Let this dude let him
Stop
speak, man.
Bro, y'all
interrupting.
unprofessional. You gotta say
Stop
a definition. You gotta have a
interrupting.
clear
Can we
term.
take turns? Can we take turns?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna give you the definition of whatever you need. Just listen. I will give it after I make my point. All right. So I'm telling you right now, those people that were speaking Arabic are the Moors. So people are here in the U.S. calling themselves Moors. I'm telling you right now, the Moors are the one of the people in Africa, in northern Africa, in the Sahara, that was like rioting villages, like taking them down, burning them, taking people to America. They were coming on the same way with the white people to come to America. That's why they were speaking Arabic, because
Okay, that's what you say, brother. Okay, so look,
the
what
more.
is a
Listen,
reference
listen.
point?
Stop
Let
interrupting.
me. Come on, man. Come on, man. Please listen.
Make sure
You
I
know
get my
you
same respect. Go ahead.
you have everything you need, like right now. But just listen. Those people in here
Hey,
that
so
are
you
calling
don't be on
themselves.
both pages to tell me what I need. Just make your point and make sure I get the same
But you gotta
respect.
listen
So,
at least. You gotta listen. Okay, you go ahead and talk, man. You can't listen.
Thank
okay,
you. So, hey,
you
Pharaoh,
give me a chance. Let
Pharaoh,
me get a
can you
chance.
tell me what a reference point is
Oh
for
my
a land
God.
mass? Because I could have sworn I did give you one when I said the voyages of Constamato.
Hey, you. Let me get a chance to speak. All right.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys this. So, my thing is that connecting, attaching yourselves to Indians. That's my issue with Black Americans. But to say that they're Native Americans, meaning that they're indigenous to this land, that's where their history begins. I don't have a problem with that because just like Haitians or Jamaicans or Trinidadians, their story begins in the islands, and they develop their culture, their Jamaican culture, their Haitian culture, their Trinidadian culture. So why is it that they have a right to do that, but Black Americans must claim Africa?
But
Why
we don't.
they
Let me answer that
African
question.
Americans chose to be called African American. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
why you
I
guys
agree with
confuse
your
No,
these
we
two things
sentiments,
didn't.
every
brother.
time.
But
No,
they're
that's
Let
what
trying
me
to
I'm
take
explain,
an
saying.
bro.
identity that
How is
already
Let
belonged
African?
to
me
another
How
people,
is
explain.
right?
African
Africans going to
So
American.
tell
if you
us?
say that
How is
they have
Africans going to tell
Now,
us
how
what
are
we
you going to
chose? We
tell
didn't
us
choose
I'm an
that.
ethnogenesis in
African
this country,
American?
I
That's
agree
what
with
you're
that.
We
missing.
chose
But
African
You're
American.
missing
they're
that
taking
point.
the nomenclature of another group of people and
You're
claiming
missing
it to
that
be their
point.
own and
You're
their
missing.
history.
You're
I
missing
think
So
that
I think
point.
African
the
American has a unique history. They have a culture, they have their food, their dance, their music. We know all of that. So they have a new beginning in the Americas. We
Hey
know that.
Elvis, I
Yes,
think
You're
but
I
missing
think
that
African
the
point
reason
though.
Americans
why they do that
voted
is
to be
because they're
called
trying to
African
shake
American.
off people attaching them to Africa and not acknowledging their unique culture. And I think that's the reason
That
why.
never was
Bro,
the
let
issue.
me tell you this, right? I have conversation with a lot of African Americans, right? When I don't call them African American, there's a few of them. Some people know who I'm talking about, and a few of them. If I don't say African American, they think we're trying to take away their Africanness. If we say Black Americans, they think we're trying to say they're not African. So they call themselves African American for a reason. I think they said Jesse Jackson came up with that. But a
Yo,
lot of them do want to be attached to Africa, especially the educated ones. They know that that's their lineage. They know also that culturally they're different than Africans, continental Africans, but they acknowledge that that's where their ancestors came from. So
Yeah,
they
but
do know they're different and they have a quote unquote ethnogenesis in this country, but they know that, culturally, partly culturally, they're African. Phenotypically, they look like other Africans for the most part. So I get it. I'm not trying to tell you that they're the same as Africans living in the bush or living on the continent. No, they're not. But when
yeah,
you
but
say that
Elvis,
we're Indians, we're indigenous, that's a whole nother thing because you already
yeah,
have a people who are referred
but
to
you
as
gotta
Indians and indigenous in this country who are
Elvis,
not quote unquote Africans.
you have to understand why they're doing that today. Because if you notice, today, right now, Black Americans are disassociating themselves from Africans in a general sense. You see, it's
Mm-hmm.
a big movement online, especially online, for Black Americans to disassociate themselves from Africa and to now claim their own identity here in America. And they have a right to do that. And I noticed that a lot of Africans and Caribbeans too, they're attacking them for doing that.
They
And
have
I
no
think,
right to do so.
hold on, let me
Yo,
finish.
let me.
Let me just
Go
finish.
ahead.
Well,
Let me just
this is
finish.
America, bro. People have the right to do whatever they want.
Hold on, let me just finish.
And
So
that's the fucking problem.
so let me just finish. So it wasn't like this back in the 80s and 70s. Like I'm in my 50s, so I saw the transition that Black Americans went through. Back in the day, they were claiming Africa because they didn't feel that they had their own unique identity. But now here we are in 2025. They got their own identity and they're laying claim to it. And the only issue I have with Black Americans, and I feel they don't need to do that, is attaching themselves to Indians. See, they don't need to do that because their history begins in the U.S. You know, they
And
got.
their history is actually greater than the Indians.
It's not about.
You know,
It's not about greater than or less than. The
no,
point
I'm
is,
saying it's like moving backwards, right? You have a history that is a triumphant, history where you overcame slavery, you rose up, you became very instrumental in the building of this nation. You become a prominent fixture in this country. The Indians are living on reservation. They're like at the back of everybody's minds. We don't even see them.
Hold
You
on,
you'll be
Elder
hard
Morris.
find to see an Indian in your grocery
Nobody
store at
would be
Walmart.
able
Hey,
to
Mr.
feed
Morris.
themselves in
Hold
this
up, Mr.
country if
Morris.
it wasn't
Right.
for the
Hey,
contribution of the
Mr.
Native
Morris.
Americans.
Hey, Mr.
Like,
Morris.
No, I'm
like
saying what
there's
happened to
not
the
a
Native American is even more tragic now nowadays when you look at it than what happened with African Americans after slavery. They rose up and they're doing quite well in this country compared to what the Indians are doing on reservations. So that's my point.
Absolutely,
So look,
absolutely. And
hey,
the
Mr.
problem
Morris.
is, you listen for a second, please. The problem is, in America, like people can identify, can do like whatever they want. They can. White people now call themselves trans dog or whatever. So this is just like a whole lot of stupidity that is happening in this damn country. So white people can, okay,
Happening in
tomorrow
what?
call themselves
Not talking about black.
call themselves like black people because they want to identify as black people. Damn black, they can't identify as black, but in the US they can. You can call yourself, okay, indigenous, like American, or I mean Chickasaw or whatever, because you want to. That's not the truth. It's all about DNA. And I think if Hugh goes and take his DNA, you guys will be surprised that he will be more than maybe 95% African.
say too, it's not that simple because right now the U.S. Census is recognizing Black Americans as separate from other Black foreigners. So you can't just say anybody can identify themselves like that because the federal government is not going to recognize a group of people just like that because they want to let's say you make a movement and you get a whole bunch of people and then they
I
want
get
it
that.
to be
I
such.
get that. I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is like on the personal level, not on the federal level. People can just wake up one day and call themselves something just because they don't want to be another thing.
But
That's the problem.
Setu, do you agree that we should be classified as different people, right? So, like I said, and some African Americans got offended when I say this. Let the Africans, the continental Africans who have been Americanized or who became American citizen, be called African American. And then the people of the descendants of the slave trade can be called Black Americans. That's a delineation right there. So we know, yeah, they're both quote unquote black, but one has been here for centuries and generations, and the others are just coming and
But
they're
how
quite new
about
to this
or
country.
we can just
how
call them
about
by
how
their
about
ethnicity,
And
like
let me
how
Nigerian
let me
about
American,
those
Canadian
that
American,
that
Jamaican
that
American.
know they are African? How about those that knows and took the leap of faith to come to Africa? Whether it's like, I know it's hard, it's not easy, to come after like all this time, being associated with Africa, but never was able to put your foot in the motherland or in Africa or whatever you can call it. Those people also can call themselves African American. They have all the right because it's in their DNA. Like that's not something that you create because you want to be a trans
No,
dog. You
but
want to
your
be
your
this.
lineage your lineage can your lineage decides that, not just your feeling, right? So Dinus, for example, who is quite connected to the continent, Dinus know he's an African American. He's not like me, who is a continental African and came to this country at a young age. So it's a difference. Our culture, our upbringing is different. The way that we do things, the way we speak, the way we act is different. So you have to have a name that tells you that this person, based on the name or the nomenclature of their description, tells you where they come from. If Donnie say I'm African American, I know okay, Donnie's ancestors were brought here on boats, and he comes from that lineage. If I tell you I'm an African, a continental African, I could be here for 50 years. You know that most likely I came from Africa, or my parents came directly from Africa. So those words tell you where the person, what the person's history is. And I think that's important. And that's what African Americans
That's
want,
say
really
to
something?
do.
Can I
important.
say
More
They
something?
focus
want
Can I
to
on
say
have a
something real
being
name
quick?
organized and
that
making
Can I
sure
say
separates
white
them
something
from
real
supremacy.
quick?
continental African, which is fine.
Can I say something real
You're
quick? I
right.
mean, obviously, you have the right to make up any kind of identity that you want to come up with, right? But let's just look at the example of the island of Hispaniola, literally two different countries, Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Like literally, they're the same. I'm pretty sure Dominican Republic was probably a lot more darker as far as a larger population a long time ago, right? But what literally split that island was one, the language, and then two, one felt like they had an allegiance to the masters or whatever the case. They looked at themselves different from the other half of the island that was more intact or tapped into their African
Listen,
identity,
I'm Haitian. I'm Haitian.
right? No,
That's
but
wrong. What you're saying is wrong. I'm Haitian. Listen, when
but hold on. But like, even bro, but look, listen, even still to this day, right? Like, listen, you mean to tell me that the beef between Dominican Republic and Haiti, like, even though there's a lot of Haitians that live in the Dominican Republic and vice versa, or whatever the case, you mean to tell me that they don't be no little beef going on between the two
No,
of
because
y'all, like
there was a
because
war. There was a war
no, what I,
between the
no, what I'm
Haitians and
saying,
the
no, what I'm
Dominicans.
saying,
The Haitians subjugated the Dominicans for many years.
right?
So there's
That's
real
where the
beef there.
animosity comes from because
okay, 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 okay.
we colonized them for several years, and and obviously, and it's not just the history of colonization. It's also the fact that their culture is different from ours. Our culture is based on African and French, right? Their
Right.
culture is based on Spanish and
And
African, right? But also they have more Indian in them than Haitians. Haitians, for the better part, like I would say 95% of Haitian population didn't mix with the French because the French didn't have the culture to mix with blacks. But the Spanish, on the other hand, they freely mix
with the name, yeah, with yeah,
so,
right, right.
so the Dominicans grew a new population, right? A mixed breed population. So they're
Mhm.
totally different from Haitian. They're not the same as us. That's like
Oh yeah.
saying,
No, I
yeah,
was gonna say no. I agree on that though. But basically, I guess what I was really trying to get at, and thank you for correcting me. I take that as a man. I respect. I take that. But I guess what I was trying to say is like you can literally have two different people. They pretty much have the same ancestors, right? Santeria, voodoo, or whatever. They both practice in Ifa. Long story short, they might call it two different things with little bits of whatever, but they still got that Yoruba background somewhere, both on both sides, right? And when you fast forward, right, the two of them are looking at each other as two different people and can bring the smoke to each other just because of some shit that was just made up back in the days. If they could, if they could have just seen the similarities, put more importance on that than the differences. You know what I'm saying? So that's and I'm hence why I'm talking about this situation right here is like when you have people trying to make up their own identity, which is all false, connected to the whole pseudo thing. Like, dude, we're gonna have kids. I mean, I have kids or whatever, but like our kids have to grow up in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not comfortable knowing
That's
that.
why we gotta stop it.
That's
Yeah,
why
but hold on.
you as a father,
Let me
you have
finish.
to teach
That's
your
why.
kids
That's
who
why
they
we
are.
gotta hit the break.
I want to finish
That's
my thought.
why
I
we
want to finish
gotta
my
hit the
thought.
break.
I do want to finish a thought real quick because I don't think a lot of these brothers understand how dangerous this stuff is. Because first of all, right? Yeah, all this is a thing that's been presented online or whatever with and I would say that this shit is recently. But then didn't we
It's
have
not
a whole
recent.
B1 thing? Like people were finally trying to get to know each other. Like matter of fact, how many of these people that are talking all this indigenous shit? How many of them go to college campuses where where people that came from different states from all over the country, what I mean, finally falling in love with somebody that's Nigerian or Jamaican or Haitian or whatever, and finally you know, getting rid of those imaginary lines that once exist in our minds. You know what I'm
Hold,
saying?
hold, hold,
And I'm kind of
Yo,
mad because
Tariq,
I
hey,
go back.
Tariq,
respectfully,
and Dan Calloway did a number on young
no,
black men who
no,
are
no,
looking for their
respectfully,
identity.
Yo,
hey, respectfully, before peace to the chat, everybody. Uh, before there was a Dane Calloway or Tariq Nasheed, we had a Clyde Winters. Okay, we had people that wrote books like Charles Woodson. Okay, who taught Negro history. Before we were called African American, we were considered Negro. Okay, there was a Negro stock of beings in the Americas long before. And to the brother who was speaking about Haiti, Haiti has a lot to do with the upcoming of what America is. The founder of Chicago was Haitian. And to put another stamp on it, Dessalines was a military leader over the indigenous army, not the African army, the
cut it out.
indigenous
Cut it
army.
out. Cut it out. Cut
You
it out.
look, hey, it's
Cut it out.
listen, all you
No,
have to do
no.
is look it up, dude.
Right there, you need to stop, bro.
How
Because right
much you
now
want to?
you're
First off,
trying.
don't tell.
No.
Are you from the
Oh,
state?
you got Asian.
Dessalines,
You got
Dessalines was an
Asian over
African
there.
descendant, bro.
What
Do
was
that,
the
Everybody
name
sounds
of
good.
bro.
Dessalines
Do not
military?
do that, bro.
What
Do not
was
do
the
that.
name
Do
of
No,
not
his
do that,
military?
we're
What
gonna
What
be
was the
do
name
not
of
careful.
his
do that.
military? What
Dessalines,
was What was the
Dessalines,
name of his military?
Dessalines, bro. Dessalines was an African descendant, bro. African Haitian, bro. Like, don't do that, bro.
Okay, okay. So did he was he born in Africa or was he born in Haiti?
Yo, I'm trying. I think, matter of fact, they said that either Dessalines was, or maybe he's, or
No,
the
there's
person
a.
that was born
Do,
before.
do you know for
Hold
a fact
on,
where he was
hold
born?
on, hold on. Oh, obviously, he fought in Haiti. There's some like ancestor had to come here, right? But there is a narrative of one of his descendants. Oh, sorry, not descendants, but one either was a parent, immediate parent that came straight from what's the land
See that you guessing. See, here's the
no,
thing.
I'm
This is the
not
problem.
guessing, bro. I'm not
This is our
guessing. I'm
problem.
not,
This is our
bro.
problem. This is why you have a problem with what I
You
say.
just said
You
something
see,
false right now, and I'm
what
trying to correct
did
you.
you look up his
Just be,
army? How can you say
bro.
it's false and you didn't even look it up?
The Haitian army, Haiti. What are you gonna say? Haiti came from the
I'm
indigenous
telling
name of the
you,
land. Is that
I'm
what you're trying
telling
to
you,
say?
the
That
name
doesn't
of
negate
that
the fact that
the
he came from
name that
Africa, bro.
Dessalines, his army that he led, he called it the indigenous army. They were called the army
But brother,
indigene.
He did,
Haitians say
Okay,
that they
I
came
didn't
from
make it up.
Africa.
they
I didn't
Haitians
make
listen.
it up.
trace their
I
lineage
s-
back to tribes in
See,
Africa,
Like, what
brother.
do you
They
mean
never
by that,
claimed to
though?
be Indians,
let's say they
bro.
do. Let's say they do.
no, they
And
don't.
there could be so many
They
reasons why
don't.
they do.
They
Okay,
don't. I'm
Can I
telling
go?
you,
there could be
bro.
so many
Can I
When's
reasons
the
why
interject?
they
last time
do.
you seen a Haitian, bro?
You know,
I
I
live
see
in
Haitian
Boston,
every. I got
Massachusetts,
Hey,
Haitian
man.
hey,
mom.
guys,
There's
I
nothing
got
but
I
Haitians
gotta
I
read
around
this
me,
super
dog. When
chat.
the
I
last
gotta
time
read
you
this
seen a
super chat. I
Haitian?
gotta read this super chat.
got Haitian
Landmark
family.
22, thank you for the $2 holla. Black immigrants lobby to separate on the U.S. census. I gotta see proof of that.
But no real talk, because I'm
There's
tired
an
of hearing
Asian
these
in this
wabbos.
panel.
Wait, hold on. Ain't nobody mad. I'm tired of these wabbles naming these areas they've never been to. You never talk to the people that came from these places, and
How do you know who I talk to?
Wait,
How do you
what?
know who
you
I
making
talk
these
to,
weird
dude?
little claims
How do
on.
you know who I
Hey,
talk to?
Haitian voodoo is
Some of my
really
listen,
best,
based
some
on
of my best
African
bro,
friends
voodoo,
are
though.
Haitian.
It's not really
your
confusing
best,
about where their
bro.
practices come from. They're
Whether
Listen,
actually
they
some of
had,
the
listen,
best
I'm not saying they
documented
don't have
practices.
African family or whatever. I think they
bro.
have various families. But
Haitians
I'm just saying
gladly
called
Haitians
it
claim
are
to
the
really
be
indigenous
tied with
army.
Africans,
Africa, bro.
bro.
They claim their African ancestry to
They
the
I
claim
know
the
max.
they do.
African all day.
I
They
know they
read the
do.
To
A
same
lot of
food.
smithereens.
hell,
They do.
So
Black
They
why are
read
you
the
Americans
saying
same
claim
they're
To
food.
African
Indians,
And
man? Why are you
ancestry.
smithereens.
saying
cut
you
it
call
out, bro.
his
Cut
army
it
the
out.
Indian army? They're African people,
I didn't
man. They
say he
claim that
called
all the
it.
time.
I said
They
he
are
called
claiming
his
it to
army
smithereens.
the indigenous army.
So what
It's
does
What does
that
that
literally.
even
mean?
mean? They're African
So what does
people.
that
You
So
can
mean?
use the
what
word
I'm
indigenous
saying,
all you like, but they're
if he's the
African people.
arm,
They
if
know
he's the
that.
army, if
I
he's the
keep trying
army
to
of
tell y'all,
Santo
indigenous
Domingo,
does not mean
Can I
Native
if
interject?
American.
he's the army of Santo Domingo, why
And
would he be so
and you probably
confused in his
bullshitting.
time
I'm gonna look
and
that
call
up, dog.
himself
I'm gonna look that
the
up.
the army indigene? Why would he
Can I
do
And
that?
the Gene,
can I
And
interject?
here's
I
bro,
keep
another
trying to
listen,
thing:
tell
we
y'all,
have
You
we
know,
have
indigenous
you
had
know
doesn't
we
mean
that word
indigenous,
is
bro.
the word.
do
we
not
have been
mean
One
taught
the
about
mic.
same
have been taught
things.
about white education, about white supremacist education. And the moment we challenge these scholars, because that's what I do, I challenge their scholarship. The moment
You
our
shouldn't
own
be.
people are challenging them, you guys get upset. And that's why y'all
Bro,
have a
let me
problem with
let me
it
tell
being
you
the fact
let me
that
tell you
Pardon.
there
something,
were
right?
black
You are
people in the
challenging
Let
Americas
me
black
tell
long
you
people.
something
beforehand.
about my
Like, do
people,
you
right?
think
Let me
there
tell you
are
Y'all don't
something
know
black
about
about
the
my
people?
people.
Yamasee. You don't
Fetty,
One
know
is
about
second,
the
that the
brother.
N
Indian
word?
Wars. You
10
don't know
seconds,
about,
10
you
seconds,
don't know
please.
nothing about the
Let me
Revolutionary
tell you,
War.
Copper,
let me tell you
Copper, do
something about
you
my
think
people
that
in
there aren't
Liberia,
black
right?
scholars on this
One
who
second.
agree
My
with
people
what
in
we're saying?
Liberia were called the indigenous people.
because we do know they call us native, the native people, many people who are native to the land, or the indigenous people who are already there, right? But I can tell you for a fact, my people didn't originate on that land. We came from up north, from Sudan all the way down to the Ivory Coast and then down into Liberia. So when people use that word, it doesn't mean that you're quote unquote Indian. You can call them indigenous. Sometimes that's where the word Indian comes from for short. But it doesn't mean that they're Native American as we'll call them. So
So,
just being
but
indigenous can
you
mean
said
people
your
that
people
that
came from
people
Sudan,
That's
like the
true.
French met
but
the
did
French met certain people on the island.
all Liberians come from Sudan?
No, some of them came from the Mali Empire. Some of them came from Ghana.
Okay, so when you say my people, that's your people. We know,
No, that's
you
what I'm
know
telling
that
you. They
there were
call us
people that
all.
left
The
the
American
Americas
Liberians call us
to
all indigenous
colonize
or native people because
colonize
we were
Liberia.
already there when they met
They
us
weren't
on the
called
land.
Africans.
Hold up,
They were
Mr.
treated
Morris,
as
Eldris
Americans
Morris.
coming to Liberia.
Hold up,
See,
Let
and
me.
I'm
Elvis.
I
telling
want to.
y'all,
I
this
want
is
to
why
break
I
something
challenge
down to you.
all that
I do want to
education
break.
shit.
I do
Hold up,
want to break
Elvis.
something. Hold on, my brother.
Didn't
Hold up, my
Americans go
brother.
to
My brother.
Liberia and
Let me
start
break something
Liberia?
down to you real quick. Real quick. Let me break something
He
down
had
to
a
you.
question for me real quick. Let me ask that
I
question.
got
What
you.
you
I
what you
got you,
say?
family.
Didn't Liberia get started by American colonies?
By American colonies? I mean, yeah,
By the
you can say
American
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
colonies,
an
nigga.
Diners
American
Diners would
colonial
disagree with it,
project
but yeah, you
by
can say
white
that.
abolitionists.
So President Monroe
Liberia
from
was
America
established
didn't
by
send
free
108 black people to start
free
Liberia?
black slaves.
And they named their capital Monrovia after James Monroe. Come on, man.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that
okay.
Yeah,
was the point.
No,
but it was
I
a
didn't hear your
And then
question,
colonial
brother. You were
project
saying something else after that. I didn't hear
do
your
funded
y'all
by
question.
white
do y'all
abolitionists. Like
call them
Abraham
indigenous too?
Lincoln was a white abolitionist who
No, the
supported black
name
people
the name
liberation.
indigenous was not given to us. It's not something that we call ourselves. It's just what we call them, the settlers or the pilgrims. That's what they called us because they met us there. So we were native or we were indigenous to the land that they met on. The people that met on the land that called us the indigenous people or the
There
native
you
people.
go. So that's what we
So
So
thought.
who
I'm just telling you
you
that people who
you
came
said
after tend to use that word for any place on the planet. You'll
so,
find it in France, or you'll find it on the islands, or you find it in Africa. So when the settlers came, they called us who were already there
what
native or
settlers?
indigenous.
What settlers
So what
called
The
y'all
American
indigenous?
Liberians
did
that came
so
and settled in Liberia.
The black
okay,
American
so American
Liberians?
Liberians didn't call
Yeah, yeah,
themselves
the Black
indigenous
American
people
Liberians.
until
They
So
called
you
us the
mean
indigenous people.
These
so they didn't call
Africans who are
themselves
supposed
indigenous
to
even
be
though they was coming back to
indigenous to
Africa? Ain't they
Africa
You have to
themselves,
back to
understand
they
what
Africa?
I'm
called
saying.
y'all
It's not
indigenous.
about the race. It's
Come
about
on,
when you
man.
come in a
So
place and
now
you
we
Come
meet
gotta
on,
a
go
man.
Do this
people there
further.
talking because
already,
he's
you
trying to
call them
use your.
indigenous because they
Oh,
were there before you.
so it's not
Okay,
Yo,
about
we
the
Elvis,
word
can't just
Elvis,
now.
say
So now we
Elvis,
use
indigent.
a colloquial
Elvis.
sense.
You're not peeping that this dude is using. Even
Oh
though you're
man,
speaking
can I
facts,
talk to
he's
him?
using. He's
Well,
Can
you
I
using
can't
talk
say
to
I'm
him?
your
using
correct
anything.
Okay,
answers
can I talk
to
to
like
him?
switch the shit
Can I
around,
talk to
bro.
Mr. Morris?
All right,
Bro,
all right.
listen,
Mr.
dog.
Morris.
Didn't you cut me
Oh,
off
I
though?
can
okay.
give you a source right now.
Hey, Mr. Morris. Hey, Mr. Morris.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you did agree that Liberia got started by American colonists or American Black Americans, so called, whatever black is.
Yeah,
So
let's
people that
say
was dark.
African American because that's more of a noble thing to,
I
to,
don't
to
agree with
say
that,
than
but we get it. Dark Americans came over there
yeah.
They
because you
weren't
can't
called
say
African
Africans because
American
remember
at
they
the
didn't.
time.
They wasn't even
Oh,
called Americans. They weren't
There was
considered
no such
Americans,
thing
but
as an
what was they
African
considered?
American at that
What
time.
was they?
They
What
they
was
okay.
they
were
They
they
considered?
were black people
no
who
no.
were
Liberia was founded by
Freedmen.
free black
yeah.
slaves that
Exactly.
came from Africa.
Free black
So
slaves.
they
How?
That
wasn't. So
came
that
from
means they wasn't
Make that
indigenous.
make sense.
Came
But they
from
were
So,
that
also
came
oh
funded
from
by
God,
a
can I
white
Africa.
I'm
ask
American
Mr.
telling y'all.
Morris? Can I ask Mr. Morris that's from Liberia? Mr. Morris. So did the American colonists call themselves indigenous when they got to Africa?
No.
Okay, thank you. So look, my next question, because I heard you say earlier, because I write things down. So again, I know how to come back to them. I don't spit spat like a baby. My game is I heard you earlier say that the Native Americans been on reservations already.
No, I didn't say they've been on reservation. I said they lost in they're worse off than African Americans are now because they're stuck on reservations and they have a bad lifestyle and they
So
suffer.
do
They
so do
suffer a
that
lot.
mean that we don't want to pick the story because the story sounds worse,
I mean,
or do we want to pick the
again,
truth?
that was just my opinion, right? I would say you have the African Americans that we know today. They have a better history. They have a impact on word, events
Because
and
you starting
music
to
and sports and other
starting the
thing.
history off from after slavery. But now what happens if we go post slavery?
You said post-slavery or
I mean, not
pre-slavery?
post slavery, not ever, prior before slavery. Yes. Now we're
Yeah,
going back into the indigenous
pre-slavery.
people.
I don't know the history of the indigenous people before slavery. If you want to attach yourself to that history, if you think it's
Oh,
a greater history than what it is now, I'm fine. But I'm saying, just looking at it from a
oh,
layperson perspective, indigenous people, or quote unquote Native Americans, are really bad off. They have a
So one more,
domestic abuse
got
problem,
you.
or drug
One more
problem.
question. I mean,
They
we
are
do
hating
too. We
from
do.
the
I know
view of the
you.
American
that's
I
their,
people.
we
got.
got our
Hey,
own
one more
I
problem.
don't
question.
want to be
One
in
more
that
question.
position.
One more question. I don't know where you at, but that's the comment on that one. I don't know where you at, but I'm in the hood, as you say, all day. Like you said, Mr.
I'm in
30.
Minnesota. I live in the suburbs of outside of Minneapolis, in the
Got
suburbs.
you. So like other dude thought he was gonna get me emotional. See, I'm like white people or the CIA. I know how to use it against you. So like the hood booker he thought I was, I am in the hood, so I know what's going on. So this one you can't question. So the game is the hood going through the same thing. We got a tobacco store every literally before a mile. It's another tobacco store within 20 walks. And then
So
we
you
got a
say it's the
liquor store.
same thing? You say it's the same thing as the Indians, bro? You bringing
Oh
your
God,
people
why you
down
cut
that
me off?
low?
Hold up. I'm not done yet, Mr. Morris. Hold up. I got one more question. I'm just commenting and letting you know. I'm giving you the synopsis, brother. Yes, that's what's going on in our neighborhoods. It's the same thing that's going on in the reservation. So now
Oh man.
my last question to you is, you said that they already they got their reservations already. My point is they've been had their reservations since the 1950s with casinos and all that now. Since the 80s. This casinos got implemented by the 80s. They've been had their reservations by the 50s. So I ask you again, if Obama, who's a constitutional lawyer, ain't dumb at all, signed the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People into play for America, not for Africa, because it's an international thing. When you look
No,
it
no,
up,
say
I know
that
what I'm talking
again.
about.
Say that again slowly. You're speaking too fast. Something about Obama signing something. Say that again, please.
Okay, so when Obama signed the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People in 2011, a constitutional lawyer who went to school for this, that's from Africa, he signed the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, which basically gives the indigenous people all the rights and assimilation and to claim their nationality again and start education, basically be a nation. To do everything that indigenous people supposed to do before their land got taken over. The thing is, you just said the answer. The natives, which is a different colloquial sense, already got their reservation. So who will Mr. Obama be signing that for in 2011?
No, because you got to understand the Native Americans. They pretty much uh
They set.
they took
They already
themselves
set.
out of the United States. They didn't consider themselves to be
Thank
American
you. So,
citizens.
so you're not answering
That's
my
why they were
question. I
on
asked you one
That's
question.
why
Hold
they're on
up.
reservation. So
Okay,
I'm
okay,
guessing
hold up,
this
hold up, Mr.
law
Morris.
allowed
Mr.
them
Morris,
to
before
become
everybody,
American citizens and to claim all the
Mr.
benefits of
Morris.
being an American citizen rather than living on a reservation that is separate.
Oh,
That's
oh,
my
so Mr.
assumption.
Morris.
I'm not saying it's the fact.
So,
That's my
so
assumption.
Mr.
You
Morris,
can
I
correct me if
got you,
I'm
Mr.
wrong.
Morris. You're almost there. You're actually almost there. You're proving my point of why black people decided to be black instead of Afro and American and indigenous because we was getting hung, but in a way, and terrorized, and we wasn't protected under the constitutionality. But in a way,
No, that's not
again,
true. Before
answer.
Obama came to power, black people have all the rights. They're
No,
citizens of this country.
before
They
the
could vote.
14th
They could do.
Amendment, we didn't have that. So again, my question to
When
you
didn't you
again.
have it? Pre 1960?
Oh, hold up. Before we answer that, I can answer that for you because you're answering my questions of how we got caught up in this black thing. My point is, if the natives are already set, like we just agreed, you already agreed on it, so don't rebug, don't renege. Didn't say the N word, don't renege. Ain't that funny? They call it reneging or
Oh
Indian
my
giving.
gosh, it got nothing to do with the N word. Come on, man.
All right, it ain't got nothing to do with the N word. You right, reneging and being an Indian giver or taking something back that's yours don't got nothing to do with each other. You right. But look, my point is I play card games and I'm in the hood, so I'm pretty sure it does. But anyway, brother,
Get to the point, brother.
got you. Listen to me. How, if the natives are already set, why would Obama sign the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People? Chat, please go look this up. I know y'all reading it now. It was already commissioned in 1995. After the Native Americans, notice the terminology, are already on casinos. Then it was re-signed by Obama in 2011. Who did he sign it for? If the natives are already set.
No, you got to understand there are Native people who want to become American citizens. Do you know that most Native Americans who live on reservation are not
Oh man.
living by
Hey,
the
look, hold
laws
up,
of the
brother.
United States
You
of
know, a
Mr.
lot
America?
Morris,
of
They
them
have
are
Mr.
their own
starting
Morris,
out thinking
Mr.
jurisdiction.
they
Morris, Mr.
Indian too.
Morris, Mr. Morris. The only reason why I can cut you off is because you know how you do and here in America they call it a BCR, brief constructive response. The brief constructive response should consist of the question inside of the answer. Your first 5 sentences already is off because again, what you're doubting to say is that you don't know the document because you never looked up the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. You got to go look up the content to even come back and give me your answer.
So
That's
let
why I
me
know
ask
y'all
you
using ego.
one
You got to
second,
go look
brother.
it up to find out
Look,
to get the
I'm not an
interpretation of who we
egomaniac.
wrote it for.
I can learn from anybody. Let me ask you a question for
I
more
know,
clarity,
no,
right?
listen to me, brother. You didn't just get what I
Hold
said.
on, brother.
Hold up, Mr.
Relax. We're
Morris.
not fighting.
I got you. You got the floor, and I'm gonna shut up, but you didn't get what I just said, and I don't want to check to miss it neither.
I heard what
You
you said. I
obviously
want to
did
ask
not
you
just
now
admit
for
that
more clarity.
you don't know the content, and instead of just saying you
Fine, I
don't know
agree
the
with you. I don't
content,
know the content of it. Fine,
okay,
right? But let me
thank
ask
you.
you a question. was this declaration talking about Native American, as in black people? Did it specifically say black African American people that call themselves African Americans today, or the people that currently live on reservations? That's the distinction I want to know.
There you go. Why?
No, tell me the answer. What's the answer? Are you there?
I'm glad his phone messed up because I couldn't square hearing that shit. But
Do
Yeah,
you
okay.
do
because
you hear me?
if there's
I'm sorry. Why would I'm back? I'm sorry. See, this is what I'm saying. Chill out. Let's be on logic. Why would they add black inside of a nationality form? Black is a race.
no,
So this
you're
what I
talking
mean
Can
something
you
by you
else.
answer
don't
this
I'm asking
understand
you
the
question?
the
content.
question.
Can you answer this
This
question?
thing that Obama signed, were they referring to the people that live on reservation currently, or were they talking about African Americans?
And that's my
As
question to you. That is my question.
no,
Why
you
would
You
he
brought
said
why
he
this
did
up.
didn't
You
read
said
it, so
you
you
know
can't
the
answer it.
document
Can you
inside and
answer his
out. So
question?
who are they talking about? Are you just assuming they're talking about black people? I
oh
would
God.
assume by
Oh
my
God.
layman's
Oh God.
knowledge
He missed
that
it.
they're talking about Indians who live on
Oh man, he
reservation, who
missed it.
wants to be brought
He
back into
missed
the fold to be considered
no.
fully American.
And that's what I'm telling
That's
you.
my layman observation of it.
Morris, that's what I'm telling you. You're using your ego, and everybody's about to jump on your team. It seems like agents because they don't get it
No,
neither.
I'm just saying. I'm
Oh
thinking
man, don't
Can
cut
you
me
like a
off. I just
answer
let
logical
his
you have it.
person.
question?
Give me
If you
2 minutes.
have
I
different
got you.
information, that's what I want to hear. So tell
But
me,
give
Can
me
you
were they
30
explain?
referring
seconds.
to
I
black
got you.
people
Give
or
me
Indians
30
living
seconds.
on
I got you.
reservation?
Give me 30
I
seconds.
got
You're
somebody you can
missing the
look up right
point.
now.
You can't not answer the question because you don't know content. And then you can't reverse it and
I'm
ask me and
asking
give
you
you,
for more clarity on
oh
the
my goodness,
content, and
I'm
you're
not
not
done.
answering.
I'm not done. Then you
Go ahead.
cannot reverse it and ask me to give you a brief summary of the whole document that's talking about
No,
nationality.
I'm asking you
Oh my
for
goodness.
specific information.
Oh
Is
my
this
goodness.
document referring to
I'm not
African
done,
Americans, as
Mr.
we call
Morris.
them, or
Mr.
native
Morris,
living on reservation?
Mr.
Simple
Morris, my
question.
sentence is not done. My sentence is not done. Again, Mr. Morris, you cannot answer the question because you don't know the content, and my sentence is
I
not
agree with
done.
you. I don't know
Oh my
everything.
goodness, my sentence is not done. I got you. We know we agreed. I'm just repeating it for the chat. So again, you cannot agree to the question because it was a chokehold question. You cannot agree to the question because you haven't read the content. The only way I wanted you to be honest or to see what your narrative was at your intent was how you answered the question, which you did wrong already. And again, you're thinking you're going to be able to ask me logically, how can I briefly summarize the whole nationality thing? And then you asked wrong because you told me about, do they specifically say a race? I can't tell you about a race because it's not a nationality. The paper tells you who they talking to, indigenous people.
Who they talking to? Indigenous
I just
people. That's what I'm saying.
you
So
cut me off
who
before
do
you
you
listen.
classify
You
as
cut me off
indigenous
before you
people?
listen.
That's
Indigenous people.
subjective
Black
right there,
Hold up,
because if
hold
you
Americans.
up,
think
hold up.
indigenous
Let me show
people
you his
is
ego. Mr.
black
Morris, I
people,
just
that's
got
one
you.
thing.
Mr. Morris, Mr.
I,
Morris,
as a
Mr.
regular
Morris.
person, would
I'm
think
almost
indigenous
done.
people
Mr.
mean
Morris,
Indian
you
with
almost
straight
done.
hair.
Mr. Morris,
So it's
Mr. Morris, you
No,
subjective
almost
on
done.
that part, brother.
Three more
no.
words. Three more words. Mr. Morris, you just said it. We almost done. Here you go. You just classified what you said indigenous is for Africa. So why you don't know what it is for over here?
Because when
There
we
we
say
go.
indigenous,
There we
listen,
go.
Because it's a
no,
different
listen, brother, you can't.
terminology.
All right, Mr. Dane
What's going on
Calloway.
with this guy? Relax. When we say indigenous, in the same context that I use it for my people, we're talking about people who the quote unquote pilgrims met on the land. And as we
And when I
understood those
say
people to
indigenous people
be,
over
hold on,
here,
as
when
we
I say
understood those people
indigenous,
to be where the darker skin or a low tan skin with straight hair, what we call the
there you
Native
go.
American.
That's
Bro,
Those
you
are the
Hollywood.
just
people
That's
that we
added
know to
another
be
Hollywood.
race.
Can I
indigenous
jump
You
in
because they
real
were
added
quick,
another
here
guys?
race
Can
to
before
I
the
the
can I jump in
pilgrims
real
came.
quick? Just real
Not
Mr.
quick.
Morris,
African
and that's the
American
end of it.
people.
Y'all
That's my
got it.
point.
I
Y'all
want
got
to
the
jump in
When
floor.
I hear
Hold
Native
up. Y'all
American,
got
I'm
the
thinking
non-nationality
about
floor.
to
those people and not
I
African
got you, Mr.
American
non-summarize.
I
people.
Morris. Y'all got
yo
the
more
floor. Hold up.
let
Y'all
me
got the floor. Here it is. You just proved my point, Mr. Morris. Again, your mind it's called a psychosis. You're flipping the narrative to what you think an Indian is. Then when I ask you back to your culture, which you know of your culture, because you don't know my culture, you know your culture has different people and multi-ethnicities. So if you read that Indians had multi-ethnic culture, just like the Seminoles to everybody was multi-ethnic, then you
That's
would
not
never
what I'm
ask,
talking
are they
about.
talking
I'm
about just
talking
black
about
people?
simply it refers to people
Oh my
who were
goodness.
met on the land, who were already on the land before the new
Oh
people
my
came.
goodness.
The
Oh my
Indians
goodness.
didn't call themselves
So
Indian.
so
The
so the
pilgrims,
game
the
No,
is
white people that
no.
came,
The
they
so
people,
called
oh
them
my
no. The
goodness.
people
indigenous.
who was
So the
considered new of
look,
the land
so
were
y'all got
called
the
Yeah,
floor.
pale face.
Y'all
the indigenous are never given to those people who who are on the land to the,
So again,
they
y'all
never
got
call
the.
themselves indigenous.
Oh
The
my
people who
goodness.
came and met them there
Oh
called
my
them the
goodness.
indigenous of the
Oh
land.
my goodness. Listen to me. Listen to me,
That's
Mr.
why
Morris.
American
Mr.
Indians are
Morris.
referred to
Mr. Morris.
as American
Mr.
Indians or
Mr.
indigenous
Morris.
people.
Mr. Morris, you can't confuse me. Again, your
I'm not
people
trying
did
to,
not.
brother.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Morris, your people did not call themselves indigenous in the 1500s and 1600s. They
Of
didn't refer to
course.
themselves to indigenous until after they got to the word, which was not made to after the 1800s. So let's stop it.
It goes back
No,
to
we never refer to ourselves as indigenous. The people who came and met us there refer to us as
oh
such.
my
Just
goodness.
how the Indians never referred to
No,
themselves
But
as
he's
duh,
indigenous
Mr.
indigenous because
Morris.
until the
Maya.
white
We
people
know
came and
that.
started referring to
We
them as
know that.
such.
We
Hey,
know that. Am I?
I don't think
here's
we're
the
I thought
talking
I
thing.
was the
about
only one
indigenous
high.
right
It's really
now.
this
I
simple.
thought I was the
If
only
you,
one high. Do we know
it's
that,
this
Mr. Morris?
simple.
Mr.
If you
Morris.
talk to
Mr.
anybody
Morris,
80
we know that.
years or 80 years plus and ask them how they grew up, they will tell you they never learned that they came from Africa. They were not being taught that. They
So
will
what they're
tell you
saying is
that
they're
That's a
they
indigenous.
were
lie.
You
taught that
are a
they were
liar.
Indian.
They're
That's a
saying
You
they're
lie.
are a
Are
indigenous.
you
liar.
from the
Get
That's a
out of
states?
lie.
here.
Hold up,
Are
That's
you
Mr.
that's a
from the
lie.
You're
states?
saying a
Are
whole
you
bunch of
from the
nonsense.
states?
I'm gonna let y'all got it,
You
bro.
are
My
My
man
point
a
Ben
is,
is the
Mr.
liar.
oldest
Morris.
one here
Now
You
I'm
answered
asking
on
you
the
the
like
Margaret
this:
is
panel.
question,
African.
my
Mr.
My
Margaret
son
grandparents.
Morris.
never
Ben.
showed she was
Mr.
African.
Morris. Mr. Morris. You answered the question. Before y'all start this rhetoric, I'm gonna let Copper Jedi get into his thing. I don't know if he ain't learned landmarks. That's why I asked Mr. Cato what is a reference point for him. You gotta land the mark. The mark is you just refer to your people before colonialism as indigenous. That's what we refer to as the indigenous. Constitutionally, when you look up the name indigenous over here in America and the laws, the black law dictionary to what they claim it as, because that's what you're going to use in court, that's what indigenous is, brother. You don't have to make it hard. It's the people that was here before
I don't
colonialism.
understand what you said. You're talking too fast, and I didn't understand what you said.
Okay, hold on. Let me slow it down, Ibn. Colonialism, before the people we met, the Europeans, they made a definition to say that if you're indigenous to the land, you can claim that if you was here before you met us in colonialism. If you don't have a green pass before we set up borders, and you don't have a visa and all this, you are indigenous. So that's who Obama is talking to. He's talking to the people who are left out.
The problem is with this whole entire thing, saying this shit to Mr. Morris, is that you're not identifying who is the indigenous people. You're
Exactly.
still not saying if
Because
it's
Indigenous
they
whether
is
are
just
you
they,
like
I'm about to
there are
identify
developers
him. I'm about to
thousands
or the
of
identify
ones
him.
on the
recognized
I'm about to
tribes.
reservation.
identify him. I'm about to identify him. The
Okay,
people who was left out the reservations.
the
So
people
if
that was left off the
you have,
reservation.
hold
Bro,
up,
you
if
saying
The
the
you
people
have,
that left
hold
whole
out the
up,
nothing
reservation
if
are
you
already
burger.
have
citizens.
hold
That
up,
was a
hold up.
nothing
If
burger.
you
Stop
have, if you
shouting,
have
brother.
a
It makes you
racist
look
mind,
unmanly. It
oh
makes you
my
look
goodness.
effeminate. Stop shouting,
If
bro.
if you have a racist mind and you think I gotta say a certain race, then that's your fault. The book says what it says. Indigenous, the people who was here before colonialism.
Who are
You
the
have
people?
an
You can't just
imprecise
say the
mind.
people. You
All right.
gotta give a
That's because he
description
doesn't
of the
know.
people.
He doesn't know. He
Yeah,
can't
you can't
The
just
summarize
say
it.
the
people,
That's
people.
what
The
the
people
word
could be
word
anybody.
means. He doesn't
the
know how they
People,
exactly the
classify it.
people,
Hey,
the
shout out to
people,
the,
House
the
Khan.
people,
People
Hey,
the
look,
hey, God,
people
I
who
gotta
people
read. I
like
gotta
created.
read this super
King
chat.
Blue. Look up
Landmark
Are
King
you
22.
Blue.
Thank you for
asking?
the.
Are
Thank you.
you asking? How
One
can we
mic.
prove
One
it?
mic. Don is trying to read something. One mic.
All right, Landmark 22. Thank you for the $5 holla. Those Native Americans that refused to give up land were relabeled as Negro, who had no rights, so they could take the land. Hey, Landmark, can you please post a link referencing that in the chat room? Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Go
no,
ahead,
go ahead,
dude.
Mr. Yeah,
I'm listening to you.
yeah, I'm
You can
listening
go
to
ahead.
it.
Oh, you was. I
What's
was
his
saying
name? I
that
can't
you
even see
had
his name. What's your name?
you was misappropriating
Oh, Hugh. Okay, go
your
ahead,
question
Hugh.
again. Yeah, we was talking about how you misappropriated your question again. So your question is not who is they referencing to. The question is who is the people that was indigenous.
I already told you the definition of indigenous, right? Anywhere
No,
around the world, there's
you're
people
not
who were met on
listening.
the
You're
land
not
by
listening.
settlers.
You're not listening. The question is not who are the people, because when you ask that, you're looking for a certain narrative. They're multi-ethnic people. The question is who are indigenous? And that will be found out by what? Paperwork. Like I got paperwork that shows my people go back before the Constitution, before colonialism.
So you're
Yeah,
basically
do you
saying,
know there was slavery happening on this land before the
Like, are
United
we
States was
talking about
formulated? Do you know
tribes
that?
or like
Yes,
There
slavery?
brother,
was
but that's
slavery in
not
the
what we.
13 colonies. So
Oh
if you want to be
gosh,
technical,
oh
yeah,
gosh,
there was
oh
slavery and
gosh,
black people on the
oh
land before the
gosh,
United
so,
States
oh
was constituted
oh
as a
gosh,
nation.
oh
We know
gosh.
that.
So
but I
again,
want to,
the
So
judge,
I want
the
to
You're
ask this.
still
judge,
doing
So
the
where's the
whole
hold up,
like
proof?
me
the
Hold on,
asking
hold
international,
on, hold
hold
on, hold
up,
on,
answer
the
the
wait.
judge.
question.
Where's
Let's
the
take it
proof?
logical. The
No,
judge,
this is
the
logical. This
judge.
is
I got you.
logical
You
because
got it. You got it.
this,
Let me
I
reply.
got,
Let me
hear
reply.
me out, hear me
Stop.
out, hear me
No.
out, hear
Let
me
me
out, hear
reply.
me out.
The
My brother,
judge.
hear me
One
out. I
second, and
got
you
you.
got it.
it. You got it.
All
The
right,
judge,
bet. Go
the
ahead, bro.
judge. Thank you. You can't lose the notion yet, and then you got it. The
All right, bet.
judge, the judge herself or himself would not care about all the rhetoric that you're talking about. They would have to set a point, and the point is, indigenous will go before colonialism before they made the Constitution. That's it. The judge is not arguing down. Yes, slavery was going on, and how many people exactly did they bring
No,
from
that
Africa? No,
no,
it
no.
goes.
I could
Oh
give you
man,
somebody
Indigenous
right now.
refer
so
to
I'm
y'all
gonna
the
give
trying to
people
you
make
who
the
the
someone
point.
white
right
people
now.
met on the land. Now,
All
the
right, I
You're
can
not
give
African
you a
even
people
time
who
close
were
right
to
now.
enslaved
understanding.
before the country was constituted wasn't even considered to be citizens until I think in the 1800s when Abraham Lincoln signed the Declaration of Proclamation, right?
Don't say
So
you think. I
you have
got
to
you. Don't hold
understand
up.
there are
Hold up.
two
Don't.
separate
No. No.
people.
No.
Indigenous people were people who
Don't
were
say
first
you think.
encountered by the white people on the
Oh
land,
my goodness.
and
Why are
then
you
native
saying you think?
African American people who were
This is the
enslaved during
problem.
the colonial era with the 13
This
colonies.
is the
Those are two
problem.
different
This
people.
is the problem. This is the problem. People
Yep.
keep saying what they think, and then you keep going on with your notions. Stop. Find out what you're saying you
Don't tell
think
me
is
how to
true, and
think,
then go
brother.
on.
Let's be respectful to each other. I have my own mind. You have your own mind.
Find
I have
out what you
agency over my brain. I can think and formulate thoughts as I see fit. So don't tell me
Can
how
we
to think.
find
please
out
move
Yeah,
what
on?
you
but you
think.
also thinking for people that's been here, and
I'm
you
not thinking for
telling
nobody.
us
I'm
Thank
only
you.
giving my
So
opinions. I'm not
find
thinking
out.
for anybody.
I'm trying to
it's just
find.
like you. Hey,
Listen.
you
Listen.
have a grandmother.
Find
I
out
got a
facts
grandmama.
first, and then we can build.
The only thing that's missing out of this whole entire thing, right? Because what did you say? You was like, the document that Obama signed, right? You said it was for people that were excluded out of the reservations, right? But where is the extra document that says that the people that was excluded out of the reservations were black people? Like
All right,
specifically say it,
I got somebody
so
There
for
that
you
you.
way it
go.
can
I got
There you
confirm
somebody
go.
that.
for
You
you.
I
know what I
told you
I
mean?
that's what
got
you're looking
somebody
for.
for you right
I beat
now.
you to the punch.
Just
I
listen. Hold
beat you
on.
to the punch.
Hold,
Hold on. I
I
got
beat you
somebody
right
for
to
you
the
that you
punch,
can
but
look
I'm the
up. His
Howard.
name is Larry
You
Fisher.
supposed to. I'm
Okay.
supposed to
He is
show
chief
you
section. He is the
Obama
chief
in
of
the
the.
national paper
Hold
doing the
on, bro.
right
Hold
black
on.
people. You indigenous.
Hold on, bro. We could beat all this right now. We could beat all this right now. Everybody, y'all can look this up right now. Larry Fisher, Chief Section. He's chief of the Tittacut tribe. Titticut.
And we wonder
Tittacut.
why people got taken over
Copper, yo,
everywhere. Oh,
Copper, no disrespect. Let Hugh finish this, man. One second. Let my man finish this, bro. I'm sorry, Brody. Give me a second. Yeah, yo, Hugh, bro,
But
you was on, you
that's
was on
finished. You're
some.
asking what
Somebody
tribe.
said in the
You're
comments
asking
that
what
that
thank
tribe.
you.
that that, that
Thank
This
document
you.
you're
is a
talking
You
about
know
tribe
why
that's
refer
you
to
saying
off
people
of
I'm
their
on the
on
federal
something?
reservation.
recognition.
Because somebody's
Wait,
reading an
Copper, can you
article.
post his name in the chat, please?
See, somebody's saying I'm on something because you're reading an
No,
article when you can
Primal
find it in your
Primal
review
in
card.
Paradise. Primal in Paradise in the chat said that Obama's legislation says it clearly for the tribal communities on reservation, not the people excluded. So somebody who read the document is saying that. That's an excerpt from the documentation.
Again, he's talking interpretation. That's
I
my
mean,
point. We're
bro,
going
you
on
you you you
Bro,
interpretation.
love semantics,
see,
bro.
now
You
you're
love to
messing
You
it
argue for the
just
all
sake
up,
of
wasted
yo,
20
arguing.
because
minutes.
you
That's
just for the
semantics.
longest
You
time,
just
bro. You
That's
just
wasted
for the
20
semantics.
longest time
minutes.
was you just told us that for the longest time. I'm over here listening to you. I was about to go Google this John by
Google it.
myself,
Google it
and then
now.
now we looking at it right now.
Yes.
Come to
Yes.
find out, you was bullshitting a little bit.
How? How? A little bit? Hold up.
It's
He said
saying
a little
people that
bit.
was on the reservation, not excluded from.
Brother, where do it
That
say the
right there,
people on the reservation? Where
where
does it
you know.
say the
Go
people
ahead,
on the
bro. Go ahead,
reservation
my fault.
only? Where does it exclusify the people on the reservation?
Hey,
Please show me.
No,
yo,
you
Morris, you
bring
was
up
just
the
reading that shit,
document
right? I
and
can't
you
even quite
highlight
see
the
it.
line that you created your claim from. Otherwise, we're going to move on. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank
Right.
you. Please show me. Y'all haven't read it.
No, I'm talking
You
about
brought
you.
forth you
You are
I'm
the
brought
talking
one
forth
to
a
who
you,
brought it
Brody.
up.
claim,
So
and
you
you've
need to bring up the
interpreted
quote.
that it
Otherwise,
means
we're going to move
African
on.
American people, but you're not showing any evidence to that
We keep
fact.
talking about this mystical
So listen
line
to
that
me.
you've read for your entire claim, and we have yet to see it.
What
So take
line? What
5
line did I
minutes.
say? Hold up. What line? And this is what I mean by
That's
semantics.
exactly
Semantics
what
is
we're
when you
You
try to
asking
said
take
you.
the
the people
notion.
who were
That's exactly what we're
excluded, and
asking you. What is the line?
you're prefacing that the people who were excluded were black people.
Listen, hold up. First of all,
That's
this
your
is why.
point.
Hold up.
You're
First
not
of
saying any
all,
clear
hold up.
language, but that's
First
what you're
of all,
inferring.
hold up. First of all, this is why I like talking one on one to people. This was with Mr. Morris, and what happened was I was asking Mr. Morris if you seen the content, then you would never ask that. Second, that brought me to the
Tell
process
us
of
what the
saying
content is. This is not a secret
No,
society. Tell
show
us what
us
the
the
content is.
specific line.
it's
Stop
not a
telling
secret
us.
society. So this is why y'all can look it up.
Show us
So
the
again, I can't,
specific
like I
line.
just told Mr. Morris, I can't give you a brief synopsis of a
You
whole
can't give
national
us a brief.
paper.
Then you yourself don't
Then we
understand
don't
the
know you read
document if
it.
you
We
No,
can't
don't.
give
hold
And
up.
us
I'm
a
gonna
Listen to
say
me.
brief
I can't
Hold,
give
listen
you
summary
to
a
of
me.
it.
synopsis of anything that I read. How you gonna read
Hold up.
something you
Right. Listen
can't
to me.
give a synopsis.
Listen to me. The detailed synopsis that y'all looking for is again for
No, we
a
didn't ask
person
for
to
a
give you
detailed
features.
synopsis. We asked for
You
a brief
brought forth a
synopsis and the
claim.
specific
Give
lines you're
evidence to
referring to.
buttress your
We're all
claim.
adults in this room. Like, what are
What
we even
evidence?
talking
Y'all looked
about?
it up. You just seen the evidence. It says the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, and it tells you what they had the right to nationalize and they had the right to assemble. Read it. And again, it
Yeah,
doesn't
we
have
held
no
that, but who are
What
those
we
exclusivity.
people?
read
Who are
was
the
it was
Hold
specific
up,
people
I'm
people
that
not.
they're
on
I'm not
talking
done
about?
talking.
reservations.
I'm not done talking. It has no exclusive. Has no exclusiveness to a certain person. It has again a word called indigenous, and that's what makes it fact. And when you look up the word indigenous, it goes before the Constitution, before what they call solidification of colonialism, which is the Constitution.
So
But
that's what
how
y'all
are
Bro,
not
you
black
getting.
people
indigenous?
were
But
not
what makes
considered
you
citizens in
indigenous?
this country
Bro,
until
you
the
throwing out
1800s, bro.
buzzwords.
Thank you. You're proving my point. We couldn't be citizens just like Indians. That's what you're not getting. We the same people.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's
we
not what it
talking a whole.
means.
What
This was
the?
a whole
That's not
nothing
what it means.
versus.
I keep telling you, the Indians and black people are different. The Indians had that situation where they were put on reservation and excluded from American society, and they didn't
Oh,
have the rights as
listen,
other
hey
American
brother,
citizens.
brother, we
And
said
then
that
after
already. So
Abraham
look,
Lincoln freed a
we
slave,
said that
black
we're
people
not at
became
that point no
citizens
more.
and had all the rights as other white citizens in
You
this country.
listen to me. We didn't have no rights. That's what you're not getting. You're picking out the points of why we
But
was
now and
terrorized.
day, every black
Hold
person that's
up.
born have
I just let
rights.
y'all talk.
Unlike
Hold
people who
up.
live on a reservation, they don't
So I
have the
just let
same
y'all
rights as
talk.
black people do in this
Hold
country
up.
now.
No,
You
bro,
just
you've
asked
been
me a
talking
question.
the
I just
whole
let you
time.
talk.
Like, we need to move on if you do not have definitive proof of your
Yeah, we got to
Brother,
point.
move
hold
on,
on,
bro.
brother. It's not
You're
even.
talking
Hold
in
on,
Like,
brother.
no,
circles
It's
we're
not
now.
your
You're
moving
not
on.
platform.
showing
Like,
any
Hold
you
on,
can
proof.
brother.
show
It's
us
not
a
even your
specific
platform.
Hey,
line.
guys,
We're
let
talking
me let
about
me
this.
pass it
We're
to
gonna move
Shaw. Go
on.
ahead, Shaw.
Check me out.
So in the moving on, right? The question is, what's wrong with being of African descent? What's the problem? Because when I look at you, I see someone of African descent.
African, it ain't sexy enough, Shaw. It's not. It's not sexy
No,
enough.
like, and it's just being West and Central African. Like, plenty of people will claim being Moors. They'll claim being like from Egypt, but people specifically don't want to be descendants of Nigeria, of Ghana, of Congo,
There's
of
nothing wrong
Cote
with it,
d'Ivoire.
but
The denial
the same question
is
applies to what's
old.
wrong with being American descent.
So American descent
There's nothing
is a
wrong with being
nuance is a
Native
nuanced
American is
conversation.
It's
beautiful.
not a
Hey,
nuance.
guys,
Or
Being
let's
maybe not
let
nuance
being
is
hold on.
not the right
African is
word.
nuance.
Let
Maybe
Shaw talk. Let
maybe
Shaw. Go ahead,
nuance
Shaw.
nuance may not be the right word, but it certainly is a dynamic situation where you have American, you've got people claiming to be American that are of European descent, and then you've got mixtures of people and that kind of thing, right? So there's no problem with being a national American, nothing at all. There's no problem with being of American Indian descent, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. The denial comes in when it's about Africa, and I see the denial, and I understand the history of that because the older generations, these people are dead now. These people would be in their 90s. This is my mom and dad. Those are the people that would be in their 90s, or most of them have passed on. They used to talk about that they really didn't know much about it and that it was a negative thing. So imagine that type of knowledge about a place from where your ancestors come from, or partly your ancestors come from. That has carried down. That didn't go away. And the only thing that makes that go away is education that corrects that. The correct education makes that go away. The public schools didn't do that. It isn't until we start getting more of this quote Afrocentric information coming into our communities, our schools, that we start getting the correct information about our contributions to the world, about our history and who we are, and the retentions of our people in this country, the retentions of African people in this country, the cultural retentions of African people in this country start coming out as people start writing about it, and we start getting it more into the public. And so that's the problem that we have. We see this over and over again. Aside from the fact that your grandmother, that you may really be whatever you are, grandma said it, your genealogy said it. But interestingly enough, we don't do the DNA. We run from the DNA. I'll
Okay.
land right there.
Okay. DNA is entertainment. You cannot even use DNA to prove your origin in a court of law. There's somebody who's supposed to be indigenous from Canada, I believe. This woman who read somebody who sent their dog's DNA to get their indigenous background to trick the system, and it came back that the dog had Indian DNA. So something is wrong with it. Terry Kittle's the one who helped start DNA, the DNA program out of Chicago. He I believe he did something with Henry Louis Gates, where Henry Louis Gates put on Oprah Winfrey to prove that she had Zulu blood. But the problem was Zulus were not enslaved. So he was like, just make it up like you do anyway. He did
No,
that
they said
live in
they
front of an
said they said
audience.
Oprah came from the Pellet people of Liberia. That's where her DNA traced
It
back
was
to.
all it was made
Right.
up. We get our history from Hollywood.
Well,
And
copper.
that's why
I
we
got copper. I
believe
got
what
copper.
we see.
Copper. I got to interject. You just sat here and said that they said the Zulu, but Elvis is right. She's Liberian.
Yeah, but at that time, that's
Ain't no
what Henry
yab,
Can I
ain't
Louis
no
can I
said.
yab,
add
brother.
That's
something
what
in there?
Henry
Ain't no
You
She
Louis
yab,
wanted
brother.
to
said.
be Zulu. That's what she wanted to be. But her
And
ancestry proves that she came from the Pellet people of Liberia.
can I
whatever
add something
it
real quick?
proved,
You want to
whether
know
it
why
proved,
DNA was even made up in the first? Not made up, but why there was such an importance placed on DNA tracing to begin with? Because depending on where you're from, where you're prone to certain cancer. So it's more than just this whole entertainment purpose that you're trying to like, say to everybody or whatever the case. Like there's certain cancers, like for example, us as black people of African descendants, you cannot like if a black person who gets testicular cancer has a higher chance of dying compared to somebody that's of Asian descent or European descent. And to also add on to that or whatever, like us as black people right here, we got to stop acting as if DNA testing was made to trick black people out of being Native American or some
Right.
shit.
That's
Like,
an excellent point.
well,
yo,
it started off that way. It
wait,
started off
hold
that
it.
way.
It didn't
No,
start
no.
up that way. What are you
Let me.
talking about,
All
bro?
right,
Can I please? Can I please finish my
let's take
point? I want to finish my
who
point, bro. Because, bro, listen. There's a story. Matter of fact, if you want to put it up on YouTube, go ahead or whatever, right? Yo, you know how many white people, like, because back in the day, there was this big thing of black people trying to escape their blackism. So you have a lot of white people that actually have that actually have descent like a descent that came straight from. Oh, hold on, it's my fault. You have white people that came straight from Africa, or have that one descendant that came straight from Africa, but they mixed in with the society so much and procreated so much that they look white now. And then there's a story of a Detroit police officer, right? There's a story of a Detroit police officer or whatever. He got some symptoms or some kind of ailments or whatever while he was going to the hospital, and they did a DNA test because the doctors were puzzled about like the only time that we can see these type of ailments, it could have been sickle cell or something like that or whatever, but they tested him and they found out that the dude had like a certain percentage of black in him. But the whole entire time, the dude thought that he was white. And then once he found out that he had African in him, this created a problem with him and his racist co-workers at work and shit like that. So I'm saying that to say this. It's bigger than us. Even though we talking in these spaces, like everybody in the whole world is trying to figure out and get closer to the truth, find out who the hell they are and everything. The only ones that's like really trying to put a little stain on the whole DNA testing for some reason is us people here in America, the black people here in America.
it ain't just us. It's
I
it's a,
wait,
it's
no,
a it's a
sorry. I'm not trying
it's
to
a thing.
generalize. I'm not trying to generalize,
Okay,
dog. But like, but let's just be for real. The only ones like, come on, we're on social media every day. The only ones that's really trying to like, you know, perpetuate the talking points that we've heard today are brothers that are just like that look just like you and me, but at the same time talk about DNA's fake. But I'm over here trying to tell you, like, there's other reasons why DNA testing is important.
DNA companies tell you that it's entertainment. It's
Listen,
entertainment,
whatever, listen.
and it's
The
I mean,
crazy
DNA,
that
scientists
listen.
always
wait,
Out of
lie.
I want to
all
say
I
the
don't know
something.
what
out of
that
all
The
the
means.
DNA,
diseases
But
the
that get
I'm
DNA
made in these
companies,
I'm a
companies,
scientist.
you
out
have,
of all the
listen, you
diseases
have
that get made
DNA
in companies,
companies,
we keep giving our blood to these damn scientist groups.
Should
bro,
they
It's
your
big.
just
blood
It
is
is
default
bigger
to
than
already
what
in the,
it is
yo,
scientists
bro,
bigger than
been
your
this.
blood
doing
is,
for
We got
years
records
listen,
and
your
here.
studying
That's
blood,
the
stuff
yo,
difference.
your
is
We got
DNA.
records with our names on
Dog,
it
dog,
in
listen,
this
your
country.
blood, yo, dog, listen, your blood, as far as your DNA and everything about you is already in the system. Once you're born, yo, they already got all of that. Like, I'm you like we making this we acting like this is the X Files or some Men in Black shit or
It's
something. And
still
like
entertainment. When
it's
when a
not
dude
entertainment,
when a
bro.
dude what's the guy name who made the movie Roots? Alex Haley. He
So what does
plagiarized
that
the
have
damn
to do with the
because
science?
he wanted to get his DNA proven that he was from the tribe that he said Kunta Kinte was from.
Do you
Okay?
think they're putting on a Broadway show in the lab? What does this have to do with
They
the
are putting
science?
on a Broadway show. They put on a Broadway show to take our land.
Yeah, that has
That's what
nothing
they
to do with
doing.
the microscopes that they use and the
Like
scientific
y'all don't get
implementation
this.
of their
Y'all argue with
techniques.
me, and I can point y'all to actual people who are recognized federally right now who will tell you that a lot of Black Americans don't even know that they are indigenous to this land because there are thousands of unrecognized tribes. The tribes were broken up. Y'all keep saying how come y'all don't, they were we've been fighting over here.
You can
Our
be
people
part of a
had
Native
land.
American tribe without having their actual genetics.
We're not Native American. Native American is made up just like African American.
No, but you're talking about something different than what I'm saying. Like, there were free slaves and escaped slaves who clicked up with Native Americans and took on their totem. That does
Listen, there
exist.
were
But the
free
average African
Negroes,
American
not free
has
slaves. There
African
were
majority
free
African ancestry.
Negroes.
I think y'all approaching this from the hey panel, just General Dave, and I'm gonna just make this real quick. I only got one comment. Y'all may be approaching this from the wrong way. The bounty is up to like $5 to $10 trillion. And in order to cash in that bounty, we're literally asking anybody in Africa, can you just give us the names of the aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, sons or daughters that were taken that were African? The bounty's literally 10 trillion. So for 10 trillion, we're knowing that everybody can account for 1,000 years of their family lineage, but somehow nobody can come up with these names. I
I
dare.
can come up with something. I guarantee you. First of all you have to do, right? You
No, no,
got to
no,
start.
no, no, no. I'm not
Wait,
gonna
wait,
do
wait, wait. Hold
nothing.
on, Brody. Hold on. You asked the question. I'm going to answer you real quick. First of all, brothers got to start off by looking at targeting the right locations of the which part of Africa the slave trade had taken the slave trade was taking place from. For one,
No, no,
two.
no, 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 Dino.
Hold on.
I got to
Go
stop
ahead,
you
Brody.
because that's not what I was asking. I'm saying Africans can literally collect $10 trillion.
Can
It's
you
not
cite the
on us
source?
to it's not on us to figure it out. I'm saying that I know that it's not true. I know what happened. I
Okay.
know
I keep
exactly what happened.
feeling like we're going
I
into these
know
like
that
myths
the
and
Negro, only
stories.
the Negro was removed and brought and put back into their homeland America. I know all the history of the Negro Empire interactions with African empires. But what I'm saying is that not even for a $10 trillion reward
Yeah, that's a
will
lie.
any African tribe or nation come up with the names. Like
Yeah, that's a
if
lie. Can
these
you
people
cite
were
this?
taken like that, they
Hold
had
on.
names
I
No,
don't
that
listen,
had
no,
listen,
no, no,
listen,
no,
listen,
no.
listen. I
Do you
You
don't
know how
believe in
concepts
Negro
can be
land?
right
swapped?
now, what you just said, this is the first time I'm aware of that, and I gotta look it up to see if it's even
That's a
true.
nothing burger.
Well,
Now,
When
let's
we look it up,
ask
you
him
let
if
me
he
know.
believes in Negro land. You believe in Negro land?
but I do listen, let me just sit here and say this, right?
no, no. I
What
believe
You said the
I,
Negro
I believe
empires.
I believe that there were Negro empires on the western shores of the Atlantic and African empires on the eastern shores of the Atlantic. And there was a
okay.
black alliance formed to control all of the Atlantic.
Like, we do not have time for all of these
I know
conspiracy
I'm not going to do all that.
outposts.
That's all. All I
It's
wanted
Please
to
post
ask
the
not the
sources
is
in the
for
comments.
$10 trillion, can somebody come up with some names? That's all I'm asking from the African community.
I
Listen,
Nobody
you're
offered you
yeah,
ten
talking
trillion
about
no,
dollars.
no,
bro,
Secondly,
you're,
no.
you're you're talking about
Secondly,
no.
names
we
or
need to
whatever, right?
stop
You want to know
pretending
something? If you
like
to
these
answer your
slaves couldn't
question,
speak for
if
themselves.
everybody did a DNA test, if everybody did a DNA test, just like the people that have actually done them and found, and so there are people that actually found cousins in Africa across the Atlantic. If everybody did that type of shit, I think we could get closer to the thing that you just mentioned right now, that whole 10 trillion thing or whatever. But anyways, besides all of that, you know what I'm saying? I only mentioned that just to answer your question. You know what I'm saying? Because
Nobody's
but
digging up ancient bones to give us DNA tests in America.
We
They
have
ain't digging up.
accounts
They
from
no,
slaves
you
how they
don't even
already
have to
accounting
saying
for
go
our
where
and
they
do
DNA to
from,
that.
say
so
who
we're
we
not
are?
You don't
confused.
even have to do that. You don't even have to, because
Like,
listen,
come on, man. That's why it's all.
We have
the reason
accounts
Yeah,
why I'm saying
from
this is because
like
I'm listen, dude. You know how many people that have actually did these DNA tests and actually found family members across the ocean. They're like, dude, for every time that you say that this didn't happen, we've been here and all of that stuff or whatever. There's like at this point right now,
no, they act like there aren't
there's
black
thousands of
I
geneticists.
didn't
people that
say
have
it.
already
No,
I didn't.
done
There's
it.
no.
First of
still
all,
a
I
bunch
didn't
of
say
It
black
it didn't
happened.
scientists
happen.
working on this project as well.
It clearly debunks any claim
I
that
didn't
you're
say.
trying to make,
I didn't
bro.
say
I'm not
what happened or
disagreeing
didn't
with the
happen.
transatlantic slave trade. It
Exactly.
happened.
Y'all don't
Only
say
thing
nothing
I'm
to the
saying is
No, no,
that
no,
it
no,
I
no,
didn't
didn't
D.
touch
disagree
the
with it.
Yo,
Africans.
I'm
General,
just
It
telling
touched
you
the
it
I'm
was.
not talking
Negro.
about you, General.
It
I'm not
wasn't
talking about you.
family.
Huh? Sorry, go ahead, Brody. Oh,
All I said is I'm not debunking the slave trade. That totally
mhm.
happened. All I'm saying is the people hunted and done through the sent through the slave trade was not African. They were Negro from a fallen empire.
The
Falling
enslaved
back from
people call
where? What
He
are you
themselves
shipped
trying to
African.
back.
say?
Like,
He
what are you?
shipped back
We
to
have
America,
we
which was the
have slave
invaded
accounts. No,
homeland.
stop. We have
Cut it out.
accounts
See,
from
Yes, they
Facts,
now
were
I know. See,
Negroes
enslaved
yeah,
on
yeah.
people.
African land.
We
Yes,
facts,
they
Cut it
were
have
out.
Negroes
I
on
knew you
facts.
was about to get to
stop.
some
Yes.
bullshit right now.
So
We
are you
have
telling me there were no
accounts.
nations? So are you telling me there were no nations being taken out of America and being taken over to Europe and Africa?
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying the majority
no,
of
there wasn't,
enslaved
bro.
people come
But
That's what
from
I'm
I'm
saying
saying,
there was
Africa.
global
There wasn't.
interaction before
I think you
slavery
need to
came
go
along.
back into your
bro.
history, brother.
Bro,
I think you need to cite some
you just
sources. We have
you just
accounts
said that,
from
bro.
enslaved
You just
people.
said that Mayans or Aztecs were living underneath the ground somewhere or
I
whatever,
didn't say
like
nothing
not too
about
long
Mayan and
ago.
No,
Aztec.
no,
I didn't
no.
say nothing about
Oh
Mayan
no,
and
that
Let
Aztec.
wasn't
me
you. That was
answer
my
to this
man, you
question.
over there. Yeah.
Do we think the slaves forgot where they came from? Like the
The
first
slaves did
generation of
not forget
people?
they didn't forget where they came from. Why do you think? Yo,
No,
listen.
that's what I'm
Everybody know
saying.
about voodoo.
We
Everybody
asked
know
them where
about
they
voodoo,
came
and
from. We have documentation of where they came from. Some of them spoke Arabic, some of them spoke English, some of them spoke Portuguese. So we know exactly where they're from. And they did not say they were Mayan. They didn't say they were Aztec. They said that they were from the Congo. They said that they were Yoruba. We have ledgers from slave ships of where they took them from. So you
Hell
either
yeah, there
didn't
were
read
definitely
those
Africans on
or you
American
don't
soil.
care.
Definitely. Definitely there was Africans on American soil, and definitely there were
Yes,
Negroes on
once they were
African
brought
soil.
on ships, but not before. Like, what are we? Can you cite one source from this? Like one enslaved account of them coming onto a ship already being Native American? That sentence doesn't even make sense.
You gotta go back into those people's
No,
history.
you need to cite a source. We have accounts from enslaved people saying, I came from Angola. Can you
Yeah,
cite
yeah,
any
yeah.
source where they said, I'm a black person from before the white people came? Because
you
I've
want to know
never read that.
what's even more funnier than this? Yo, Brazil, a place that had a slavery 100 years longer than the United States.
Hmm.
Not a single black person would deny themselves being African.
That's right.
Well,
And
hold on. What
and and
conquistador
and,
brought African? Give me a
before
name
you
of
can
a
continue,
conquistador because they didn't bring people over here.
in
They came
Brazil is
over here and
harder,
made slaves. They
huh?
warred with the people over here and made slaves.
Bro,
They warred
listen,
with the
you want
people.
to know
There
how
was slavery
American
already going on in the Americas.
United States slavery
There was
happened,
slave.
bro?
Listen.
The
When the
British,
Dutch came over here, the Dutch fought with the Yamasee.
The British wanted to copy the blueprint of the Portuguese and the and Spain
Man,
because back in the day in Europe, Europe was in shambles, but the only place that was still on point was Lisbon, Portugal, because they had a sugar because the slave trade started with the first crop was the sugar cane. All
Hmm.
right, that's why I mentioned earlier the first plantation was Madeira, the island of Madeira. So when it comes to that, the slave trade and black labor, they knew where to get it from because they already had did it 100 years prior to any of them weird little documents you guys like to point out to.
so you telling
So
me
no,
that
hold on.
these
What I'm trying to
people
say is,
literally
bro,
had to
Y'all
before
grab another
argue
people
because
my
y'all
man,
think
to
listen
that
to me,
the
convert
bro.
the
My man,
land?
disconnection
listen to
between
me.
a Negro and an African is
Y'all
white
cannot make it
people.
make
Y'all
sense.
arguing because you think the first contact between the western side of the Atlantic and the eastern side of the Atlantic was because of white people. That's what this
No,
argument
you're
is
not
all about, and
addressing
it's
our
not
main
true.
point. Our main point is African Americans are majority African, and those Africans arrived during the Atlantic slave trade.
It
You
was
guys
black
do
people
not
in
have
America
an
before the
archive of
trade
proof
slave,
for what
before
you're
the
You're
saying.
both
slave
right.
trade.
You're both right. There were black people in America before the slave trade, and there were the same black people that were in America in pockets of Africa also. And there were
All right,
also
so let me ask
Africans
you
on
something. Let me ask you
American
something.
soil
Like I'm
also.
not saying
No,
Africans
you
didn't
We
have
come
can
over
like
here,
go
okay.
back
but
and
what I am
My
forth.
saying
question,
is there
like,
was
Let me ask
already
you
what
black
something.
people
accounts do
here.
you have of
It's
that?
that simple.
Because I see where General is trying to go. All right. So where where in your thesis is because obviously it's clear cut dry that the first plantation was Madeira. I mean, matter of fact, I got to pull that up because some of y'all don't believe me right now, but y'all gonna have to look that up
I
on your
believe
own or
you.
whatever, right?
I
But as
believe
far as like the first plantation and the idea of slavery and how it began and them using African labor to do it, right? Because that's the first form of slavery when it comes to this whole new world to begin with. right? So where in history, right, did the Portuguese, when they came to the New World, they were like, oh shit, they got some niggas over here. Let's use these niggas as well. Like, I wanted where, like, matter of fact, I know that they try to use some Native Americans, right? Like, but they say, but that's like not the Portuguese tried to do that. I remember like they tried to say it was like somewhere in like Rhode Island or whatever, and like they basically they ended up dying off. Like they couldn't even do it. They knew they recognized, and it's clear and it's documented that they weren't strong enough. They
I know
couldn't.
what you asking, Dino. And
All
here's the
right, bet.
answer.
Go ahead, Brody. 'Cause I don't want
Here's
to get
the
long winded. Go ahead,
exact
go ahead,
answer, sir. We
go ahead, family.
The
Over there
African
pausing.
did not enslave the African. You gotta stop making them some savages. No.
I didn't
What you
say that, bro.
had were pockets
I'm
of the
talking.
Negro
I
that were
said,
on
bro.
African
Let me
soil.
reiterate my question again. I said, where in history, once the Portuguese came after already starting a plantation on the other side of the Atlantic,
Mhm.
when they were bringing sugar, and sugar was the main source of their economy. That's why Portuguese was not the Portuguese was not suffering while Europe was going through their, going through shambles.
Right. Go ahead.
All right. So what I'm trying to say is, right. So when the Portuguese went to Brazil and Latin America,
Mhm.
where in the all right. So where in the documents? What kind of document can you provide where they said that they're going to start using or replace? Where they're going to replace the African labor that they're used to start using new Native Americans that are quote unquote look like black people.
They didn't do that.
All
They
right, so
listen.
no, not to you.
The
I'm,
Portuguese
I'm
came
okay.
in with war. They didn't come in with no slaves, dude. They came in with war.
You're
No, they
tripping.
did have slaves too. But what the essence of this is when you pull into Brazil and you see them same copper colored people, the slaves that they got were the same ones. It just so happened that they caught the ones that were over on the African continent because the relations between the Negro and the African turned sour, and they wanted them off the African continent.
Yeah, you're
There's a
lying.
Negro ethnic
This is
group.
a
Where?
whole. This
There's
is
a
a
Negro
sovereign
ethnic group.
entity.
There is a
So
Negro
they're saying
ethnic
there's an
group.
Negro ethnic group in a new land. So where, like,
No.
No,
I'm
everybody,
saying in
everybody, everybody.
no,
I
Africa they
I don't
posted a
turn
agree
link
with that.
in the
sour.
chat, guys. I posted a link in the chat. It is a first-hand account of an enslaved African who was a prince. He was a Fula prince, and he got his freedom once he was recognized as a prince, and he died in Liberia. When we talk about primary sources and actually scholarly work, this is what we're referring to. Do either of you have a first-hand primary account of someone who has gone through this? Because we do have examples of African slaves.
I have a first hand
Yeah, they
primary
were
account.
African
I'll put it
slaves
in the chat.
from Africa.
It's a
But you
book
guys
called
need to click on the
it's a
link in the chat. It is a
I'm gonna do it. I'm
first-hand
Yes,
gonna do
account.
it.
yes.
I'm gonna let y'all know
I
what it
have
is.
the
Someone who was a prince.
documentation right now that you can
It's a
go to.
book called The Historical Collections of Georgia, written in 1855 by George White. On a particular page, page 174 describes exactly who and what a full-blooded uh Creek Indian was at the time, and all those are misnomers. The Creek, all see a
Thank
lot of
you.
these names and titles are misnomers to
Thank
describe
you,
who the
Papa
tribes
Jack.
were.
Yes.
Okay. I have the proof that you can get to right now. You Google slave for sale and click on image. If you can find any documentation where it says African for sale, I'll give you. I only have Zelle, but
Bro,
I'll
I
sell you
don't know what we're talking.
$50.
I'm
The
going to ignore
only
that
thing that
comment.
you will see, the only documentation on any bill of lading for slavery is Negro captured in Africa for sale. There is no documentation of African for sale. It is always Negro
That's a
captured
silly
in
comment.
Africa.
Copper, thank you for bringing up an actual source. When we talk about scholarly work, that's what we're referring to.
All you
Thank
got
Not
to
you.
some
do is
Negro
click
for
on
sale BS.
images. All you got to do is click on images. There's
He
thousands
said,
of
look on
bill of
Google
ladings for
Images.
sale, and you will never find one that
I can't
says
believe that's a
African for
serious
sale.
comment. Thank you, Copper. Because when I said sources, I didn't mean Google Images.
I mean, slaves for sale. Click on images, and you have
Yeah, no,
all
we're
the
gonna ignore
images
that.
from all
Everybody
the
here has been
documented
citing
sources
sources,
from
working
around the
hard to do
world, and
scholarly
you will
work,
never see
and you just
any
said,
bill of lading
look
that
at
says
Google
African
images.
for sale. It says Negro captured in Africa for sale, and that's for the money.
This is alternative. Some of this information is
I
alternative
have another.
science or some shit. I don't know what to
No, it
call
was
it.
so stupid it made the chat quiet.
Hey, can I give you an article to look up too? It's an article written in 1914 or 1912. My bad, 1912. By I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it's in it was the paper is called Choctaw Advocate, and it talks about Negroes owns billions in the U.S. and it describes the mindset of the Negro then. The Negro didn't believe himself to be African then. It was something that was being perpetuated upon him.
You were reclassified, so to Negro.
Right, the Indians were
Right.
reclassified
So
to
what
Negro.
we're saying though is that your grandmother that told you were Choctaw, that's what you are. You're not African American, you're not black, you are whatever you are, your grandmother told you.
Until all
So
of
that's
the
it.
so-called African Americans vote together and change the name, then I'm that. Y'all
I
want to
mean,
play with
y'all gotta
names and
understand
all of
this.
that.
We had
We go
paper
back.
genocide
We've been to
committed
many.
against
See,
us.
right? We've been
They,
through many names, man. You know who the hell
these
we are.
people literally went into our school systems, our libraries, our churches, destroyed all type of documentation. We had museums that had our literature in there. They try to play it like Negroes are just dumb. How can that be when you know that we have a history of American Negroes that got the most inventions that help contribute to the rest of the world?
Wait, do you know who High John is?
Who?
Hi,
High
John.
John.
I
High
can't say
John.
I do.
High
I
John
was
is a
looking for
root.
that the other day. I was looking around in New York for herb stores that had some of that. It's a whole history
Whoever said
though.
that, I'll send one to you. I got folks in Brooklyn for that. But
Yeah,
High
shot.
John, High John is an African American like folk spirit. He's like the guardian over Black Americans, and he's also a root. Like Frederick Douglass actually had High John root in his right pocket when he escaped to slavery. And within the folk tales of our people, when we talk about High John, we say he came across the waters from the Congo. And when you look at the African American like languages, words like okra or kuda or like simbi for some of our spirits, those are literal West African and Central African words. Like Creole and Gullah Geechee are very similar. So like, how do you reconcile the fact that we have like
Easy, easy,
so
Kato.
much, so
Do
much
you
connection
know?
with Africa?
That's all I gotta ask.
Because
Do a
a
lot
lot
of
of black people
Nigerians know
left
who
the
their
Americas
great,
and
great,
went to
great,
West
great, great?
Africa.
How long can Nigerians trace their lineage back? This is all I gotta ask.
The average Nigerian that I know, like if they're like 25 or whatever, they'd have to ask the grandma. Like we act like African people are these like mystical people who know their selves from generations. Like I know Nigerians who can't speak any Nigerian languages.
No, no, no.
Exactly.
Specific
Exactly.
question.
Exactly.
As a
I mean,
people,
I know some
as a
Nigerian
people,
families who can
how
trace it
far
back.
back do y'all can y'all trace it? 600, 800 years.
Some of the Nigerian people I know can do that.
Some people can trace it back if you're
You gotta
connected with
come.
with any of those lineages in where the seven crowns are. You can go back a
Now,
thousand. You can go
now,
back 1,000 years.
General Dave.
You can
Yep,
go
the
it's
back
seven
a
not
crowns
our
are
thousand
famous.
job as
years.
African Americans to fill in the gap because if we are Nigerian, like y'all saying, all Nigerians got to say is look, we got a missing group of people. Let's make it official government in y'all history books. But it ain't
Right.
there. Y'all
Right.
can't name who they
That's
took.
my point. That's why
But
me
Okay,
my
they
so
don't
point is
give you the
ignorance.
right to create
it
your
don't make
own
sense.
history, like making up some
We
stuff.
ain't
We're
no part of
I had a
y'all
our
lot of
ancestors were in
history
oral
I had a
according
history.
to
lot of
Pardon
y'all.
me.
We
I had a lot of like
Part of y'all
respect for you,
history
Yo,
but
I can
what you
answer.
just
Yo, I
said,
can answer the question on
Africans
dead dogs.
man.
I can
mostly
answer the
use
question.
oral
Yo, bro,
documentation. We don't have written archives of everything.
I can answer the question.
Oh,
Yo, bro,
oh my goodness.
first of all, first of all, my mom is Nigerian and Trinidadian, and my father's Nigerian, bro. And I'm telling you. Listen, especially the Yorubas and the Igbos, anybody that lives on the southern
That
region of
come from India?
Nigeria, they
The Yoruba that
hold
come from
on.
India?
You wanted to act. You wanted to. You want. First of all,
Go
listen.
ahead, Leo.
No trolling.
I'm gonna connect you. First of all, you want to what language do Nigerians speak?
I have
Like
no
they have
idea.
multiple languages, right? But you know what they mainly speak? They speak broken English, right? And
Okay.
then that broken English on dead dogs, you want to talk about the gullah and everything like that, and Jamaican patois, yo, the Nigerians, their broken English, including Sierra Leone, their broken English as well. Like, dude, you can literally find bits and pieces of how they talk inside African American vernacular and also in Jamaican and Caribbean patois and dialect. I'll give you a perfect example.
No, no. All I'm looking
I'll
for
give
is
you
for
I'll give you a
somebody to
perfect
say,
example
hey,
because I'm
these
not talking out of my
are
ass.
according to our government. That's all I
Huh?
need.
You said what?
All I need is for Nigeria as a government to say, yeah, African Americans descended from us.
The
And teach
I'm gonna
Ghanaian
that in
tell
the
you,
government has
goddamn
done
history
it.
yo,
book. Then I'll believe it.
listen,
But that ain't what's happening.
listen. Well, hold on. It's there. You're just not looking for it, bro.
There's like
I'm
13
telling.
So
crazy
He
so
not
so
African
You're
so
not
let
listening.
me
Americans
looking
ask
in
for
this
it.
y'all.
You
country.
I
wanna.
Like, what are we?
shouldn't
And
have to
people
He's
beg
on
Are
the.
you
You
people
are
actually
like
on the
arguing
Harold,
with
wrong.
No.
him?
you
Nigeria
guys
in
proving how
You
you're
are
Nigeria.
Native
actually taking
American.
him
I need you to
serious and
prove how
arguing
you're
with him.
Native
I don't believe
American
it.
because we
I
Dave,
know
You're
the
right. You're right. You're
facts.
right.
What
General
if
Dave.
African Americans are from
I
Nigeria,
want to answer
right?
to General
And they
Dave,
teach
please.
Nigerian history in Nigeria. All it takes literally is the Nigerian government saying, hey, here's the missing chapter. Here's our people that descended from us. And this is school, this is official government shit. I don't need to research, I don't
You
need
know,
to be
see,
digging through
you're
all of
trying,
that.
you're trying
I
to,
just
you're
need
tr-
for people to
listen,
stand on business
you're
and say
trying
this
to
is it.
dictate how the connection should go.
Yep,
At
But
the end of
wait,
the
like
day, at the
exactly.
Israel
end of the
don't even
day,
do that. Like Israel doesn't
Exactly.
have a missing chapter. That makes no. Israel does not have a missing chapter. Israel
you
has
know what I'm
never
saying?
released an archive of all the Jews that dispersed. So what do you? No country
Man,
in the world has
Israel,
ever
they
done this.
made that shit up, dude. Do you know they created
Oh, let's
Israel, the
not go
state
there.
of
Let's not
Israel
go there.
in the
Let's not
I'm
go
just saying
there.
1950s?
Come
if
on
that's
Come
now.
on,
some
man.
expectations for anyone else, like why
Those
do
people,
black people
those
always
people
have
Okay,
the high
is
so
ground?
from
to
Israel.
answer to
Those people are
answer to
from Europe.
answer to answer to Dave,
Damn,
General
man.
Dave's question. To answer to General Dave's question, it's not like the way you trying to dictate how you want to, like, get connections and like get it like official on the paper, written down. It's not easy like that, and it shouldn't be like that anyway. If it is true to you, you gotta come on the ground. You'll find yourself. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's why I ain't coming over there.
Hey,
That's
to
why I
the
ain't
brother
going
from
over there.
Africa, to the brother from
Like,
Africa.
like they talking about me. Y'all talking about coming to visit in tens and twenties and hundreds, and the real dudes is talking about, hey man, hundreds of thousands and millions. I ain't coming without no aircraft carrier. So
Listen, stop
I'm
being
about
silly,
trying to
bro.
get African
I'm
Americans and aircraft
what I
carriers
want to say is
for you to
this, bro.
protect
What I
ourselves
want to say is
so we can hold
one
some
thing
heads
that I
up
respect
before I
about my
talk to you
man,
about this.
one thing I
You just
respect about
you
my
just
man
scared, Dave.
Dynas, one thing I respect about my man Dynas, right, is that this man took the initiative to go there and do what he had to do. The
Yes.
thing is, right? Listen, as a not even, I don't want to say as a black person, but
We
as an
see the
individual,
movement.
right? As an
Yes.
individual, there comes a time, right, where you want to try and you want to try seek truth for yourself or whatever. Like you can go ahead and get the truth from YouTube and make up your shit as you go along, or you can
Mhm.
be a man, be a real woman. Especially as a black person, our fight is different from everybody else in this world. Let's start off there.
Right.
Our fight is different from everybody else in this world. To
That is
know who you are, to actually connect with our brothers and sisters, no matter where you go, because we all got the same as far as like how it all began, how we all got separated, it got jacked up in the beginning. We all got the same story,
that wasn't the
right?
beginning. It
So
was
at the end of the day,
part.
no Asian, no European, no Native American, no whatever. They don't got the same fight as us. So at the end of the day, right? Unfortunately, like we're the last to put it together. And I truly believe this shit. The reason why I believe all of this shit is happening right now where it's an identity crisis, because this is like the last form of defense that can get us, that can finally get our shit together and finally build what we and get on top and get back to get back to a place that we're supposed to be at.
That's right.
Because the thing is though, we sitting there acting like we don't know our potential. The people that's surrounding us, they know our potential. They know our potential. Yo, matter of fact, out here in Boston, let me drop something on you real quick, bro.
I know
Yo,
it.
yo,
You
yo,
ain't got to tell
no,
me.
no, no, listen, listen, big dog,
That's for you to
don't.
be
Hey,
team.
General,
No,
General,
hear me
General,
out,
but General, it's
hear me out,
for
bro.
everybody. Be
No, hear
quiet.
me out, bro, because this is gonna jack you up, bro. This is gonna jack you up, bro. Listen, nigga, I work at, excuse me, yo, now I owe you $20 down this shit. That's the second time. Yo,
Go. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you.
no,
You know
I'm
what?
done. I
Hey,
got you, man. There's a
hey,
Omo
That's what
Niger. I get money, so I go send you. Don't worry, I can send you one. Don't even worry. So, anyways, right? Yo, I work at the Ritz Carlton Hotel, right?
uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So, and directly across we got the Ritz Carlton residence, and one of the dudes there, he's talking about how he struck an $80 million deal. Um, he partnered up with some cat from Angola, and he got some metals and all of that stuff. And he's telling me how they built some machines for BMW, and they do this, that, and the third. And I'm like, yo, bro, man. And this is just this one dude right here. And I'm like,
Right.
man,
I want to be in
I
on the
get tight.
loan today.
I really be getting tight
I can
when
only
usually
loan
talking to
$100 to the Africans. I'll be good.
yo, bro. Like, listen, this is
You
a
wanna
dude right
jump the
here.
ladder, man.
Hold on, man. I don't want to get interrupted, please, bro. I want y'all to see what I'm trying to say. This is a dude that don't know nothing about Africa. He ain't connected to Africa, know nothing. All he did was just make friends with this dude. And then I'm over here getting the background story. He's talking about he was cool with this dude. He played, he was broke as hell for 2 years. Was getting cool with this cat from Angola. And then they went over there, got access to the metals or whatever, and somehow, some way they started striking contracts and now they striking 80 million deals and all that $80 million deals. Like, and then, yo, bro, if this dude can do it, a dude that started from nothing, a white boy who ain't even black, fuck y'all talking about?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I
Hey,
mean, that's
oh, I want to
understandable.
Yo, no,
That's
no, I'm
my
telling,
whole
God
purpose,
yo,
damn.
bro.
Stephen.
Jocelyn is trying to join.
My whole
Stop.
purpose for even talking is every 2 weeks I'm putting a little bit aside my 401k. And I just want to have the ability to maybe invest $100 every 2 weeks and buying the bonds of some African nations. That's really it. That's my
But
extent of
but I
Pan
tell you this
Africanism.
though, you're not to cut you off, but one thing that need to stop for real. One thing that need to stop, bro, is 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 this pseudo divide. Because what's going on right now? It's working on the subconscious of people that it's working on the subconscious right now. They may be ignorant today. They may not be, just due to exposure because of how they grew up or whatever. But right now, we at a time right now where we can be teaching each other. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you something. Once we teach each other and show the similarities, like, dude, Nigerians eat collard greens just as much as any Black American, and Jamaicans eat callaloo. Brother, yo, come on, we the same, bro.
Okay, let's teach
No,
like
but,
as we say.
but
No, I hear you. I'm just trying to piggyback on what you said, just to not lose what I got in my mind right now. To
man,
tell
go
you
ahead.
that about the fact that we need to teach each other, like share what we got and what we got going on right now. Like every in like revolution, industrial revolution or whatever came with like oppression for for a certain group of people, So like guns and all that, revolutions those happen. But right now there's another revolution happening, and it's like like economical revolution, but on the digital era. And right now they gonna try like people are gonna try to control like everything that's like that's why AI is so big. So let's pay attention that in West Africa, in the ECOWAS, like French was trying to put on like it's a new type of like money because they have the CFA. He was trying
Yes,
to bring the like the echo, and
right.
the echo is a bad project. I'm telling you guys, it's economical colonization. Like I'm sorry, electronical colonization. So, and that electronical colonization, I'm telling you this, we got to control our own digital footprint in this leveraging system. And that's happening by knowing, to like put your money in a safe place. And it's not like that's something big, but something really small is like to take the trip. You don't gotta be scared to go. Like, connect with Dennis, and like he got already like a big network. Wherever you want to go in Africa, he can connect you with somebody if you don't even go with him. So that's all it takes. And also trying to connect and not, self-hate, or we gotta come together as one. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm gonna land it right there.
Lori, no. I'm saying that the
Thank you,
slave
Cedric.
trade did happen. It's just that Africans didn't enslave Africans. Africans captured the Negro and put them and removed them back to their side of the Atlantic in America where their homeland was.
That
The
sounds like
The
CIA
Africans
That's what
coded
I'm
removed
stuff.
the
saying. It may
African, or
be wrong,
Africans
but
removed the
that's what
Negro,
That was
like on
some
some.
CIA stuff. Like the Hoots were jumping for that logic with no proof is crazy.
Yo, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, see, this kind of talk right here, like
You
this, right?
said
This kind of
I'm
Africans
this.
not mad at
capturing
them though.
Hold
Negroes.
on,
They
I
yo,
mean,
did
it
this
don't
what
Publicly,
they
even
kind of
no
yo,
matter.
did.
way.
bro,
Native
There's some that
Americans.
y'all don't
Publicly
understand because y'all don't
internationally,
learn
yo,
are
we
American
here
we
history.
now,
mad at
Unique
Africans for
group.
liberating their lands? I'm not. We was over there on some empire shit.
No, like it is
I
not
know
up
how
for
this
debate.
shit
We
went.
have documentation of people. I posted it in the chat where some dude was like, I got captured and he was African. Can you please post something in the chat that proves like a Negro Native American got
I
captured by an
just
African?
told you. Okay, so let me. Okay, right. I'm
Because
finna.
I literally posted
I'm gonna
something.
tell you what
I
I'm gonna
posted
do.
someone
I'm
from the Fuma
googling
Empire being
slave for
captured
sale.
and then released in Liberia.
All I'm gonna do is Google slave for sale and click on images.
Can we please
And
let
out of
Copper
the
speak? Because when
thousands
he
of
talks about this
images
subject,
that
he's way
have
more
been
knowledgeable.
curated of actual slavery transatlantic, none of them say an African was sold. It says a Negro captured in Africa
bro.
for
Are
sale.
you ignorant or something, dog? Like, bro,
Like,
once
what does
yo,
that
any
mean? That's like a
dog,
German caught in
any black
Deutschland.
person that
That's like
was
a Jewish
here,
person caught in
regardless if they
Israel. What are
came
we talking
across the
about right
seas
now?
or whatever, was
He's
considered.
trolling.
Yo,
He's
bro,
trolling.
you dog,
Y'all
you
He's
can't
not
tripping.
serious.
understand
Stop
that
it.
Can
there
we
were
Stop it.
please
He's
let
not
Copper
You
serious.
speak because
tripping,
he
bro.
speaks
He's
way more
trolling.
there
He's
were
intelligently
trolling.
about this
Negroes in
subject.
Africa. This was y'all acting like the first time the left and the right side of the Atlantic were in contact and trade was when the white man started crossing it. That's the problem.
Bro, the
No one ever
issue
said
is
that.
that y'all guys made up your own version of
No
what
one has
happened back
ever
in the
said that.
days. That's the problem. Y'all have your own version of what happened back in the days. You guys always say the term white man is always ambiguous and it's vague. Y'all never pinpoint who and what said what, who and what did what. Like
I
y'all are messed up.
told you what
And
I
y'all
thought
do
happened.
that, listen, and y'all do that for the sole purpose to come up on these panels to further perpetuate and to further influence the
Dude,
difference
hey,
that you
brother,
see
where you
yourself
from, brother? Let
between
me ask
you
you
and
something,
the
brother.
I
Where
African.
you
told you
from?
That's the
because
only
Where you
reason
from?
why y'all do it.
$3,000 is what they
Bro,
say
where
for
you from? Where
reparations.
you from?
$3 And
Where
No,
you
all
I'm
from,
from
brother?
Boston,
Louisiana was supposed
Massachusetts.
to say
My
was
pops
that
is
was my
Nigerian and
people
my mom is
and they
Nigerian
have
and
the claim.
Trinidadian.
All right,
And none of
your
them do.
parents are from there, right? You know what's been
Bro,
happening a long time in
and listen,
America?
and
This
hold on
what's been
before you
happening.
continue.
People coming from
Well, hold
other
on before you
countries
continue.
telling
Listen,
black
bro,
Americans
I don't want
who
to
they
cut you off.
are.
I want you to hold that thought.
When I
And
say that
before you continue, just because I am Nigerian and Trini doesn't mean that in my family I don't have African Americans in my family that married or whatever the case. It don't mean. Hold on,
I didn't
and
say
this
you
is
didn't.
what.
I'm not
Look,
saying what
wait,
you
what
are
I'm
or
trying
what
to
you're
say
not.
is what I'm trying to say is
You are.
this is why my counter argument is so strong is because everything my very existence is what I believe that black people should be on. It don't matter where we from.
That's okay.
Like if my
Why do
family
I have to be from
listen,
Africa
hold
for
on.
us to
If my
be
family can
brothers
come
and get
from hold
along
on,
and
bro.
do
Listen, bro.
business?
If my family can come from here, from this country, can come from the continent, can come from the islands, can come together and can see the similarities more than the differences, then how come us as a people can't?
because you can't tell me how
You
do I
it's not
invest
that
in the
we don't see
Jamaican national
similarities.
bond?
You just
How do
telling
I
us who
invest
we are.
in
I'm
one
not
simple
telling you who you
question?
are.
How do I
I'm
invest
just
in the How do I invest in the Jamaican national bond?
how you do that? Have a conversation.
With
Start
who?
there.
With who? Because everybody I ask,
Bro,
But
With a
they
you
never
gotta
Jamaican.
be
we
mention
all
how they
intentional,
With
invest
dog.
this
someone
is
from
Bro, you
Jamaica.
this
gotta be
is this
intentional.
is
First of all, you can't start off being myopic, meaning one track
in.
minded, dog. If
Yes,
you
you can.
listen, you can't be one track minded. Listen,
listen, bro.
I deal with all kind of nigga. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, bro.
Right.
Like, listen, dog. In order to get my bread, bro, I can't have the mentality that's being spewed out here, bro. I gotta sit here and be present in the moment. I can't be like, oh, this African American or this Trinidadian or this white boy or this and that or whatever. Oh, they're like this, so I'm not gonna get my bread. Nigga, I gotta excuse my damn. That's I owe you $30 now.
Well, I'm
Yo,
just telling you what African
I mean,
American
I think a lot of us
mentality
out here
is
trying
for
to get
you
our
to tell
bread.
them what
no, but
nutritional
you're missing the point.
amount
What I'm
to
trying to
invest
say
in
is,
to help
no,
to
what I'm
invest
trying to say
all
is, my man, what I'm trying to say is,
that's where African
listen,
Dev, this
my,
is
my,
search
my
for the
guy,
room, man.
what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this. It got to get to a point, right? It got to get to a point where the end goal is a lot bigger and a lot more important in our minds than us coming up on here talking about the differences and trying to, do whatever. Because I guarantee you this: if that was the full force and the driving force of why you coming up on here in the first place,
I guess I'm
I guarantee you will have a different conversation. And
would
No,
if you ask,
okay
hold on, and you
we
ask,
we
I
hold
listen.
on,
We talk about the end
my guy,
goal.
listen,
The,
hold on.
the end game is
You
to have
asked, hold on,
would
hold
you
on,
invest if I created an investment
I didn't
vehicle
ask nothing.
where you could invest in all the different diaspora people's bonds? Would you
bro.
invest yourself?
Bro, dude, you want to hear
Yeah,
something
if it
crazy,
was
bro? I
credible.
got a hospital in Nigeria right now.
I
So
know,
before
but
you ask
I'm
that question
saying,
right there,
I
hold
guess
on.
that's a guess.
So I do invest. I got a hospital in Nigeria right now. In Jamaica, as far as cribs and stuff like that or whatever, I mean, I not necessarily, but my daughter's mom is Jamaican. I give her bread. You know what I mean? She do what she do. At the end of the day, right? As far as like I can't be the person on the forefront trying to invest in whatever the case may be.
No, I
But
say
what us
if
hold on, but us having these
if
kind
there
of
was a
conversations,
product
my
where you
brother,
could invest in all the different countries of whatever Pan Africanism is, if you could invest
you want
in
to if
the
I can invest
difference
in a product, you know
of
what I would
their
invest in?
national bonds, would you do it?
Of course. You want to know
Okay, that's
something?
all I
You
wanted to
want
know. You understand?
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. One of the things,
That's all I'm saying.
and this is why I respect diners. See,
That's all
one of the things, hold on, Brody. One of the things that can definitely that can definitely increase and put value into like us coming together and investing into either the diaspora or whatever. For one, is travel and things like traveling. See, going to each and every person's, you know what I mean, each and every person's location. When then where like we can send people to you, send clients to you, allow people to come and have conversations with you. Vice versa, go to Africa, go to the islands or whatever. You can
that's a
invest
great
into
point.
travel.
I'm gonna just tell you for real. Black folk ain't finna do that. I'm just telling you
Listen, but
for
y'all going
real.
to Cancun,
Black folk
listen, but
more
y'all getting,
inclined
but
to
listen,
write a
but that's the
check
thing though,
to their
but black
broker
folks,
or their
listen, black
401k and
folks,
say invest this
oh,
here than to be going and traveling, hopping on planes and shit. I'm just telling
listen, black folks invest into all kind of nonsense. I don't even want to hear that.
you.
Bro,
That's
you know
exactly
how many
that's
No,
why
brothers,
I'm saying
you got
hold
a lot
on,
of good
that's what I'm
you know how
black
many
saying.
business
brothers,
people.
done got
See,
bodied out there in
that's that
Mexico?
projection right there.
Huh? What?
It's
The
a lot of
majority of
brilliant
people
black
in general
businessmen
ain't finna be
and
flying.
women. Like
Yo, of
it's
course they're
projection
wrong.
to say
I'm
that.
not saying that. He's over here saying, listen, he's saying black folks ain't trying to invest, go travel and do this, that, and the third or
No,
whatever.
black folk
If
is
you
looking
to
for an
start,
avenue
hold
to
on,
invest in the continent on some bond level stuff where, hey, I
yo,
like
and I'm gonna tell
Nigeria.
you something.
I
A
invest
black
in
any
the
person
Nigerian
that's a
national
business,
bond. Hey, I like the Congolese bond, that type of stuff. But there's no product out there.
Are we talking
any
about
product
bonds
out
and
there.
we
I
under
just gave you
bondage right
my man.
now? What are
Listen,
we doing for the community?
yo, listen.
Can
I
I, can I
just
say
gave you
something
an
real quick?
example. Obviously, there's a lot of black millionaires, a few billionaires here and there, whatever. But like I said, we're not having the right kind of conversations. I just gave you an example of a white man who ain't connected to Africa at all. He ain't connected to black people at all. Somehow, some way, this dude got the juices flowing in his brain and was like, "Yo, let me talk with his African brother. Let me connect the contracts here and there. Blase, blase." Connected with the brother. They went and got some material straight, the minerals or whatever the case to build. to
Yeah,
align
yeah,
and
yeah,
see
all that. I just want to be the bank that you get the loan from. And
the loan.
yeah, we just African Americans just want to be a bank. We
African
just want to
Americans just
invest in the bonds. You want to get loans, cool. Give me the interest rate off of whatever's going on in Nigeria, whatever these countries are. That's
But
it.
but let me
but like I
let me
said, you
wait
gotta
wait
have
wait
a
wait.
kind of
Let me
you.
interject right here real quick. You
Via
see, while
via
we're
via
okay, I'm gonna
401k,
let you
where you
talk.
can
I just
invest
want
in
to
a bond
interject.
fund
Go
as an
ahead,
African
you talk. Go
American.
ahead, go ahead. I just wanted to interject. Can I interject?
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. So on top of this economic part of building business, we're going to have to deal with educating our people and take control of our education. And you see why in this room, what's going on and what's going on in our communities, especially on these social media apps. We've got to take control of our education so that we can deal with our psychology, because it's not just information, it's also the damage that has been done from these years of not only the slavery stuff that we went through, but also people taking controlling our education and telling the lies and saying, and giving this media to us about negativity about ourselves. We have to take control of that narrative in Africa as well. We've got confidence issues there. We got confidence issues because we don't know our history there. We don't know our history here, and we're making up new histories and shit. If you don't deal with that, you're not going to be able to effectively do economics or anything else.
But can
Look
I
at the
say
conversation we're having right now.
It
Yeah,
sounds like
can I
can I
It
say
sounds
something
like you
about
don't
like
want
the
to talk
history
about how to
perspective as an African American?
can I
invest $100 every 2 weeks out your 401k in
wait?
a Pan
Let's
African bond fund.
no, let's
That's what
address.
it sounds like. Like I'm just tired of this argument about who everybody we get. Man, put the money on it. And how to put the money on it? You gotta invest.
Wait,
And the only thing that I feel comfortable investing is the
education.
whole damn country as one. And that's
But you scared to go.
The
That's the
country or the
problem.
continent?
Hold
Like
hold
because
Africa
I
on.
is
ain't
Can I say
going.
also
No,
something?
core
I
continent.
ain't flying over there.
That's the
Wait, can I
problem.
say
You
something
scared.
about the education?
You
Yeah.
see what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
Can I
You see what I
can
mean?
I say something?
I
Can
think
I
the
say something
problem is
about
the
the
division we
education thing?
have right here.
It's not a division. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the.
Yo,
Never mind.
can I can I say something about the education thing? Y'all can
Yeah,
hear
you
me?
can go ahead.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
go
All right,
ahead.
cool. Yeah. So again, like Dino saying, like, let's be clear. When we having these conversations, it's almost became like a sport. This information wars. But on real time, a lot of the aboriginals or the people that saying like y'all spreading misinformation. So in real time, you could do business with somebody that you don't agree with, but it's gonna be hard if people know that you're spreading misinformation, whether it be willingly or unwillingly. You know what I'm saying? And that's really what the problem is. So when we talking about educating our people, there are people out here educating. I have these conversations with Aboriginals daily. I can tell that they're not even doing the proper research to have this conversation. So
That's
let's
BS.
just
That's
it's
BS,
not.
dog.
But
It's not
let's
BS.
finish.
It's
And
Let
it's
him
hold on,
finish.
projection.
hold on.
See,
It's
But
not B.
before
It's
you make that
no,
wait,
projection,
let him
bro.
a
No,
lot of
finish.
no.
us
You can
came from the
again.
same place you come from.
Let's practice decorum.
Hold on. Yeah, let's practice decorum again. I have these conversations daily. The Aboriginal community does not. They're not big on research. I've been here 2 years and I can already see it. A lot of these people are just regurgitating what they hear on YouTube.
There is
They're
no
also
Aboriginal
no,
community.
no, wait. Yes, it is on YouTube. It is. So what I'm saying is wait. Listen to what I'm saying.
Man, that's like
It's a small
53 different
yo,
thousand
bro. Can
type
I
of
finish? Can I
Negro in
finish?
America, man.
Can I finish my
Like, you
statement,
got
brothers?
sororities,
Can I finish
gangs,
my
all this other
statement,
type of
brothers?
shit.
Can I
Y'all
finish my
worried about
statement,
another
brothers?
fraction
No,
of
no, no. Can I
people.
finish my statement, brother? Because y'all brought up educating. We cannot move forward with people spreading misinformation.
Yes,
That's
we
what
can, as
Kato.
long as
You
us
know we
people
can.
got
You
$10 to
hear what
put
Kato?
together.
Kato. We talking about educating our youth, and then there's people out here. Is
Yes, sir.
Kato been up here? Dino been up here. It's been tons of brothers and sisters up on these panels trying to keep the integrity with the information, and then you got guys like y'all trying to spread. You just said so what that we spreading misinformation. You like yes we can. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying
No,
I'm
what
You
saying
he's
that
saying is,
you are too
rush
okay.
hour
You
is
are
what
too okay.
matters.
No, you're too
If it's
okay
not
with
about
spreading
investing in
misinformation.
jobs, this is all just debate.
no.
All right, bro.
Hold
I
on, hold on.
like I
Before you say,
Can I
before
say something?
this, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I just wanted to because I've came back to the conversation. There was folks talking about the whole genetics and it's a lie and the dog was from wherever the dog is from. Now, DNA is used to confirm the paternal or maternal legitimacy. I've never heard anybody disputing that.
Facts.
It's also that's used across the globe to do that. DNA is also has been used, especially in the past 30, 40 years. It's actually exonerated a lot of black men who were accused of murder and were on death row, jail for 20, 30 years. I've never heard any dispute. So how is it that it has
Facts.
the same DNA, the same level of testing is credible on one end, but then when it comes to your origin story, it's no longer credible. And we're talking about the same
Because
DNA
origin
sequence.
ain't
And
forensics.
Oh
somebody
yeah,
First
that
thing,
explain to
proves
me
a gang banging, sweetheart.
for
You know,
forensics is not
that's not,
is
you
not
know.
that's a whole different testing.
I'm
If
Okay,
sorry.
the
and
court was good, then I was.
What are the different tests called so I can look them up?
somebody looking up your DNA to prove if you were on the crime scene, is to prove that you were on the crime scene. That's not going to tell me that, hey, my great 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 grand ancestor was somewhere located in Siberia or some shit.
It would, and I'm going to
Excuse
tell
my
you
language,
why.
but yeah,
I'm going to tell you why. Because in DNA, there are certain markers. We all have specific markers in our
true,
DNA, right? And
true.
those markers line up. So you can have markers in your DNA, and those markers can be predominant in certain parts of the world, just like you have markers in your DNA that you and your mother share. So they're using markers that are in the DNA to make these designations as where your people come from, because
So
different
if I
people over
want
the
to
world have different
if
markers in
somebody
their
wanted
DNA.
to come to America with the after they did their DNA test, okay, and they wanted to prove that, hey, they had just to be a citizen, they could use their DNA to prove that they belong here if they had because they had an
But
ancestor from America.
DNA is not used as an indication or eligibility criteria for citizenship in the United States. And the United States today is an amalgamation of peoples all over the world, right? But where you
Right.
have parts of the world where there has been not as much migration, where you've had like in Africa, in Europe, you have more. I mean, yes, there is genetic diversity, but there's a more of a homogenous group in those parts of the world than there are in the United States. That wouldn't work here.
With
Even though
DNA.
America
Hold
is
up,
a amalgam.
hold up, Copper. That's what he's saying with DNA. You can't trace back more than six
No,
generations without the source. You just
no,
said it, Miss Lady.
that's not what I said, my dear. What I said
Hold up,
was
Miss
in the
Lady, Miss
United
Lady, Miss
States,
Lady,
I
Miss
want to
That's
Lady.
not
clarify.
what
Let
you
me
What I
quote
said,
you.
started
man.
to
Can we
Let
please
me
say
not
let me
interrupt
quote you.
before
women?
Let me
you
quote you. Let me
rambled,
quote you.
Can we
Let me
please
quote
not
you.
interrupt
I
women? Just
said
let her
there's an
finish.
you don't have to quote me. I will say it
All
myself.
right.
There's an
Okay.
amalgamation of different peoples from across the globe in the United
Yes, ma'am.
States. If you wanted to use
Okay.
a
So now,
people as
so
a
now,
marker,
so
it
now.
would be best to use
Well,
Native
why
American
can't you
as that
listen, man?
marker.
Okay.
It would be
Okay.
best
That's
to
what
use
you
Native
said.
Americans as that marker. You can't use my family's from Jamaica. You can't use Jamaicans as a marker for someone who wants to be. That doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't work in the United States. It could
Okay.
work
So
in
look.
Africa. It could
Got
work
you.
in Europe and
Okay.
China.
All right. You done? Got you. We get the point. Watch this. So what we saying is again, just like Mr. Elvis Morris asked me earlier, even though he answered his own question by saying who's the indigenous people of Africa in Liberia, it's the same for us. So he's showing his cognitive dissonance is what it's called. My point is that if it don't work for that method, then you don't have to be a call to test as you was asking Copper Jetty. You're playing mind games. The game is how do DNA work, period. How do the process work? And that's what you're explaining
All
now,
I
okay?
want to know is why
Oh, hold
ain't
up,
these
man.
countries
Hold
rolling
up.
out the
She's
gold
talking to
card
somebody
like
that knows
Trump?
something about genetic markers. Chill out. If
I
you don't know
know,
about,
I
hold
know,
up.
right?
Hold
I'm
up.
You
African
don't need to
American.
yell,
I'm
Copper
from
bro.
Jetty.
You
Africa.
you don't need to yell, man.
You
Just
Oh, my
definitely
goodness.
do not
Why
know.
ain't there a gold pass for
Oh, my
African
goodness,
Americans
bro.
in these African
Oh, my
countries?
goodness,
I'm
bro.
not
It's not
just.
that hard, bro.
That's all we
Landing
want.
my point, bro. It's not that hard, bro.
okay.
You're going
Let
around the
him
world
finish.
for
Let
no
him finish,
reason.
man.
Damn.
It's going around the world for no reason. Listen to me. It's easy. The game is, miss. You said again, it doesn't work for no type of criteria, but you're not answering, you're not telling him what no type of criteria or stipulations is. Everything coming with ramifications. We can use big words or small words. I do that. My point is, let's keep it simple. The game is those genetic markers that you're talking about are certain things on a chromosome like alleles and locuses. I know this because I got a paternity test. I did it before. I got a daughter. I know how this works. The game is you need the source. Just like you had my daughter's blood, you need the source. You need the daddies. You need to figure out who the people is. And they had to have me inside the probable cause just to make sure it was me. So again, how can you take a West African and then take an American and say that they got similar DNA, so they have to be peoples? You got to take the parents. You got to take the ancestors. You got to go dig some bones up,
But
and you can't
Hey,
tell me that
what
a
you
D.
talking
Hold up.
Hey
about?
Doc, what
they're
are you
looking
talking about,
on
bro?
each side of your family. You have maternal, and many times for the U.S. or
Yeah,
the
matter of
diaspora, they
fact.
use the maternal link because we know through slavery there was a lot of rape that was taking place. So many
Yes.
times when you trace back the paternal marker, it's a European marker. We clearly are do not look like majority of Europeans. So they use the matrilineal marker that goes back to your grandmother's 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 grandmother to define where her origin was. Right? They can't go all the way to back to the beginning of time, but they can go back a few centuries.
So again, how do they go back? Where's the source? If they test my grandmother, how
If
do
you
they test my
can't
great
do
great
if you
grandmother?
can't do the dead, then
Let her
what are you
answer
saying?
the
But the source is
question.
in Africa, man.
Let
This,
her
African
why are you
answer.
ancestry.
like not making it sense?
African
But
Ancestry
Why are you
Company has
screaming? Make me a
50,000 samples
volume.
of different groups throughout Western Central Africa. African Ancestry Company has the most samples of different DNAs of people than any
Yes.
other company.
Yes.
Wait, also, Perry,
50,000.
the actual
Okay.
question
Yes.
is flawed. We do not need parents to compare DNA. Human beings share 50% of their DNA with
I didn't
bananas.
say that.
There is
Oh my
no
goodness. You come
banana
on being
human
smart and
being
wrong.
parents.
Bro, you're wrong. You're taking
It
time up for
simply
no reason. We didn't
doesn't
say that.
DNA match
We
up with
didn't
each
say that.
other.
We didn't say that. Let her answer the question. We didn't say that. We didn't say you can't compare DNA. You can compare anything. You can compare a rat to a lizard. We don't care about that. We said, how do you find out the source?
the source is in Africa.
But no, but you're trying to use
Oh,
that
okay. So
source
how do you know
argument
that's
as
the
something
source?
to undercut
How do
the
you
Because
fact
take
that
an
people have
African
gone
African
and
that's
taken
living?
Americans
Oh
samples.
are
my goodness. You
related
got
and
me
People
look
have
like
done.
gone around
Africans.
and taken samples of these Africans' DNA. This was not only was it a worldwide thing that took place,
It's,
it
hold up.
was
You said it. It's a
concentrated.
worldwide what? It's a worldwide
It
what?
was not
Comparison.
only a
It's
worldwide.
comparison. It's a
Okay, sir, sir,
comparison.
sir,
Hold
sir,
up, you
sir.
hold up, sir. Hold
No,
up,
no,
hold
we're
up.
not
No,
Be
talking
no, no.
about
Let me
quiet,
get
comparison.
man.
let me get 30
We're
seconds.
talking
Let me get
about people
30
that went
seconds and you
around the
got it.
world and took samples
30
of all
seconds.
the.
Hold up. 30 seconds and you got it, bro, because y'all keep cutting me off and I will never cut y'all off. 30 seconds.
What?
You got it already. You just said it. It's a comparison. It's a worldwide comparison. Again, if you're comparing the
I didn't say
worldwide,
that.
you oh my goodness.
You
I
You
didn't
said
just
say
the
it was
cut
a
word.
the
You
lady
said it
comparison.
off
was.
so many times, and now you said you never
Oh
cut
my goodness.
anybody off.
Wait.
Let him
You
finish
You
his
don't need
said
to
point.
it was
What's
a
your
yell.
world.
point?
You said it
What's
was
your
a
point?
worldwide thing. You said it was a
Right.
worldwide thing. The
Hey
thing is a
guys,
comparison.
let me read this super chat. KJ for the 4.99 holla. Hey Dino, I haven't got the your fine yet. Dynas, I praise you for the mental fortitude you display for these kinds of convoluted conversations. Bless this big bro. Start the
I
way.
got you.
I
Yo,
do too,
I got you. I
Dynas.
got you. I'm just over here tuning in real quick. I got you. I already gave you 10, bro. Yeah, good. I got you. I got you. Matter of fact, I'll do that right now. F it.
Okay.
But also
All right.
the question he's posing is inherently flawed, right? We have current samples of Africans. If we compare African Americans with Africans and the DNA matches, then the DNA matches. We don't need a source. I don't even understand like the premise of the source argument. That argument is
Because
irrelevant to what
Yeah,
we're
there
you
saying.
just
isn't a
He-
said it.
He's in
debate.
a
How does the
he's
DNA
searching
match?
for who?
Hold up. The DNA says what? Hold up. The DNA says what? We're cousins.
Okay, who? Let me
Right,
tell you
Yeah,
what the
right,
he's
DNA
right.
saying
says.
He's
DNA
right.
matches.
We
That's
Let
all
me
he's
tell
cousins.
you.
saying.
Let me tell you. Let
Exactly.
me tell you.
You
Let me
gotta
tell you
have
what.
a source.
You
You
don't need
can't
to
just
yell.
say that we're
You don't need to
cousins.
yell.
Nobody can
Everybody in
yell
the
over
world is
that.
cousins.
You don't need to yell,
Yeah, that
bro.
is stupid. Like, do you really want us to? Everybody in the
Okay,
world is
so
cousins.
who? Let me
That's
tell you
stupid.
the
Now you
result.
get it.
That's a
You can't
stupid
So
fool
point.
me.
no,
I
you don't
love
need to yell,
science.
bro.
I
Don't need to
love
yell. You don't
history.
need to
You
yell.
can't fool me. I'm
You
not
do
them.
not like history, bro. You
Wow,
just
this
said
is
Okay, so
everybody
now
is
let's
cousins.
so now
That's
listen.
stupid.
Let's tell you what the result is. The result is who you searching for who. You got to follow Dynasty Africa and get the result right there.
Huh?
So, so is it Copper Jedi? So, are you at the question about the source? Are you saying like, what's the source like of humanity? Humanity.
No, this
So,
is
for
you.
instance,
I didn't
let me
ask that
ask
question.
my
He didn't
question.
ask that.
No, I'm
I've
sorry.
been
I'm going to
quiet
ask
for a
the
minute
question.
now.
So, are you trying to say that? Okay, so let's say they do the DNA markers and they find out. Let's say I have an ancestor, a matrilineal ancestor who is from in modern day Ghana, who is an Ashanti, based on genetic markers that are in my blood. Are you therefore asking the source, like maybe 5,000 years prior, that ancestor came from Sudan? What do you mean by the source?
Ooh, you
And that
just said, hold up,
that
you just said
Sudan
my
and that
point. You
Ghana
just
is
said,
not the. I'm
I
just trying.
got
I'm
you. You
asking
already
the
said it. You don't have
comparison.
Okay, you don't have to cook. I got you. I don't mean to cut you off, but what I mean, you answered me the question. So what I'm telling you is I
Yes.
got it. So let me answer it. My point
Okay.
is, you just said it. Ashanti tribe could have traveled from Sudan, like you just said. So how can they tell you just Ashanti tribe unless they compare you to the Ashanti tribe? And if they compare you to the Ashanti tribe, how can they say y'all just cousins or y'all that close or you this close or you further close or you not unless they say
Right.
you're 16th removed cousins of them. And if that's the case, they need more source. That means they got to compare them
So
to older people. Bones.
what I can give you what I there's
You got to
another
compare
gentleman.
that. Why?
Okay.
Hold up, Chrissy. You
So the bone is in Shehanto Job University. There's a laboratory called Carbon 14 by Shehanto Diop. He was comparing bones. So if you don't know that, go do your research.
My bad. My bad. You got to compare the chromosomes, and the chromosomes, each of them have
You do
alleles and
not need
locuses.
a source
No,
to
listen to
verify
me.
that the
Okay, hold up.
DNA
Listen to me.
matches.
You got it. You listen to me. You need alleles and locuses. Chrissy keep talking about markers.
Are you
Name the
saying
markers that
ad
you need.
Bro,
libs
you,
like
you, you
ad
keep
Yeah,
running
libs?
away.
Oh
You
my
keep running
goodness.
away
Oh
from the
my
point.
goodness. Y'all got it, bro. But please stop it. I'm talking serious. It's called ALLELE. Look it up. Alleles. Alleles. If
Oh,
you want to say it
Oh
perfectly. I
yeah,
don't care
that's
about
not
the all
ad
of that
lib.
marker and stuff.
alleles,
Listen to me.
yes.
It's called alleles, and then it's called locus. Locus points is the markers that she's talking about. And I'm trying to figure out if she knows what she's talking about. The point is that these markers have to have a primary source. Like I'm the daddy of my daughter, and they needed her mother. We don't really need the mother because it's born from the mother. That's the source. That's why they go matriarch because you don't have to answer who's the mother. Then you need the father to say, okay, let me test the variations of who I think. Because guess what? If they had all the fathers who wasn't the father, or all the people who they thought was the father, then guess what? You'll never have them. You would just be guessing. You wouldn't know the father. So again, if they say you're a Shanti tribe, and all they using is saying that, oh, y'all got a lot of DNA that look alike. So what? Y'all look
I
alike
can
on the
answer that
outside. No
question.
duh. We can tell them on the
Oh, he's
outside. They look
saying
like
okay. I see what
hold
he's
up,
saying
hold
now.
up,
No,
hold
no,
up,
no.
hold
You
up,
saying
hold up.
exactly
No,
what I
no.
was saying too. You saying that if I'm a part of what you saying I am, and you got all of this history for hundreds of
Exactly.
years, then what's
Exactly.
my name?
And
Then what's my uncle name? Where was
there
he
you go.
We
living?
already
Y'all
addressed
gotta
this
know
point.
so we
If
can
you
get
take
this trillion
DNA from
dollar
two
trillion
brothers,
It's
dollar
deeper than
reparations
it will
than
fund.
that.
match you
My
It's
without
deeper
there
than
That's
being
how
a
that.
you
You
dad.
You
can't
got
ask
you
the
$2
gotta you
parent.
billion
gotta ask
dollars.
it to the white folks.
Y'all can't tell
This is
us
the
the
non-point.
name.
You can test two brothers and they will show up as brothers. You do not need a dad. I need you to answer the question. All right. If I take a DNA test with an African, we will have more similarities than if I do to a European. Why is that?
Hold on, but at the same token, you could test two brothers
Man,
No, no,
and
stop
prove
stop
that they got the
escaping the
same
question.
parent.
maturity.
But
If I
if
test
you
with
do
a
a
West
DNA test, an
African, we will
ancestry
have more
DNA test, they can
shared
have different
ancestry and
ancestors.
DNA
How
than a
is that?
European. Why is that?
Ancestry. I just need somebody to say, "Yo, that was my long lost auntie, man. We had them written down. Bam, that's
Like,
millions."
no,
How
You
is
address
it
the
that
gotta you
two
point.
gotta
siblings
ask
can
it to
get
the
two
white
different
folk, man.
Address
ancestry
the
results?
question. If I take a DNA test with an African, as an African American, a West African, we will have more in common
My bad, I'm picking
genetically
somebody up.
than a
Anyway,
European.
you just said
Why
it though.
is that?
Europeans are so removed because what they do, they practice incest. That's
He's
acting
not going
like
to
why the
answer it.
Asians get so removed, but
No.
He's not going to
Asians
You're
just
answer it.
see,
admit they came
you're
from the
afraid of
Khoi
the
Khoi people,
question.
right?
Answer the question.
So there's no documentation like, hey man, they took Ed. I don't know how you would say
We
it in
have
Africa.
oral
They took
history.
little
Okay,
What
John
are you
so
Johnny
screaming
you
and
know
about?
who
and
has the
You know about the
documentation
Iliad?
who should have had the
Everybody stop.
documentation?
You know about the
bro.
Iliad, right? And the Odyssey. Like the Odyssey is one of the most famous stories in the world. The Odyssey with like Odysseus and
Oh my
like Troy
god.
versus that is an oral story.
Oh
Like
my god.
Christianity is based off of oral stories. Judaism is based off of oral stories. Nobody
So you
wrote
mean
this
to
shit
tell me ain't
down.
nobody write
It's
it
not
down?
confusing. It's 400 years later. So no, Desmond Fatu doesn't know the exact cousin he lost 400 years later. This is
I
like a
mean, there was a
non-point.
lot of them.
General
Y'all don't
Dave,
know, like,
General
yo,
Dave,
man, they wiped out that whole
General
tribe
Dave,
of this
General
little.
Dave,
Y'all don't know
General
the
Dave,
names of the city that was taken out. Something.
General Dave,
Yes, people
That's
were
that's
wiped
that's
out
what
and
he's
removed.
asking. He said you
General
got to
Dave.
trace it to something. Since you're getting that close, all we need. This is what I'm saying. It's the money's on the line, and that's why I be leaning towards now we ain't averaging because there's too much money on the line for people to
I
be stuttering
literally
like,
posted
no,
a
we can't
primary
officially
account
acknowledge and put
Well,
of
this
what
W
someone
in
who
he's
was
there
talking
so and
told,
about?
say,
pause.
man, it was 1,000, 1,500 of them taken from
General
right
Dave,
around
General
here.
Dave,
The village was
General
so and
Dave.
so, and here's the names we remember.
If you go
So
into
for
the
trends, if
chat,
y'all can't remember that, man, I don't
if you go
believe it.
into the chat, you
Sorry.
will see an example of that. Like I don't know what you're talking.
Man,
I
keep your
posted
money.
an
Like nobody needs
example
your
of
money,
someone
General
who was
Dave.
Fulani, who was taken and then re-released back into Liberia. So I gave you an example of Africans saying where they came from. Do you have examples of otherwise? Like we keep going in the same circle. Go
You
to the
listed
chat.
one. Like we
Go
need to.
to the chat and read it.
I quit. Nobody want to do it, man. That's why I be believing it was Negroes captured in Africa.
Did you
That's why I
read
hold
the
true.
article about Abdul Rahman, who was the Fulani man who was brought to the Americas, enslaved, and then someone recognized him as a Fulani prince, so they freed him and then released him in Liberia? Because that is our
Okay.
primary source.
Now, what does the Nigerian government say then? Well, I don't even know what Fulani is. I
It's
guess
not
it's
Nigerian, it's
Nigeria.
Fulani. That's
Okay,
what I'm
does
trying
the
to. You
Nigerian
keep trying to group
government
all these
officially
people.
say that, yo, we Nigerian?
Yes.
No, like you're still avoiding my question. I
No,
gave you
no,
a
no, no.
primary
I'm
source.
asking a straight up question
They
here.
have
You give me the
recently
source, and I need the stamp of approval. The
they
stamp
have
of approval is
recently
the
said
Nigerian
that
government said, yo,
they
they's
have
us.
okay, stop, please. They have recently said that they are going to form a committee that will deal with diaspora and the possibilities of getting us being able to get citizenship
That's
there.
all I need to know.
They're
Good job.
working on it because
Right.
we are descendants of
There you
the
go.
different ethnic groups in Nigeria.
There you go.
But
That's
it
all
seems
I've
like
been
you're
asking.
more
Yep.
interested in how these relationships like economically benefit you than how we can get together as a community and uplift ourselves. Like it's crazy that that conversation calmed down as soon as we started talking about like citizenship and possible business. You can
That's what
look at the words in all the languages of the enslaved. We can look at the religions like Isheshe, Ifa, Santeria,
I'm just gonna look at what the
religions in
Nigerian
Trinidad,
government say
Hoodoo.
at this
They all
point.
have African backgrounds. The man on the
I get
cross
all of
wrote
that, but
Eshu.
y'all can't do what the government can do. So, dude just said the Nigerian government is moving their wheels on it. I'm gonna just keep asking on that periodically from month to month,
The people
and
have to
then we
put
work
pressure
from
on
there.
the government. If
You know
we
what I'm
don't
saying?
care
Because I'm
about coming
African
together, our
American. You
governments
know what
will.
I'm saying? And I love to have some type of dual citizenship, get some
Benin,
international investment going
Ghana,
in. Let's
Sierra
do it.
Leone, what else?
Let's
Burkina
do it.
Faso now. Burkina Faso,
Let's do it. Right.
Benin,
Enough of this talk.
Ghana.
Right.
These are all
Right.
countries that are providing this for African Americans. So what are you waiting on?
What? There's a goal
I
call
mean,
for me to go to
for for
Ghana and
for
be a
those
citizen?
African Americans that want to go over there and do that, hey, I'm all for it. But I could do the same thing here. Hell, I could do it here. I
Yeah,
am
and I want
doing
to
it
make
Yeah,
here.
it
go
clear that there
over
are
there.
Pan
And
Africans
if
who are
people want to do
fighting
it,
for
I
this.
have no
Yes,
problem doing
I can
business
travel
with
across
anybody.
states. I ain't got to do all that.
You know, we could do business here.
Shoot.
I think we should do
Our
it
our
on
our,
both
our
sides.
people,
It's not just one
our
thing.
ancestors that fought for this were
They got
doing business.
computers in
Hell,
the
But
we
again,
was
we also
booming
have
in
to
business.
acknowledge the knowledge that Chrissy brought into this chat. She brought in like an excellent primary source, a primary point. She gave us like a scholarly background. That is the model for how these conversations should go. And we
I put a
shouldn't
couple
interrupt
sources in the
people who are
background.
bringing in actual like scholarly evidence. And if we're not informed, we should just give them space to speak.
Well, I
Thank
put a
you,
couple
Chrissy.
sources in the background.
right. It's time to go global, man. Just let me go dual citizenship, man. I'm riding for America, goddamn it, and I got my dual citizenship. You know, I got all this. I just want to have connections and stuff like that, and be able to say, hey, it might not be a lot, but man, can my $20 every 2 weeks, invest in try to keep me a pension, dog. I gotta diversify with this dollar going crazy and these trade spats and everything like that, man. It's beyond all of where we came from. It's about future. We can hire some people to write down these scrolls and shit like that, how we need it to go, man. We can pay somebody to do that. We writing new scriptures right now. Real talk. They're
You
gonna
can
be talking,
invest in gold if you want to diversify if you haven't done so.
huh?
Gold is a good hedge.
Yeah,
Diversify,
yeah,
that's a good place to start. Silver if it's too expensive. You
yeah.
can also look at the crypto, especially like Ethereum or Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've been on the sideline. I'm gonna let all of this waste and let them give me my money
And foreign
market.
currencies like the yuan from China, and also the rupee.
I don't trust nothing right now. I'm just getting my 4% until things die down, and then get back in. I'm just saying, like, it's on auto. Like, it's a lot of black people that work, and they got auto 401ks.
Yep.
And I keep looking and saying, man, there is absolutely no exposure. You know, like I can do only way I figured out to even invest in Africa is through Barclays. So there's something business wise that's lacking.
Most African countries have stock exchanges also in the Caribbean. You can always find out how to invest if you want to.
Yeah, but through my 401k, they ain't got that option.
Not through your
Right, because
401k. You have to
I
do
look
it
for it too and I can't find it.
on
You see
foreign
what I'm
exchange.
saying? So that's really what I'm saying is that there's a lot of, like, I would love to just be like, yeah, I'm putting in 20, you know, I keep saying for my people, to invest amongst ourselves on some African American stuff, but also through this Pan African stuff. But
'Cause,
until
Well, one
focus
second.
is on the money.
Hold on 1 second, Dino. Thank you for paying your fine, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
That's all. Because I know for a fact I'm probably not going to Africa. I can almost guarantee you that. But my money can, So that's where I'm at with the whole debate and all of that. And until that can happen on some hey, stabilize some currencies because money coming in, money going out, business type stuff. Just hundreds of thousands, millions of African Americans just doing their little investment things, and it add up. But if ain't nobody on that and they just talking about where we originally came from, then the hell with it.
Hey guys, we gotta close out. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Donnie Samir, search for Huru. Peace.